This course is made so that you stay ahead in the UI UX design landscape in 2025 and stand out from the crowd. In recent time, UI UX design is becoming more and more popular. There is a horde of designers learning UI UX out there, but the process becomes more tedious considering the fact that design is a very intuitive process. It isn't something that can be learned by cramming theory. But don't worry, it's not rocket science either if you get the basics right. And in this course, we are exactly going to do that so that you become eligible for fresher UI UX designer jobs that are paying an average pay of 13 lakh rupees. When you start any UI UX project, the first thing you need to figure out is what problem you are trying to solve. Every design begins with a purpose, a real world issue, a need, or a use case. For example, I needed a website where designer and developer could easily find specific design inspiration. That's the problem. Once the problem is clear, we move to ideation, asking ourselves if this is the problem, how do we solve it? How can we make it faster, easier, and better? We map out users' journey, what they expect, what they need to find first, and how to keep their experience smooth and simple. After that comes inspiration, where we explore what's already out there. Websites like Dribble, Behance, or even apps we personally use. We don't copy, we learn what works and then adapt it. In a nutshell, by following 3 core steps, problem definition, ideation, and inspiration, you build a strong foundation for any great design. And trust me, mastering this is what separates good designer from truly great ones. So if you're ready to become a confident UI UX designer who can stand out, make an impact, then stick around with us till the end of this UI UX design course. Now let me quickly walk you guys through the agenda for this course. We will start with understanding demand for UI UX designers. Moving ahead, we will discuss the difference between UI and UX design. Then we will see getting started with UI design and explore atomic design principle. Then we will look into subatomic design principle and understand types of UI elements. Further, we will cover fundamental design principle and explore minimalism, glassmorphism, and more UI trends. Then we will see typography and colors. Moving ahead, we will understand low fidelity design and high fidelity design and discuss what is UX design. Next, we will go through the UX design process and important UX law. Then we will talk about what is inclusive design. Moving ahead, we will explore Figma for UI UX design and cover WCAG principle. Then we will learn more about usability testing, quantitative and qualitative. Then we will dive into brainstorming and ideation and cover UI UX design complete case study. And finally, we will wrap up this course by covering UI UX design interview questions.
UI stands for user interface and UX stands for user experience. Let me explain that in a form of example. Assume that you're viewing a product. The product must contain design elements such as colors, layout, design, and all the visual elements you interact with. This is what user interface is. It deals with the visual part of the product. Now, let's say you're using a website and you're enjoying it. You're not facing any issues like slow functioning buttons, and you're able to smoothly navigate through apps or websites. This is what user experience is. It deals with the overall experience of using the product. So, UI is like the outer appearance and UX is like the inner workings of a digital product. Both are super important because they determine whether users will love using the product or find it annoying and ditch it. Good UI UX means happy users, and happy users usually mean a successful product. Now that we know what UI UX refers to, let us take a look at the roles and responsibilities of a UI UX designer. First is to determine the digital assets of the company's UX design requirements and create and develop UI UX design strategies for brands. Next, utilize wireframing, flow diagrams, sitemaps, Figma, prototypes, graphic and visual design and storyboards to create excellent UX designs. Next, create UI component for the company's digital assets, utilizing a variety of UI UX technologies such as search boxes, menus, widgets, and tabs. Then, test user interface components for landing pages, including banners, call to action, page design, page layout, target links, and page flows. Then we have work together with a marketing group, in-house designers, and outside designers to ensure that the customized content is produced and sent to online consumers. Lastly, provide guidance and advice on how UI/UX design principles, UX research tests, and procedures should be used to guarantee accurate user behavior analysis and prediction. Now, moving to our main agenda for today's topic, the UI/UX scope in the future. The future of UI/UX is bright and full of innovation. With the integration of artificial intelligence, the expansion of virtual reality technologies, diverse job opportunities, competitive salaries, and evolving design trends, UI/UX developers will continue to play an important role in creating exceptional digital experiences for users around the world. So, first up, we have AI's influence. AI is capable of analyzing user data to provide individualized services. This implies that interfaces that adjust to user preferences can be designed by UI/UX developers, increasing the significance of interactions. Chatbots and virtual assistants driven by AI are becoming more popular. The interfaces for these will be created by UI/UX developers, who will make sure they are clear and functional. UI/UX developers can now concentrate more on the creative aspects of their work by using AI tools that can automate repetitive design. Then next up, we have AR/VR product development. UI/UX developers will be essential in creating user-friendly AR/VR product interfaces. Users will interact with digital elements in real-world contexts. Therefore, these interfaces need to be intuitive and seamless. Gesture-based interfaces are becoming more common with AR/VR. These interfaces will be created by UI/UX designers to feel intuitive and natural to act with. Next up, we have job opportunities. Companies will need more and more UI/UX developers as long as they value customer satisfaction. Positions like UX researcher, interaction designer, and usability analyst are becoming more common in UI/UX, and the field is getting more diverse. Many UI/UX professionals have flexible schedules and a wide range of projects through their freelancing or remote jobs. Next, we're going to talk about salaries. UI/UX positions are highly compensated because of their significance to the success of products. Salaries vary based on location, experience, and the company. With years of expertise, senior UI/UX designers can earn much better compensation. Lastly, we'll talk about the future trends. Designing voice user interfaces will be essential for UI/UX developers with the rise of voice assistants and smart speakers. Designing ethically, taking user privacy, inclusivity, and accessibility into account is becoming more and more important. Increasingly, designs that are straightforward, uncluttered, and simple are focused on the key components to cut down on complexity. Interfaces become more logical and engaging with the addition of small animations and feedback loops. Now, next we'll talk about the top UI/UX trends in 2024. On first, we have customer-centric design. UX designers are more in demand as design becomes an integral part of business initiatives. Organizations that prioritize design understand the importance of user-centered design and depend on UX designers to assess user requirements and develop memorable experiences. The growing significance of design has given rise to companies like Apple, Nike, and Coca-Cola that focus heavily on design. These businesses place a high value on design and recognize the importance of providing outstanding user experiences. Next, we'll talk about neumorphic design and minimalist design trends. Design trends are all about simplicity and a sleek modern look. Neumorphic design offers elegance and depth with its rounded edges and soft, delicate shadows. Consider objects and buttons that are to be pressed into the background, giving the impression of 3 dimensions. On the other hand, minimalist design eliminates unnecessary components and concentrates on simple, elegant lines. The Apple Music Player interface, where the button seems to be gently pressed in, is an illustration of neuromorphic design. This gives the digital experience a smooth physical sense. Then we're going to talk about voice user interface. A voice user interface, or a VUI, is like having a chat with your devices using just your voice. It occurs when you communicate with Siri, Alexa, or Google Assistant and they comprehend your needs and carry them out. Consider asking Siri to create a reminder or Alexa to play your favorite music. By allowing us to connect with technology organically without having to type or tap, these VUIs simplify our lives. The Amazon Echo is a great example, as you can ask Alexa to play music, check the weather, or even place grocery order by simply speaking. Next, we'll talk about typography. The skill of creating elegant and readable written words is known as typography. It's the font type, word spacing, and word arrangement in a design. Imagine elegant typefaces used in posters or plain, uncluttered text on a website. Good typography can add enjoyment to a book. One famous font from the Harry Potter book series is an example. Readers of all ages are drawn in by the way the letters are styled, which brings the story's magic to life on the page. Then we'll talk about generative AI. Generative AI is like a creative robot that makes new things. It occurs when machines are taught to produce art, music, or even narratives on their own. Imagine a machine writing a song or painting an image without assistance from a human. Next, we'll talk about data visualization. Data visualization is turning boring numbers and information into colorful, easy to understand pictures. It's similar to using maps, charts, and graphs in place of words to communicate a story. Imagine viewing a map that illuminates more clearly in areas with higher population densities or a graph that displays the number of users of various social media sites. With their COVID-19 tracker, the New York Times achieves this quite well. You can examine vaccines, death, and cases in several categories. All of these have vibrant, clear graphics. It involves more than just looking at figures. It involves perceiving data in a whole new light. UI versus UX. User experience design or UX design is everywhere, from how you interact with your smartphone to how your home is designed. Of course, not all experiences are well designed, and that's why UX design is such a rewarding and challenging field to be in. While the user interface or UI encompasses all the visual elements the user sees, hears, and interacts with, including colors, typography, buttons, icons, screen, animations, and more. These visual elements are key to support tasks and usability, while UI is how a product looks and all its visual elements, which plays a significant role in UX, which is the overall product experience. Now, let's begin by seeing what does UI and UX design refer to. So UI design, which is also known as user interface design, focuses on the visual and interactive elements of a product to create aesthetically pleasing interfaces, while a UX design, also known as the user experience design, focuses on creating a seamless and meaningful user experience by understanding the user needs, conducting research, and designing intuitive interfaces. Now, let me give you an example of UI. UI is the table setting, dishes, and cutlery, so how it looks and feels. We're basically talking about the appearance here, while the UX is the service, menu, and the overall dining experience. So here we're talking about how enjoyable and efficient the experience is. Now, let's move forward and see the stages to creating a UI and UX design. Let's begin with the stages of UI design. First, we have define and research. Then we have design. And we have testing. So let us start with define and research. First thing, target audience. Who are you designing for? What are their needs and goals? Then project goals. What do you want to achieve with the design? Then we have competitor analysis. What similar products are doing well? What can you learn from them? And lastly, information architecture. How will the content be organized and presented? Then we have the design process. In this, we have wireframing. We create a low fidelity mockup to visualize the layout and structure. And then we have visual design, where we define the color scheme, fonts, and other visual elements. Then we have prototyping, where we develop high fidelity mockups for testing and user feedback. Then the last stage of UI design is test, where we have testing. where we test the UI for usability and accessibility. And we have iteration, where we refine the design based on testing results and user feedback. Then we have prototyping again, for the high fidelity mockup for testing and user feedback. Now let's see the stages of UX design, where we have research, prototype, and analyzing and iteration. So let's begin with research. In this process, we have empathize as the first process, where we understand the user needs, motivations, and pain points through research methods like interviews, surveys, and user testing. Then we define clearly the project goals, target audience, and desired user outcomes. Then we analyze research data to identify user needs and opportunities for improvement. Then lastly, synthesize, where we develop user personas and user journeys to represent user behavior and needs. Next step, we have prototype, where first we ideate, meaning we brainstorm and develop innovative solutions based on research findings. Then we have prototype, where we create low fidelity and high fidelity prototypes to test and refine the design. Then we have test and iterate, where we conduct usability testing with real users to identify and address usability issues, iterate on the design based on the feedback. Then our third step is analyzing and iteration, where we first analyze the data to identify areas for improvement. Then we refine and iterate on the design based on the user data and feedback. Then we have improve, where we continuously improve the user experience. Now, despite the professional relationship of UI and UX, the roles themselves are quite different, referring to very different aspects of the product development process and the design. So let's take a look at the differences between UI and UX. So let us check out the differences between a UI versus UX. So first thing, focus. In the UI design, we focus on how it looks and feels, while in the UX design, we focus on the overall user journey and emotions. Then we have think, where in the UI design, every artist has the potential to be a teacher, where in the UX design, we think about the user research, information architecture, usability testing, and much more. The goal in the UI design is to make the product aesthetically pleasing, intuitive, and easy to go, while in the UX design, the goal is to make the product enjoyable, efficient, and meet user needs. The tools used in UI design are software like Figma, Sketch, Adobe, and in UX design, we use tools like surveys, analytics, and prototyping. Then lastly, UI designers collaborate with UX designers and developers, while a UX designer collaborates with UI designers, developers, and other stakeholders. Now let's see how closely do they work together. As now you know, UX and UI overlap but are distinct disciplines. UX is the umbrella and UI falls under it. Both are essential for a product to succeed. If you've got a website with an attractive interface but it's hard to use and navigate, the website won't succeed because it is a bad user experience. While a UX benefits from a stunning UI, beautiful design can enhance user experience. Think of them as two sides of the same coin. Both are crucial for creating successful digital products that people love to use for crafting exceptional digital experiences. Remember, UI and UX are not rivals, but collaborators. They work together to craft exceptional digital experiences. Now, let's take a look at the essential skills required to become a UI and UX designer. Starting with the skills required to become a UI designer, first we have visual design, where the strong understanding of color theory, typography, and layout principles are used. Then we have front-end development, where we use basic knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then we have software proficiency, where we design software like Adobe, Photoshop, and Illustrator. Now, let's see the essential skills required for a UX designer. First, we have information architecture, where we organize content for optimal user experience. Then, we have interaction design, where we design intuitive and user-friendly interactions. Then, we have prototyping, where we create low and high fidelity prototypes for testing. Then on number 4, we have user testing, where we conduct usability testing and analyze the results. Then on number 5, we have wireframing, where we create low fidelity layouts for visualizing structure and flow. And lastly, designing software, where we use Figma, Sketch, and InVision. Now, moving forward, let's discuss the salary of a UI and UX designer. Now, because UI and UX are so crucial to the entire process of creating an application, they generally get paid really well. On an average, a UI designer makes 6,34,064 rupees per year in India, and a UX designer makes an average of 9,02,881 rupees per year in India. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
Start with the atomic design principle. Here it says atomic design is a web design theory pioneered by Frost. Atomic design is a process that consists of 5 separate steps that work together to build more coherent, hierarchical, thoughtful interface design system. I would say imagine the basic building block of life. Okay, how things are made up of. At the very smallest, tiniest level, it's an atom, right? It's like we have read it in school, the atomic chart and all of those things, right? So there is the atom. Okay, then lot of atoms comes together, makes molecules. Lot of molecules comes together, creates an organism, right? And that is how we are come to life, or anything that around us come to life in a physical format, right? So this is basically the concept that we can follow in while creating the design system. Okay, so this is the methodology for creating a design system in a more deliberate and hierarchical manner. Okay, we'll follow the hierarchy of atom, molecules, organism. We usually, frankly speaking, in design industry, nobody calls these names to their elements and all of those things. We usually call, okay, this is my component, this is my button component, or this is my switches and all of this. We'll see those components as well. But this is the methodology, basically the skeleton of the design system that you need to just understand. Okay. Okay, so you can you can say bye to this chemistry analogy. Okay, this is just the language of atoms, molecules, and organism. Like carries a helpful hierarchy for us. Okay, but we usually don't use it in the actual in day-to-day life. Okay, so we'll see what are these things. Okay. Okay, there's a subatomic particle here itself. The subatomic particle would be a bare minimal foundation element you would need for all your components. This consists of color palette, typography, shadows, and all. So, okay, we'll come to this later. Okay, let's see about the atom. Okay, so let me just take you through this Figma. So here the same image I have from the presentation itself. Atom, molecules, organism. Organism creates templates. Templates create pages. Let's see what is atoms. Okay. So if you see in any particular design system, okay, if you have a text, you might call it label. There's an input box or the button. These are called atoms because these are the basic building blocks of any particular UI, right? When you mix this atom let's say if I take this particular atom like input box and the button, right, it becomes a search panel, right? So whenever you have to add search anywhere, you would add this particular molecule. Okay, in chemistry it would be molecule, in we will say usually the search functionality that I'm adding, or we'll say a search component that we're adding. Next thing is organism. Okay, we have search, then we have the URL, some of the home, about, blog, contact. You'll also have a logo, okay, over here. This overall becomes a header, right? We usually call in a usually see this in a website, right? On the top of the any particular website called header. Okay, so what happened actually, there are different kinds of molecules that came together, like logo, links, and this search functionality, and this created a new organism which is called header. Okay, like such organism, when they comes together, we usually gets a template. Okay, in other word, we called a wireframing of our particular site. Okay, so this is how, like, there is header, then there is hero image, some text, some video, some photos, some photo and text with it, and all of those things. The next is when we have the actual real content, okay, then it becomes a page which actually gets published, right? Like very basic elements of our design library are these button inputs, switches, and all of, we'll see this in the see those in the presentation itself. But these are, I think I have some examples also. Let's say if you see headers, okay, so this is the Yahoo website header, logo, search bar, some links. There are some other links on the top also. You can see this is a famous one, Facebook, the New York Times, Medium, Google. So you can see this is kind of a, we usually call this as a header. We don't call it as organism or something. We usually call it header. When we have search, this is search component. There are these icons. There is this link or the drop down menu. This is what we usually call in our day-to-day language. Okay. So here also, like you must have seen the grids of we usually call it asins. Okay, so if you want to buy a t-shirt, okay, so whenever you search, when you have a search result page is made up of this grid system. Okay, so in this grid is also made up from what? There will be image. Image is an atom, right? Then there is a text. There is another text, and there is a maybe some URL to see the additional colors. So all of these atoms comes together, creates this module. Okay, and all of these modules comes together, creates this grid, which is basically it's like a organism. But what we would do is basically we would create a design system. We usually create a design system where we keep this component very ready in a way. You have to create any particular page. You don't have to start from the scratch. Okay, let's say header banao. So you would create a header. Let's say there is another designer who is working with you. He'll also create a header. There will be some problems and there will be some elements here and there. He will make it as he wants. You will make it as you want, and there will be discrepancies in the design. Won't be any synergy. So what we would do, we would create a header and we'll put it in our library design system. Okay, so whenever you are creating a page, you will just drag and drop it into your design, and you'll have the header every time, and that will be consistent, right? And that is how you will usually create your wireframes and then the final pages, all of those things. Okay. Let's come back to, so you have understood what is atoms, molecules, organisms, and finally the template. And okay, finally it's a pages. So page is usually the final design. Okay, and template is usually where you create a wireframes of the particular basically wireframes, in a way you can say a template in a way, because for example, let's say if you want to create Okay, all right. I think let me just go over here. So here is the design system. Like if you have Figma installed in your system, these are the libraries that comes ready-made to you. Like there is a iOS design library. You call it UI kit. There's a material design kit. There is a this is from Figma, which is called simple design system. Whenever you open it, you will get to know their design system in a way. Okay, I'm just opening it up over here. Use UI kit in new file. Okay. Okay. What I actually want is want to take you to this particular file itself. Oh, Acha, I'm not able to take you to that particular file. Okay, but I think still we can do, I can make a copy of it. Okay. So that atom, molecules, organism, and that is cool. But this is how you would actually create your design system, or these are the design system maybe you will be provided with when you join any particular company. Okay, so let's see how Google has done their design system. So you can see they have added some avatars which you can use. They have some iconography. So let's say if you want to add a back button, you won't be creating a new back button in your app. If you are working in Google, you might just be using this particular button, because some of the guys in Google would be responsible for this utility icons also. Okay, so once they change their style of the back button, you don't want to recreate that particular back button. It will automatically get changed in your designs as well. Okay, so you'll always take the particular icon or anything from the parent library. So here you see there's some of the icons they have showed. We'll go to, yeah, here you can see this is a search bar with plus button, search and the recycle bin. It's like basically they are saying one icon, two icons, like utility icons, and there is one with the background and all. So if your app needs something like this, and you're following the material design guidelines, you can directly drag and drop these things. Here are the title bars uh, that I have presented. Okay, so this is like a one time they have to create. All the other designers will just get this from this library itself, and all the designs will look cohesive. So as my friend was asking, like he wants to move something one pixel to this side, that side, that is not allowed, because let's say if for this particular, let me if I use this title as this thing, okay, and all the other pages of my particular app having title in the middle, then unnecessary my page will look something different, and there will be no actual reason that I have to do these things for some real benefit, right? So that is why design systems are very useful. And there is a material design library also. Let me just share my browser. Okay, it'll be, are you able to see my browser completely, or so if you type material design 3, so you will be provided with this particular website. Let me just see if this is the latest one. Yeah, this is the M3. So here also you will see all the documentation. The one we saw in the Figma was their Figma file, from which you can, it's a library where you can get those icons and all of those things. But why those icons are that way, and how to use it and how not to use it, it's all documented in this particular in on this particular website. So there are accessibility guidelines, there are styles, uh, and you would see like these are the components. Like we don't call it atoms or molecule or something. These are called components. Like if you want to have a bottom app bar, okay, so bottom app bar, how you would show it, just we saw, right? What you should do on those bottom bar, what you should not do on those bottom bar, are actually jotted down over here. Okay, let's see, you want to use cards. There will be some do's and don'ts also, I expect. Say card spaces. Yeah, there are some specs. Okay, they have created a tab view. So in the overview, it's just an overview of these things. You can see the specs. Specs is like specification. Then there are the guidelines, okay, where you should use, where you should not use, do's and don'ts, and all of those. Like these are do's, don'ts, and all of those things. If you follow these guidelines, then your website will be one way you would see there as per the material design guidelines. Another way is like more user friendly in a way, because these guidelines has been created by Google, keeping the end user in mind. So let's go back to, yeah, so you guys can download this and you can just go through their how they are showing carousel, checkboxes, chips, date pickers, and all of those things, and you can just understand, okay, why they have done, why they've added okay and cancel button over here, not why not over here. For that, you have to read the design guideline on the website. All the designers in the design industry are well versed with all these material design guidelines and human interface guidelines from iOS. You have to have a complete knowledge about their guidelines. Then only actually you can create a better product. Better product in terms of also, like if you do something fancy and you provide it to a developer might come to you, okay, this is not as per the guideline. We cannot provide this thing. We have to make it custom. We have to create custom create it. But if you create custom created and when eventually you will upload it on the app store, it might get rejected because it is not following their guideline. So the because you guys are creating this design, you should be well versed with the all the guidelines. And once you go through these guidelines, you will understand much better what is the rationale behind what they are doing. Okay, so coming back to our presentation. So what are the UI elements? We have just seen the UI, we just saw the UI elements on the Figma. Specifically, we saw the material design one. If you want, I can quickly show you how the Apple's design system looks like. Like this is iOS 18, which is very latest, right? I think some of you might be having this library also, like this system installed on your phones also if you're using iPhones or iPad. Okay, so you just have to go make a copy of this, and once you create copy, you will be able to basically see all the elements that they are there. Your app, you want to use the Face ID, you don't have to create it from the scratch. You can just drag and drop this particular element on your screen and it will be done, and then it will be exactly as Apple would intend. So if you want to use keyboards, you don't have to create this keyboards at all, right? So this saves so much time, right? We're not gonna reinvent a keyboard in a way, right? In a particular app, you might not have to. So you can directly just drag and drop this components in your designs, and you're good to go. Okay. So this is the iOS one. Okay. I'll tell you again, in your own sweet time, explore these libraries. Just go, just take any particular elements, read their guidelines also, and see how they have created this component as well. Okay, let's go back to. So these are the UI element. We'll just go through the slides. UI interface elements are the part we use to build apps and website. Of course, they are interactivity. They add interactivity to a user interface, providing touch points for the users as they navigate their way around, right? Okay, the types of UI elements. This is again important. There are there are more types of actually. There are four types of, yeah. I think three are written over here. And first is the input elements. Input elements is what you want some input from your user. Let's say you want them to first enter their email ID and password, and then only you would want them to move forward. So and you would also provide the button also. So button is like you are asking for input that they would you want to execute something, like once they add the email ID and password, when they hit the login, you would basically take them to the next page in a way. So that button is also an input. Okay. Then there are output element. Output elements are responsible for showing the results again the various inputs elements. So when you have the input, you would always want to show some feedback, right? So want to show the, so we'll also see those elements as well. And there are helper elements. Sometimes you have to give some more context to a particular element. So there the helper elements comes into play. We'll just see those. Okay. You can see input elements, check boxes. You want user to provide their choices, right? There where you will use the check boxes. And radio button is like where you want them to select one option from the given options, right? Then there are drop downs. There are this combo boxes, right? You might have seen this when you're shopping on any particular website, right? Then there are buttons, toggles, on off switches. See, this is this I was talking about. Email ID input field, password input field, and then the button. These are all input fields, and this creates a component in a way. Date picker, confirmation dialogues, sliders, staples you must have seen in grocery apps, or I think in shopping apps as well, where you want to change the quantity and all. So this particular element is called as stepper element. Okay. Then there are alerts. These are the output elements. Once user give you the input, you would show them some information. There might be some alerts. Okay. Red alert would be like for error. This is for warning. This is just the general info. And this is maybe success message. Let's say payment is successful or booking is successful, something like that. Okay. That is like you are showing the output to the user. You are just giving feedback to the user for their inputs. Okay. The toast messages that comes automatically, you must have seen for in YouTube, whenever your internet is off, it shows like you are offline. Whenever your internet is up, they shows your toast saying you are back online, something like that. Then whenever they receive any particular notifications, there's a notification badge over here. That is also an output element. Then there are charts. Once you have the data, you would always present it in a infographical way. So chart helps you do that. So it's an output element. Okay, these are the helper elements. You must have seen these three dots, right? You are basically, this is called this. The funny thing about it is called by a lot of words, right? Uh, the Apple usually called it as a uh, menu or something, some menu. I'm not able to recollect that. Uh, they use it horizontal fashion. In Android, they use it in a vertical fashion. Okay, it's called as kebab menu, meatball menu, ellipsis, overflow menu. This give you more functionality regarding a particular element in a way. Okay, then there are hamburger menu where you must have seen hamburger menu that is widely used in various apps. Then there is a bento menu. It is same as this one. You must have Google phones, right hand top. Yeah, yeah. You guys are right. So bento menu is also helper menu. It shows you the more options that are inside it. Okay. I think in the browser also it is there, right? When I go to Google, yeah, over here. Like where they are hiding all their services. Then, okay, navigation menus, specifically when you click on the uh, hamburger icon or the bento menu, you will get the navigation menus. List of links, right? This is mostly in the header. When you hover over something, you will get the list. So again, that is a helper menu. Helper menus are more on a navigational uh, kind in a way. Accordions. So always remember these names also. I'm not how much you are familiar with, but as a designer to designer, when you will be talking, you would be using these terms. Okay. You want to add accordions on your website. You want to add breadcrumbs on your website. So breadcrumbs you must have seen, right? Any website you can remember who shows the breadcrumb? Nowadays, I have seen not a lot of website uses the breadcrumbs, but earlier there were a lot of websites they were using breadcrumbs. I'll have to think harder. Let's see if I want to show you the breadcrumb. See, these are the breadcrumbs, right? So I can directly quickly go to mobiles and accessories, or maybe in mobiles, and I can then click on something and then navigate. Okay. So these are the breadcrumbs. Then pagination you must have seen on the Google itself, right? Google show it in more creative way. Like let me search hi. At the bottom you would see these are the paginations. Okay, next one is carousels. You must have seen these carousels on multiple website. Search field, Google is an example that we just saw. Okay, in search field, actually, when you are actually typing, okay, it's basically input, right? But it also provides you some suggestions and based on your typing, right? Next is tab bar, which is usually at the bottom of some of the apps. Then there are wizards, like you'll have 1, 2, 3 processes to do. So step by step, you would go to those. Then, so there is a information kind of a helper elements are like these tooltips, right? Whenever you just hover on something for a while, and then you would see something is popping up, which is basically providing you the more information about this thing, that element. Okay, so tooltips are helper menu. Icons, of course, they help you understand the context of anything. Like these menus, like if you see like, if you're on Instagram and if you think like that like icon where you press and it becomes red, it's a helper menu. No, that is the input element. Okay, but where you see like, okay, like 293 or something, 300, like 300, that is the helper menu. Okay, 300 people have liked these things. Okay, so this icon in the context changes its position from helper menu to input field and all of those things. Okay, progress bar, of course, if you have a determinate process, then there is a progress bar. If it is an indeterminate process, usually for the indeterminate process, I personally don't use progress bar or something like this. I think the spinner is better. If there is a buffered is, again, we know like this is how much it has been buffered, and this is kind of a progress itself, right? And then there are the indeterminate and determinate. This has also been used in some of the websites. Okay, like if you search for a flight, make my trip or something like that, they usually use this indeterminate and determinates progress bar. I would suggest you guys find out that. Okay, then there are notifications, message box, modal window. All of these are helper elements. We usually don't call them a helper element. We usually call this the notification component, message box component, model windows. Okay, model windows are like the pop-ups. Some people call it pop-ups also. So there is, I will tell you, there are two kinds of windows. One is model, one is non-model. Non-model में आप you usually don't see the black tinted element on the back. Okay, on in the model you will always see like this is on top of something. When it is non-model, then uh, it is like a pop-up, but not exactly as it. It's kind of a bottom sheet or something. Okay. Next one is, these are the tags. Loader, as you would know, as in you must be, you all would be searching on or visiting various websites, so you would have seen these elements. Groups and container, there are so the groups and containers. So these are the widgets. These are the UI containers, right? You must have seen this card view on in various website. Then there are sidebars. Okay, so we have seen enough of the components. I would suggest go to the material design library, go to the iOS 18 or 18 Figma design, go to their websites also, material design website. I'll just give you the links of this website itself. Material design is simple. Material design m3material.co, guidelines by Apple. These are the website. These are like Bibles for you guys. I would suggest go thoroughly to these websites. You will see you will be uh, like it's kind of a power that you would have. You can then tell, you would know what elements to use at what places and all, because these are all already thought out, so you don't want to reinvent something unnecessary, right? So what are the UI design principles? So in simple way, UI design principles are like rules for good designs. Okay, they are the rules for good designs. If you follow the rules, your designs will be better or good or whatever, as in they will be in synergy with the other designs that the company have launched. Okay, so there are a lot of design principles like hierarchy, progressive disclose, consistency, contrast, proximity. You just have to by heart these principles, so that each time uh, you put your cursor on Figma, or if you are in front of the Figma and you want to create some design, you'll always think about this principle first. Okay, and you'll always have a rationale for what you are creating. Okay, this each principle basically guides us in creating the interfaces that are not only beautify but the functional. ओके, ब्यूटीफाई तो करेंगे ही हम लोग, हम तो हमें पता है कि क्या कैसे अच्छा लगेगा एंड ऑल ऑफ दोस थिंग्स, बट दे हैव टू बी फंक्शनल फर्स्ट आल्सो, राइट? You cannot you can create a button which is very huge in a way, but maybe that what's not required, right? Or you might not have some of the rational behind those, or you might create a button very tiny and there will be functionality, user is not able to click on it, there will be fat finger problems, all of those things. Okay, when I say good designs is not aesthetically, okay, it should be beautiful as well as functional. So let's see those. Okay, this is hierarchy, consistency, proximity, progressive. Let's go through the examples and one by one we'll see these things rather than just seeing it on the one slide itself. Okay, let's see the hierarchy example. Okay, so strong visual hierarchy is basically the core of any successful design. Okay, when I say hierarchy, hierarchy is like you are the designer, right? And you are basically guiding users' eye where they should look first, then what is the element that they should see, and then if they want to take any particular action, where to find the button and all of those things. So you want to make any particular information as easier for user to understand, right? And their hierarchy plays a higher role. Okay, and we'll see all this design principle actually overlaps on each other. So for here, let's see the hierarchy. Okay, if you see over here, like the name, the followers, and all of those things are at the same level, right? You're not able to understand where to look at first. Maybe you would just see this picture and you would see, okay, follow. Okay. But as a designer, you are guiding user, okay, you see the picture, he is a gym raptis, then you can move your eyes basically to, let's say, 5k followers, because this is the important information and glanceable information that you want to provide. If user want to see, okay, who is Jim Raptives, then he would say, okay, then this is the hierarchy that you have given. You have not given it like a same treatment as this text, right? This is black and uh, let's say bold, but this is regular and in gray with a smaller size itself. And then here over here you are highlighting the important elements: 5k followers, 3 products, 353 post, and then there is a following button. So if you just compare this particular UI, you will be able to know this is easier to understand for a particular user. This is glanceable, right? Why? Because they have provided a better hierarchy. So as a designer, it's your job to organize this UI element in a way that it makes it easier for user to understand and navigate. Okay, in simple words. So that was hierarchy. Next is progressive disclosure. Okay, progressive disclosure is like a design pattern that basically gradually reveals the information depending on the user's need, right? You must have seen, like in Instagram, this is the example of Instagram, where if you want to go and check the notification or the ads, or let's say if you was just want to see your payments related information, that Instagram app, they are not putting it on the front page itself, on this home page itself, right? Where they are putting, you might go to profile, and then there are some of the information. Then you would say, okay, go to settings. In the setting, these are, because these are kind of a setting related elements, that's why you are putting it in the setting menu in a way. So once user click on setting, there he will be able to know, okay, here is the payments and that he wants to get. Even this insights, your activity, QR code, they're not putting it upfront on the homepage itself. And that is what is called progressive disclosure. So you first feed user what they really want, and what are your most the highest use cases, that you would put it upfront. After that, you'll also have all the elements, but you will always put it, combine it, organize it in a logical manner, create a menu, and then inside that you will put it. So it is basically called as a progressive disclosure. Okay. This basically improves the customer experience. It's not Indian thali, like you have all the things in one thali, and then you would serve it to user, and then you'll be, okay, पहले क्या खाऊं, पहले ये खाऊं या नो वो खाऊं. It would be more like, okay, पहले as a designer you would give them starter ले लो भाई, next main course आएगा, उसके बाद आइसक्रीम वगैरह आ जाएगा, that way. Okay, that is called like a progressive disclosure. The advantages also for this progressive disclosure, another advantage is like this is less error prone as well. Okay, less error prone, when I say it will also help user to make less error basically, right? Otherwise, if you have these elements, user can accidentally clicks and would go to some of these pages. So you don't want to do that. You want to keep few elements only on your home screen, then the next, and then in the other next. Okay, and this reduces the learning curve also. They don't have to learn all this thing at the same time. They, whenever they want to know about their accounts, they would just find out in their profile settings and the accounts. Okay. Okay. Next one is consistency. So specifically, consistency is the key of any good design. Okay. Like if you use multiple colors, multiple fonts, multiple styles, it will create lot of confusion for a particular website or the app that you are creating, and you don't want to do that, right? Whenever I have seen, actually 2-3 designers are working, they would come with their option and they will all look very different. You don't want to do that, right? So you will always have some guidelines which would ensure there is a consistency in the overall product, right? So consistency creates the familiarity also. Like for example, if you are working on a you must have seen the Google Pay app or the Phone Pay app. Let's say somebody is working on the bill payment का flow कैसे होगा, somebody is working on a credit card payment का flow कैसे होगा, right? You, even if there are two other different designers, okay, but by following the consistent language or consistent font size, consistent elements, user can actually, it will benefit both the cases. The person, the user who would do bill payment, go for the credit card bill payment, he'll understand, okay, he will have the memory of their bill payment on the particular app. Okay, this is how I did my bill payment. Now I'm doing the credit card bill payment. I think, and these are the elements that are consistent. Okay, this makes a user's life easier. Okay, because of the familiarity uh, in the processes or in the elements and all of those things. Okay, so what does consistency mean? Consistent UI means using similar design patterns, identical terminology in prompts as in the title, subtitle, the the messaging and all of those things, consistency in menus and screens, everything in a way, right? So here is the website example that has been given. Like as you scroll through this website, you're not seeing some different font itself. You basically, our mind kind of perceive it like, okay, this thinks like a title of this particular section. Okay, so this is the title, then this is the subtext, body text, then uh, there is the link, and there is the image. So he'll understand what it is talking about. When he scrolls down more, okay, there he'll see, okay, this is the get extra credit in a second and all, but he'll understand, okay, this is in this particular component, this is the title. And they have used the consistent color also, like this neon green you would see flowing through all the components on this particular website. Even their links are of the same color. They are using it as a motif as well, in images, in their graphs, in their infographics, in their mobile background screen as well. So this looks like a very cohesive design, right? Because of the consistency. Next, we would see contrast. Okay, so for the contrast, I would say the context is integral to contrast. Okay, like in hierarchy also we saw, like some text was bold and some text was gray and small font in a small font. That is also creating some kind of a contrast, right? Contrast is not just in terms of colors, but in terms of your text sizes and all of those things. Okay, uh, let me show you an example. What does it mean? What I mean by contrast in a way. Okay, let me just have this. Are you able to see my Figma, right? Cool. So I have created this. Okay, let me create one. Okay, let it be this color. Okay, I have created this circle. Okay, this is a simple circle. But what this circle say about itself? I think this circle just say that here it is a circle. That's it. It does not say it's a big circle or a small circle and all those things. But if I create another circle, okay, now the same circle have more things to say, right? This is a bigger circle. Why it is showing? Why it tells you that? Because there is a small circle. Are you getting me? There is a contrast. This is because of the contrast, and this contrast is actually communicating this thing, right? Uh, let's create another. Okay, let me put it over here. Let me. We are going to the age, yeah. Okay, let me create another circle and let me give another color. Okay, now the same circle is actually providing the more information, right? This is of the same size of this color, but this is a gray circle. Okay, why it is giving this particular information? Because there is now another color in the competition. There is a contrast. This might also communicating, okay, this is the primary circle, maybe these are the secondary color circle, and this is maybe secondary and the small circle. This simple communication is getting done because of the contrast in their styles. Like when I say style, it's a color, size, and all of those things. Okay, got it. So I hope you have got the contrast over here. For the contrast also, if you are using the colors, then there are some good contrast and a bad contrast. So this chart actually showing like this is a bad contrast because a lot of users won't be able to distinguish between this particular color. for them it is as good as invisible. Okay, so there are some guidelines by there's a worldwide organization which looks into this, uh, the which actually basically provides the guidelines for which is the good contrast, which is the bad contrast. We'll see in the next some of the slides also. At the end of the slide, we have some plugins which actually help us uh, getting good contrast or suggesting better color to have a better contrast and better accessibility for the elements. Let's see the next thing. Yeah, proximity. So what is proximity is actually is like if you, let me just go over here itself. Let me just delete this thing. Like if you cohesively position two design elements next to each other, they usually creates a connection, a visual connection with each other, right? When I say like this, let's say if I create this, there is another one and there is another one, right? Like you will always perceive these circles as a group of circles, like the group in a way, like they are creating a square, let's say, uh, or a cube, maybe you can say, but they are same, and they are same because of their proximity. Okay, if I make this a little bit uh, like with the distance with these circles, then your mind will perceive like, okay, these circles are different than these circles or these species. Okay, this is all happening because of the proximity. When you keep two elements next to each other, they kinds of also create a connection, that I want to say. Okay, so in that way, if you, where you would use this, okay, creating a website where you will create an header. Okay, let me just create this big header. Okay, and then there will be some another body text or something like let me just give some. Okay, and there is uh, some another header, let's say. Okay, now if you keep this body text over in middle of this two headers, let's say this is header 1 and this is header 2, when any user would glance over it, it would feel like, okay, this is a separate thing, this is separating, and this is separating. But when you keep it next to each other, then they create a connection between them. And then you feel like, okay, this is header 1 and this body text is related to whatever the information in the header 1. Then let's say you might have the body text 2 for this header 2 or something like that. But if you put it in this way, like it would feel like they are completely different. If you have the more spacing, then definitely they're gonna look like they are talking different information. Okay, so that is how the proximity works. So here you can see like this text and book cover is in the proximity. That's why you get to know, okay, this is one item itself, this is the second item, this is the third item. Imagine if they have the same spacing with all the each and every elements, you won't be able to understand, okay, this particular text is about this book or the bottom book, whatever, right? That way. So you always have to think about the proximity, always use the breathing space between all the elements, all the groups, maybe I would say, to make your design looks much better and to be comprehensive enough. So again, I would say that when you see the material design guidelines or human interface guideline, you will find some of the
Mhm.
section which will be talking about the spacing also. I don't know if it is there in the material design, but usually in the design guidelines, you always have a spacing as a component itself. So you would know whether you have to keep the more spacing between, or how much is the spacing that you will have to keep between two elements and all of those things. Usually these guys follow the 8 pixel guidelines, so you will see like 24. I don't know why it is 18. but everything would be in terms of 8 pixels. So you can see 8 on the top, 8 on the bottom, 16 on the left side, right? So 8 pixel grid system is widely followed by Android and Apple as well. So if you are creating a native app specifically for the iOS, then maybe you will be using the iOS guidelines. If you are making it for the Android specific, then you will be using the material design guidelines. For example, let's say if you are creating something, let's say you, and there is a share icon that you have to put, okay? You, in the iOS app, you will be putting the share icon, which is more familiar with the iOS user. Okay, I'll show you that one. Share icon, iOS versus Android. Yeah, this is the image I was looking for. Yeah. So this is the Android ka share icon. This is the iOS ka share icon. Use the same share icon, let's say Android share icon, even on the iPhone app. iOS user will be confused whether this share, what this icon is about. Okay. Or if you use this particular share icon in the Android phone, Android users will be confused about what is this icon about. Okay. So you will always follow the respective guidelines for the for those platforms. Not all, but few of the guidelines you will have to follow. Okay, so let's see 5 levels of UI designs. So as you are, some of you are already graphic designers, some of you are working as a designer itself. So you must be knowing when you started, okay, as a beginner in any particular field, okay, you basically evolve over time, right? The same with the design skills. Okay, the design skills also evolves over the time from, let's say, beginner to masters. Okay, and when you give the same project to a, let's say, beginner and to a master UI designer, specifically UI designer, you will see the level of output that would come. Okay, so the same thing we are going to see currently. Okay, so let's identify the skills levels as in. So this, let's say this is like a level 1 design. Okay, so if you see this particular design, okay, over here, so you, what you would notice, okay, here are, there are like all the problems with this particular designs are there, but we'll just try to find out on our own. Okay, so this is a level 1 designer who has submitted the designs. You can see over here the hamburger icon is very thin lines compared to the notification icon, which is very big. You can see the bottom navigation bar, the icons are huge, I would say. And you can see there multiple fonts has been used over here and all. So at a glance only, you would get to know this is like some beginner level work that this designer seems to have done, right? There is no alignment, there is no hierarchy in the designs itself. Everything looks, even the background color is uh, very hard to see, right? It making some of the elements, like if you see this cyan color notifications are like very hard to see, right? So these are the problem with the level 1 UI designer. Let's say if we just make some of the alignments better, okay, so you'd see, okay, this is kind of a level 2 designer. So what he has done basically, he has created a pretty well designed icons. Okay, still there is a background color, okay, which making this particular icons hard to read. There are multiple font sizes also, like if you see this upcoming, the size is same but the font are different. Like this is condensed and this is like uh, more wider, I would say. Then if you can see over here, join meeting is not middle align, awaiting is not middle align. There is no hierarchy in a way, like everything looks like floating in the air. Like if you see the spacing of this particular profile picture from the left and the spacing from this now, even the now and today are not aligned, and from the right side it is again, you get the idea. It's somewhat better than level 1, but it's still not good, right? You don't want to be on this level. Okay, so let's up this game. Okay, let's go to level 3. So in the level 3, what is done? This looks much cleaner because the background color, that unnecessary pink, blue and all is not there. It's a white. Then you can see the font size are, they've used font size this condense. It's not really going with the with each other, right? Then if you see the proportion over here, like over here, if you see the plus icon is smaller, then these profiles are bigger, right? There's a problem. Then this radius is not matching with the button wala thing, button radius itself, right? And then there is a misalignment over here also, like this Angelina. Let's see, like this Angelina, the baseline is not aligning with the profile picture itself. Okay, so this guy has done something good, but it's still not there, as in it's not the uh, final design that the developer that you might want to go to your users, right? Okay, so like you can just read this text also, and you will get to know what are the problems, but by just looking at the image also, we kind of figuring out what are the problems they are there. Okay, so over here also they have added as in some of the problems. Okay, so let's up this game. Let's go to level 4. Okay, so when we go to level 4, you can see like things are pretty much aligned in a way. The font is readable over here. What else it has been changed? I think there is a contrast over here, in a better contrast, I would say. And but here the spacing are not, it seems like this spacing, if I go over here, like you can see there is overlap. So spacing are not clear. The color as it looks good in a way. This particular join meeting, then the read report. It's not like read report is in some different color, join meeting in some different color. It looks like this is the primary action that the designers, the users might want to take. Okay. Then the spacing overall is not consistent. Like if you see above your teammates and upcoming appointments above it, it's not consistent in a way, right? What are the other problems? Now the radius is matching, this looking good. Let's see here, button icon too thin. Okay, this arrow is too thin, it seems, right? We're not able to get that. Even the contrast is not good. I wouldn't say this color is that the better job that the designer has done. Okay, but it could have been better. Like this is not accessible reading white text on the green background, right? But the overall alignment looks much better. Okay, let's now go to the expert level. Now if we see, not only he just have added icon, he have specified the touch target over here. Like this is the touch target. Maybe if we would have a Figma file of this and we would hover on this particular element, we would get, okay, this is the touch target. And I think the touch target would be 44 by 44 or 48 by 48. So this is why I'm saying 44 by 44, 48 by 48, because this is as per the respective platform guidelines. Can you guys tell me which one, like there are two OS, right? iOS and Android. Which OS suggests 44 by 44 as a minimum tappable height, and which OS suggests the 48 by 44, 44 48 by 48 as a minimal tappable size? Tappable size in the way, let's say if I'm creating an icon, okay, let's say this is the screen. If I have to click, if I want user to click on this, let's say pencil icon, I should indicate the touch target so that developer would know I have to provide this much area for this icon to be clickable, this icons to be clickable. Okay. Uh, yeah, Devi has written iOS suggests 48 by 48. Okay, so it's the other way around. Actually, iOS suggests that 44 by 44 should be the touch target, and Android says 48 by 48 should be the touch target. But usually what I have seen other apps do is like they usually take 50 by 50 straight away as a touch target. So their icons looks, their buttons looks bigger also, and looks good as in. There's no harm in that. It's just that the minimum size should be 44 by 44. That's it. It doesn't mean that your icon has to be always 44 by 44 size. Your visible area can be like over here, the visible area for this 17 is the smaller, but the touch target is bigger over here, right? Over here as well, like the touch target for all of these things has been specified. This is the level of detailing you should do if you are on the level 5, if you want to become a level 5 designer. Okay, so here if you see all the spacing are good. Now you can see the text is also readable. It's not white on the green, it's black on the green, so it is fairly visible, as in it's giving a better contrast ratio. Then all these things are proportionated. The hierarchy is also there right now, like you would directly know, okay, this is Thomas Lawrence, and if you want to join meeting, you can just click on join meeting and it will get started. There is an indicator also, like earlier design I have seen just the color has been added, but like there are people who are not able to differentiate between two colors also, which have, let's say, similar on the similar brightness level and all. So for them, having this distinct element is easier for them to understand, okay, on which tab they are on. Okay, so this level 5 designer has taken care of that as well. Okay, so this is where uh, I think all of us should be on this particular skill level. Okay, whenever we are providing our design development ready version, we should be taking care of all of these things. Yeah, there is a level 6 also. Yeah, this is where it gets more interesting, right? We have seen these levels, level 5, level 3, level 1, but where is the magic? Okay, so you can add the magic by adding some micro interactions, like adding some screen transitions or beautiful animations. So when you add of these things, it provides some wow factor. Use Crade app. I would suggest download the Crade app. Just see how their UI looks, works. They add a lot of animation into that, and it just creates that personality for the company. Like when you say Crade, you usually make payments with the Crade app, but they have made it much more in a fun way. Okay, and if you see Google app, Google also have added some of the animation there. It gives a different personality. So that is like a level 6 designer would do. Whenever he's shipping something, you might want to add some meaningful micro interaction, not interaction just for the sake of adding it, meaningful micro interaction, right? Then the screen transition, your screen has the screen to screen transition also has to be very natural, right? So when you click on something, if the screen is coming from the right side, it has to slide from right. If the screen is coming from the bottom, like it's like a pop-up model window, then it has to be those kind of interaction. It wouldn't be like the screen is as a bottom sheet, but it is coming from the right side. It would not look natural, right? Something is coming from bottom, when you close it should go to the bottom as well, right? That is like having meaningful screen transitions. Then of course beautiful animation, you might want to get user attention to something, so you can add some meaningful animation. By adding this becomes like expert level UI designer would usually do that. Usually we try to do the developer handoff with the level 6 designs. Okay, so that developers understand what is the scope for their design, their development, and they can incorporate all the things that you have imagined. Okay, let's see good versus bad UI. uh, it is important to understand what is bad UI so that actually you won't make those mistakes and you'll always create a good UI. So You can see pointless inconsistency in your UI element. Like if you see, there are the two articles. One is having the this kind of a treatment to the title text. For the next article, they have some faded colors. For the same title, the treatment is different. There is this is like pointless inconsistency. Like this has to be very consistent because they're same thing. So here you can see like even the image over here was like in a box. Over here it is H to H. So you don't want to do that, right? We know why you should not do the pointless inconsistency. Is the same thing that has been written. Okay. Using the default drop shadow. So if you're using Figma, if you just turn on the drop shadow, it will show you some harsh drop shadow. You don't want to use that particular. You want to customize the shadow for. So if you see over here, the level 6 designer would not just add a black shadow because they want to show that this button is elevated and the background is somewhat bluish or maybe white, but it will always cast a shadow with a tint of blue and black, right? So it's not just a gray shadow that you would see, it's a bluish black or a bluish gray shadow that you would create, right? To create a realism into those buttons. Distinguishing between primary and secondary button. So like if you see these two UI, obviously the second one looks much more easy to comprehend, right? Like you get email address and password and then you know this is the button that you should be hitting. Whether over here email ID password, okay, this is like some uh, matka that you would have to play which one to click on that. Okay, so you'll always have a hierarchy in your designs. So the hierarchy is the primary one is on the top, and then there is other option that has been suggested, which is similar to this one, like login and sign up is like kind of a same level of actions in a way. But the forgot password is different species of action itself. It's not related to login, and so it shouldn't be matching with those. The text treatment shouldn't be matching, or the button treatment shouldn't be matching with the either of these two. That's why we usually have the primary button, secondary button, and tertiary button, and we usually specify where to use the primary, where to use the secondary, and the tertiary. So that becomes helpful for user to easily understand your UI. Same thing as in if you give try it and buy it on the same treatment, if I give, most of the user will have will just wait over here and they'll have to really take the decision very consciously, like whether they have to click try it or buy it. But over here it is like the primary is the suggested one. Okay, if this is what I'm going to do, okay, make me buy it. If I don't want, okay, no thanks uh, is what the button says. Okay, they are the treatments are over different over here. That's why the decision making becomes easier for user. Lack of text hierarchy. So if you see over here, like in these two screens, like everything is on the same level, right? डिजाइनर को एक फॉन्ट साइज मिला है, उसने जस्ट कॉपी पेस्ट करके सब जगह पे डाल दिया. इट डज नॉट प्रोवाइड अ easy, it does not provide any hierarchy for user. As a designer, you are guiding users eyes. Okay, so if you see this particular design, it says hi Siba or something like that, welcome home, this is the album name, this is the artist name. So there is a hierarchy in between this. For here if you see, it looks like a higher hear me now Alok Ziba is the title of the song, it seems like, right? So there is, if whenever you add any hierarchy, it will be beneficial for user. And there has to be meaningful hierarchy. It shouldn't be like new song top पे है तो इसको थोड़ा सा और बड़ा कर दिया, and popular नीचे है तो उसको छोटा कर दिया. There has to be meaningful hierarchy. Just go ahead, alignment, yeah. So if you see over here, the title is started from center alignment and then the body text is left alignment. You see there is something is wrong, it looks wrong, right? If you're following center alignment, you follow the center alignment. If you are following the left alignment, follow the left alignment. If you are creating apps for, let's say, Middle East, where the languages are read from the right to left, then you might follow the right alignment strategy, right? So depending on the context, but you will always follow one alignment hierarchy, specifically within a group. Okay, these two texts creates a group, so all the elements should be aligned in a same manner. Okay, low contrast to high contrast. Okay, if you see over here, there's no contrast. Where to look first? Maybe you will see Augusta F first, and that's it. Okay, but over here, if you see, the bottom navigation have some good contrast with the profile icon is lighted up. Okay, the level 6 designer would always also keep a bar or something like that to distinguish between this thing. And then here you will be able to distinguish between what is this icon. Over here it is hardly visible, so this is a very bad contrast that has been used over here. Okay, so over here you will be able to get the profile picture. If it is not there, then the human icon is there. User usually guessed it like a profile picture that I would see over here, right? And the profile setting, I think hamburger icon has been eliminated by this design, it seems. But this is about the low contrast itself. Let's go ahead. Confusing forms. Okay. Let's say user is typing a password and he, let's say, made some error. Okay. But if you just say this is error, user might not be able to get what is the problem with this thing. Okay. So usually provide more context, and you also color like over here the red color has been used to depict that everything is error, so user can easily understand, okay, this is the field that have to change. Okay, it also provides more information regarding, like, the password is incorrect. If you don't remember password, reset it over here. So it is more helpful. More, this you would say this is clean, but this is not usable in a way. Okay, most of the user will drop out from this screens itself, but here it is more hand holding. It is more easier to comprehend for user. Poor touch target on mobile and tablet. Like if you see the cross button, if you have very small cross button, and even if you don't give a touch target, proper touch target, user will have a hard time to click on these buttons. Okay, let's say there are some of the cases, like let's say your app is going to launch worldwide. You have to take into consideration, consider the people from various races, right? The people from let's say, like the like those people who have very fat fingers in a way. Okay, so they will have hard time clicking on this particular icons. Okay, this looks like even the normal person will also have a hard time to click these icons, but you don't want to do that. You always want to design a utility icon keeping the spacing or the clickable area in mind. Okay, of course the visibility as well. The next is effective use of color and hierarchy. Yeah, so if you have a dialog box, if you just put it in the same text, user will have a hard time. Okay, do I have to read all of those things and then create, and then are this even button also? Are these even clickable and all of this? These are the things will get in user's mind, rather than over here, okay, create new job. Okay, if I want to know more about creating new job, then I might read this. Or if I know, I get the slight idea, okay, creating new job will create the new job, let's say. I would click on the create. If I don't want, I'll click on the cancel. So it is much more easier to understand than this one. Okay, so this is bad UI, this is a good UI. Like communicating error. Okay, now the email ID is, there is a problem with the email ID. So you should basically talk in that vicinity of the email ID itself, rather than talking on to the top of the page, and then again not denoting which is the, where is the problem, which field I have done wrong or something. Making user read that thing is I would say it's like a criminal. Like you always want to give some hint to the user itself. Like your design should talk much more than the text itself. Like having this in a vicinity of each other, like we saw the proximity principle, because they are in each other's proximity, they creates connection, right? And that's why you get to know just by looking at it, there is some problem with the email field. Okay, and this problem is denoted over here itself. And your eye also follow a natural movement reading this and then this rather than moving up and down over here. Let's see the next one, delete account. Okay, so if you see this, if you provide a text in this particular format compared to in a bullet points, right? This is much more easier to comprehend. You'll permanently lose profile, message, photos. Do you really want to delete this account? Over here, delete account, okay. I don't know what I'm going to lose, but I don't want to, surely don't want to read all of this text. So I might cancel this, let's say. Or maybe I just delete account and then I'll get to know, okay, I think my photos also are got deleted, something like that. So always present your data in easy to understand manner. Let's do some fun stuff. We have seen this. Okay, there are some of the things like this is the example of progressive disclosure. Okay, this is the wrong example. This is the bad design. Let's see what is the good design. So if you see over here, it is concise. It is not unnecessary talking about the remember my info and all of those things. If user, whenever user clicks on this, then only the mobile field and all will be visible for user. If user haven't clicked, no need to show all this information, right? So that is progressive disclosure. It makes user understand the important thing, concentrate on those things and move ahead. Okay, then we have seen this consistency, contrast. Yeah, this is the another example of proximity. So if you have seen like Swiggy or other app, you might see something like menus in this particular way. But if you put it in this way, it is in a way kind of hard to understand, okay, which are the pizzas that are available or burgers that are available and all of this. But if you categorize them well with a proper proximity, okay, then you will be able to know, acha, burger, these are about the burgers. Okay, these is about the pizzas, right? You get the difference visually itself, right? Let's say this is like a, let's say, contact of, let's say, Sam Flick. But if you show it in this particular manner, like the proximity looks like everything is different itself. But if you just adjust the proximity, it starts to make sense, right? Like who is the founder, who is co-founder, visual designers. It's easy to go through this data than this data, right? The proximity is always helpful. Be mindful about the proximity in the design elements on your screens. Let me just show you. Yeah. So this is an example of a really bad UI. So here is an example of a really, really bad UI. Okay. There's a lot of text. It says user. What is this? Like there is a typing mistake also. This button says no. What to say no? And if I try to click, this does not click as well. It says please click here, whether you have to click here or go to the next page. Is it a link or not? And if you try to click, nothing would happen. So I'll just provide you this link. There's nothing but somebody has created the really bad design, really bad UI design. You can just try for yourself. And you will able to understand as in how user uh, have to go through when they see the bad design. Okay, all right. Let's see some design trends. Okay, so this is the modern minimal. Modern minimal is the newest, modern and minimalistic. Okay, like every line or the every element are there for certain reasons. There is no extra line, no decoration, nothing in a way. So that is the modern minimalistic GUI, you would say. It's trending right now. You can spot many inspiration from different style in it, but it's okay, all works together. and doesn't exceed the certain level of visual complexity. So if you see all of these UIs, okay, like it will look blur to you because they are on the PowerPoint. Let me just check if I have some of this. No, I think I don't have it over here, but all right. But you get the ideas, right? Like when you see this UI, they are minimal, right? And because they are minimal, they look very modern. And a lot of app are following this particular UI trend, modern and minimal, right? Even if you see iOS and Google, all the elements on the screen are there for a reason, and nothing fancy about any particular element. Fancy, I mean to say nothing decorative in a way, just for the sake of decoration. Okay, like next is again minimalism and simplification. Okay, so take a look at the most. I think there is a. It's not like a concrete, like when we say modern minimal and minimalism and simplification. These are just the words. Whenever you see some of the website, you will directly get, okay, this looks minimal. This maybe looks modern. Okay, this looks very simple. Okay, because they might be sharing some of the tenant. One of the tenant is nothing is extra. As in, when I say extra, everything is there for certain reason. Okay, so leading tech companies and uh, like this is Apple website. This is I think Meta. This one is I don't know. This one is Clary. So you can see over here, it is very minimal, very to the point. Nothing decorative about over here, right? Usually use some products and all of those things. Achha, this is Revolut, not Apple. Felt like Apple, no? Okay. So year by year, this trend is getting bigger and bigger, and more brands are using it, starting to use it. Mostly because the minimal, whenever you have a minimal design, it's easy to comprehend. User understand where to go and what to do, rather than having lot of elements on the screens. Okay, less is more. That is the funda they follow. Next is brutalism. Brutalism embraces flat design, strong outline, contrasting colors, bold typography, and real life photography. However, this is new iteration of brutalism forgoes one of its main defining factor, the seemingly absent grid. Okay, usually these designs does not follow any particular grid. Okay, they are basically random in a way. Currently, it use all of the other traits, but conforms to conforms to a more standard layout often seen in the other designs. Right? So if you can see over here, Gumroad, this is Figma's website. Okay, or here some of the website you can see the color they are using. I don't know, this comes in the brutalism or more in minimal, but it can be minimal and brutalism at the same time. Like brutalism usually share some of the links as well, like without anything in a way. I think I might have some of the examples. Let me just check. Yeah, let's go to Chrome. Yeah, okay. So here I'll show you. This is like the okay. If you just see this website, there is nothing. Like it is in a way brutally honest, I would say. Is it's like to the point, nothing extra. Like these are the music videos, commercial info, that's it. And website be done. Okay, let's see if some of the websites are live. Yeah, see, this is one of the website. Does not following any specific grid or the any conventional grid system over here, right? Everything is in red color, red and gray and all of those things. Okay, all product. See, everything is red, and there is nothing extra in these websites also, right? But they will just make something like using red color is like Everything is in red, no hierarchy, highly brutal it seems, right? It's like a designer is adamant, I am not going to use any color other than red or this gray. And it has its own charm to it as in. See, another example of brutalism. All are links itself. There is nothing extra, nothing is brutally. They just want to show the information in the bullet point itself. Nothing else. Even they have provided some of the like this particular element, like the signature, and just overlapping on the text itself. Okay. So you get the idea about the brutalism. Once you go through all of this website, you will get okay what is brutalism is, and whether you will just decide whether you want to use it this way. If the company is your organization's uh, nature is of this particular kind, then you can create, or you maybe you can create your portfolio if you want to showcase in a this particular way, right? All right, let's see the next. Yeah, glass morphism, glass inspired element. So you would see even the like this is Apple iPhone where you would see a lot of gradients. Now, if you have seen the artificial intelligence like Apple Intelligence, they've used a lot of gradients. Looks like a polished glass, uh, the Siri elements and all of those things. So mostly the glass has been used over here, and all the colors and the reflection are very realistic, true to the life, and looks very modern, like very new and fresh. Okay, so this is glassomorphism. There's a background blur, semi-transparent object like card, watercolor, glass-looking spheres, and more from native elements in Mac OS Big Sur and Windows 11. Yeah, Windows also got back their glass element into their system, which was earlier there in Windows. I think yeah, uh, Windows 7 had. I think whenever you have to whenever you used to click on start icon, it used to come in glass. I think Windows Vista had morphism for you. Next is Aurora backgrounds. Like whenever you use this backgrounds, the gradient backgrounds and all, like more like Aurora, like this is like the then we can call it like this is the trend basically. It's not uh, more towards the glass morphism also, like over here. So what are the tenets of it? Subtle, colorful, blurred, splashes of colors, look very friendly and organic, and definitely more visually attractive. Those splashes can be used as an entire background or just an emphasis under some of the important UI element. So you can use these elements, you can create a beautiful, like you guys were saying, you have to create some uh, poster, right? You can actually use any of these styles and you can create the posters, right? This is you can use it as an inspiration, and you can mention it in your assignment also. Whenever you are provided with the assignment, it's a good practice to always write the rationale also besides it. It's not in any company also. I think it just you might just say feel like it's just a poster that you have to show, but it's not about the poster. Uh, they are going to evaluate on your thought process, so you should write the thought process over there. Okay. In companies also, whenever you are working on the UX project, always you'll have to create a working backward document. Working backward is like user-centric document that you'll have to create, where you will be mentioning your design decisions, the rationale behind it, and all of those, right? So always make habit of these things. Okay, next one is holographic and neon. So you can see lot of neon color has been used. You can see this blue gradient over here, like there's some light coming out of neonish light over here. There's a uh, gradient that has been used, looks more like a gelatin, silver gelatin paper, right? Over here there are some of the I wouldn't say like the holographic uh, perception that is coming out of this particular poster, it says. And these are the wallpaper. Here only you can see how the neon color has been used. Over here as well, the blue, the pink, the gradient between them. Okay, this cyber hollow neon trend seems to fit well into era of metaverse, VR, and hologram interface. Designers are getting inspired by all the new possibilities that the virtual worlds have to offer. Vibrant glowing colors, abstract round shapes, hologram looking textures are typically for this. So some of you can take this as an inspiration for your posters and create a holographic neonic designs. Okay, then there's eco-conscious cardboard style, so you can see all the like more of a pastel earthen colors that has been used in the design, gives the eco vibe, like more cardboard like, more earthen like. It says we as a consumer are getting more and more eco conscious every year. It looks like you can incorporate that eco look and feel into digital products. Backgrounds are usually grayish to resemble the recycled cardboard. Typography is minimal in style. Contrast is high. Colors are quite strict and seem dimmed. No cute 3D object. Okay, this time. This style embraces real life photography. Okay, whenever you're using this eco-conscious cardboard style, you will try to use more real life images, okay, textures and as well as doodles. Wild typography. This is uh, like from last 1 or 2 years. This has been also trending. Like the typography is getting more and more fancier. So you who must have seen some of this website, I don't know. I have seen this one and the last one itself. Last one is, I don't know which company it is, but I had seen it on the awards.com. I would also give you that. This is good for the inspiration. It's called awards.com. I think some of you might be knowing. When you go to this awards.com, it's like usually the best sites all over the world get featured on this particular websites. So you can just go over here. They also have some of the like every day this will be changing, as in every new website will be on the would be trending over here. Okay. And they also provide some educational blogs also where they talk about some of the design trends and all. So this is also highly recommended. Okay. So in wild typography is you can see in that how the typography has been used with the artwork itself. Like over here, this is like serif font, but in a different way it has been designed. Like you can see some image behind the fundraising text itself. And here also very cool font, right? More looks trippy. Claymorphism, like everything looks like made out of clay. There's a white clay. Wherever you would be showing your mocks and all, you can use this style. There are some icons also that has been getting used, like emojis, memojis, and all of those stuff in a clay-like format, right? This also been trending. Like everything is 3D. I put 3D, not real life 3D, but in between the realistic and the cartoonish. Yeah, neomorphism. This is the style I had seen in the app, which is the Cred launch for the very first time. The first version they had created was in neomorphism. They had used the black theme, and it was trending at that time. Nowadays, I don't see any particular app using the neomorphism, but this also looks very tactile. and it has a very newness to it itself. Like, it's not really skeuomorphism. Skeuomorphism is where, if you remember the first iPhone that was introduced, everything was like more closer to realistic. Like if you see the notepad was actually looking like a notepad itself. Even the calculator was like a realistic calculator. Let me just show you, like, iOS calculator app, which is inspired from Brown. Yeah. So in 2007, when they had launched the iPhone, the calculator app was looking like this. It was more closer to the realistic version. So this is called as a skeuomorphism. In 2018, it became very flat. Like, so here there is no 3D-ness to it in a way. So this is skeuomorphism, but this particular trend is called as neomorphism. All right. So we saw some of the design trend. You can use this trend, and maybe it will be helpful for in your poster design activity, uh, that way. Okay. Let's see some wireframe and UI fidelities. Okay. First of all, what is wireframe? As we have seen, as in the templatization of your, okay, let's not say it in that particular manner. Okay. Wireframe is a tool that designers use to represent clear view of a page structure. Okay. Basically, the wireframe is a blueprint of your UI design. Okay. A blueprint of your UI design. So they're from low fidelity to high fidelity. This each level serves a different purpose. Okay. So if I just search for the wireframes, I go to images, and you would see like these are the wireframes. Okay, this is low fidelity wireframe. It's usually at the starting of your uh, concept designing. You might just use pen and paper. You don't want to just waste your time creating this a bit mid fidelity wireframes and all. You just want to quickly test out your ideas. You will use this low fidelity wireframe, and then maybe you can go to high fidelity, and then you can add colors and all to create the final design, high fidelity designs. Okay. So that is called wireframe. So you can see over here, this is the final design. So this is like a blueprint of your design. These two things are like exactly this will get translated into your design. So here just you are making the design decision where to put the search bar. Should we put it on the top? Should we put it on the bottom? You should be showing some statistic over here. This is for the specific app uh, context. Okay. Then you might want to show some of the bus option or the travel option and all of those things. And there will be the navigation, bottom navigation icons. Let's say you want to keep 3 icons. You just quickly create these 3 circles just to represent that. So this creates a blueprint of your final design in a way. Okay. You can see over here some users use the templates of the phone, and in the templates they draw the screen just put your idea on the table. It's the quickest way to create some prototypes and all, just to test it out with yourself itself or your colleagues, just to know whether it makes sense and all. There's a quick prototypes or quick wireframes. Yeah, I think here is the image also. So it's a low fidelity, mid fidelity, and the high fidelity. High fidelity is like final design, maybe whenever you will be having a developer handoff, at that time you would be always providing the high fidelity prototype. But before you go to the high fidelity, because high fidelity will require more time for each and every element to fine tune, make it pixel perfect and all of this thing. You don't want to lose that much time at the starting of your project itself, right? So you'd be doing the quick wireframes and you can just test it out. In some of the companies where the style guides are there, so you just don't want to create the wireframes in a wireframe. You might have a button ready-made in the design system. You just drag and drop over here, and you can create the wireframe. It does not like your wireframe has to be grayed out or something like that. You just want to build something very quickly without giving much attention to how things are looking like, but how things are placed in a way which makes easier flows for the users. So again, these are like low fidelity, I would say, or mid fidelity, they are saying, and this is high fidelity. Okay, high fidelity wireframes are realistic prototypes that closely resembles the final design of the project. Okay, when to use it, most important, at the end of the design process. Okay, when you need to test complex user interaction, then only. If you want to just test out the flow, you should be good with the wireframes and quickly test out the flow, make changes, test again, and all of those things. Don't get into the final design uh, at the starting of your project, or in the when you are just creating your first draft of the designs. Okay, when you have enough budget, so I think in any which ways, if you don't have enough budget or budget, you have to create the high fidelity design. Without that, developer is not going to accept any designs and move with the development. Okay, and when you have enough time, this is, you won't be having enough time for any project in any company, uh, unless you are just doing a exploratory work, then you might have some time. But for most of the projects, you would want to work on the wireframes first and then move to the high fidelity designs. Prototyping is like when you connect all these screens which you draw in the wireframing stage. When you connect these things, okay, like connecting means when user would click on get started, you would show some screen, there they will click on something, then it will move to the next screen, and so this particular flow is called as a prototyping. And Figma gives you the ability to create the to make transition between screens, and also it will look high fidelity prototype itself. So make yourself friends with Figma or Sketch, whichever the design application that is there to serve your purpose a lot. Let me go back to the previous UI. Huh? So there are plugin for the contrast. What I'm writing, contrast. Yeah. So here is the plugin. So this plugin makes our life much more easier. So if I click on any particular thing, it actually recognizes the color of that element as well as on what background it is, and it gives us this particular contrast ratio. Okay. So as per the guidelines, this is a worldwide guidelines, not iOS, not Android. Some agency worldwide have provided some of the guidelines for the better contrast. Okay. So the threshold is 4.5. Okay. So even if you can see this gray and white, but it is still not accessibility wise good. Okay, so if you want to provide it, make it more accessible, you might want to go see if you can see, as soon as I'm changing the color, the contrast it is getting, like if I'm using this particular color for the large text, then it's good to go, it says AA, right? So AA means good to go. If I'm using it for normal text, then it's no, it fails. Okay, because it is 3.69. When it goes to 4.5, you can see for the normal text, it is, you can use this particular color on the white background specifically. If I change the background, let's say if my background is gray, now if I check, it will still fail. Now this color is also not usable on this specific background. Okay, so same way you will have to basically be more conscious about this accessibility, because this makes your content more legible, more accessible to wider audience. Like imagine as in the Amazon app is used worldwide, and there are so many types of people in the world that have so many problems, right? They might not be able to distinguish between some of the colors. Some people might not be able to see also. Okay, so there has to be voice recognition, screen reader, and all of those things. These, once you read the accessibility guidelines that is provided by iOS and Android, all of this thing will you will know in much more clarity. Okay, because these devices, iOS, even Android, is been used by various kinds of users. In your phone also you must be having accessibility settings, so you can see for the visually impaired there are some setting for those who have ear impairment. For them there are some settings. For those who are like handicaps, they all, for them also there are some settings. You can go through those specifically, and just fiddle around, and just always be mindful about these people also. uh, because in any which ways, if you see business backward also, there are a lot of such kind of people. Okay, so that is business wise also it makes sense. And also, to make your app more accessible for wider audience, it is always useful to go through all of this guidelines.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
Let's start with colors for UI design. Let's just go through the content that is in the slide. Colors are way of generating emotions and have a ability to guide users' attention. Reading it again, colors are way of generating emotions. All the colors that you would use in your design, they would specifically generating some kind of a emotions. In a way, we saw some design themes or design trends as well, right? Brutalism, then glass morphism, and all of those things. The way you use, okay, it's put some impressions on users' cognitive. Okay, they feel something about it. It based on their past experiences also. Let's say if you are using red color, and red color is someone is associating with danger and all of those things. So it is basically generating that particular emotion, right? You might use red color in your posters, or in your design, in your UI design or website, and all of those things. You have to always consider what kind of emotions you are generating throughout this. Maybe you will be using for the brands, right? So brand usually, the brand colors are usually chosen considering this emotional value as well. And also they have ability to guide users attention. So wherever you put the color, okay, if you use too much color, of course it will be, every color will be asking for attention. But when it is white, gray, black, these are the neutral colors. On those neutral color, when you use certain colors, okay, it guides attention. Like when you see this particular slide itself, the notes at the bottom actually drives our attention. We usually don't go for reading all of those things, but our attention usually gets attracted by this post this, I think, sticky notes. So that is how the importance the colors are. So whenever you're using color, it shouldn't be like, okay, I like this one, or let me try this color and all of, no. You have to see what is the purpose behind using that particular color. What are the emotions that you want to invoke when you are using that. When it comes to designing an engaging user interface, color is considered to be most important aspect. Effect of using right colors, color coordinate, the basic experience for web app product, color influence clarity, designing for specific gender, Yeah, this is again like stereotypically we usually associate pink to the girls, blue to boys, something like that. If there are all those colors, then sometimes it gets connected to the LGBT community also. If you are creating something in dark or something, it usually gets perceived as something rich, something expensive, something like that. So there is some certain associations the color already have designing for specific culture. Of course, it's like there are a lot of tribes and all. If you are working on some product which are uh, for creating from for those community, of course, your colors will matter a lot. So let's get into what is 60-30-90 rule. So if you see, the rule states that the color scheme should consist of three colors in the following proportion. Okay. This is 60-30-10 rule, but it's not like if you are following this particular rule, then your design would be having the colors in this particular proportion. But it's not like a rule like it's not like you have to follow this rule, but when you follow this rule on certain level, your design becomes the designs become functional as well as aesthetically pleasing. Functional, when I say, because it actually shows where your 10% accent color you have used, and it gets more visibility or the attention as well. And using this rule, you usually do not try to add too many colors in any particular piece. So let's see how. As per this 60-30-10 rule, 60% should be your 60% color what you would see in your design would be called as a dominant color. The color who will be in a proportion of 30% will be called as a secondary color, and for the 10% it is called as an accent color. It is again 10%, but it is the most important color also. Let's see how to apply this particular. Okay, you have to choose your dominant color. That again, choosing of any particular color usually would come from your brand colors, maybe your audience. Why I'm saying audience, let's say, because dominant color might be white, might be black. So you have to always think about your color. Like Crade is using black color as their dominant color. Okay, it's like a black theme completely. So because they are seeing the value of that particular as a premium or the most elite, and such kind of values that we saw. So know your audience and know your design goals, and as for that, choose your dominant color. For the secondary color and the accent color, also the same thing. See the color theory, contrast, mood, and all of those things. Again, you will also choose this color from your brand colors itself. Usually the accent color is the is you is your brand color. Okay, or you can use it in that particular way, or maybe dominant color can be your brand color as well. Selection of color based on color scheme. So there are various color scheme. I don't like to go through this page. We'll go through the slides, but I'll like to introduce you with the Adobe color. Okay, let me share my screen again with the browser as well. I'm adding the browser. So what we'll do, okay, let's just go through the slides. We'll come back to it. So monochromatic is the simplest of all color scheme, as each color of the palette is derived from the same hues. I don't know how many of you, okay, let me start with the basic. Let's see the color wheel. Let's understand the color. Let me go to, okay, let's start from the RGB. RGB, you know what is R, G and B? So red, how much amount of red you want, how much amount of green you want and blue you want. If you have these numbers over here, then you usually will get some color. Let's say if you see over here, like maximum amount of red, and this values actually vary between 0 to 255. So if it's only red, then it is like 250 0 0. When you add a little bit green and bit blue, then the value changes. So this is like how you create some colors or something like. Usually I don't use this to create a color. I use HSB. Anyone know what is HSB? Hue, saturation, and blur. Somebody said brightness. So when you say hue, let me just make this. So black is the color which doesn't have any hue. The hue doesn't matter because there is no brightness itself, because brightness is 0. Brightness is like we can throw a light and the brightness value will increase. So it's here, you can see from black to white, we are throwing more and more light, and the moment comes when it's completely white where there is a maximum light. What is saturation? Okay, let's see first use. This particular bar from green, from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, cyan, blue, magenta, and again comes to red. This is the bar is called as hue. Hue is the basically the shades of colors. So let me, if I go over here, it's a shades of color that you have with you. Okay, you can choose any of this color and you can see over here the hue value is getting changed. Nothing else is getting changed, right? So this is hue. So when they say now the definition, if you read, as the each color of the palette is derived from the same hue. Same hue means the hue is constant over here. Let's say if I go for the blue thing, if I keep this constant and if I change these colors, okay, मुझे इसके भाई मिल जाएंगे. Let's say if I change this particular, let's say if I just change the saturation, तो ये देखो ये इसका ही भाई लग रहा है ना. As in it's not a different color we usually say. In day-to-day life, when we say color, we usually say, as a designer we can use this term, but what I have seen in designers also use the color terminology itself, like the color kaun sa hai, color change karo. And if they have to say something about the change in the change in certain values, like thoda dark karo, light karo, या थोड़ा saturate करो, unsaturated करो, then they are talking about this S and B. So if I remove the brightness, it's like I'm taking out the light, then it will go in the. So saturation means is the horizontal axis. You can see if I go 0, 0 is towards white, as in it is unsaturated. It's like if you are painting and you have to take a color on your, so you might add some more color add करते करते एंड एक टाइम आ जाएगा आपका पूरा कलर उसमें आ जाए. ओके, सो दिस इज लाइक अ सैचुरेशन. थोड़ा और पानी डालोगे तो इट माइट गेट अनसैचुरेटेड और something like that. In a way, it might not go to this level कि the complete hue gets vanished. Just know this terminology, not the terminology, know this concept. Okay, your horizontal axis is your saturation. Saturated color hai means it is towards the right. When the color is more, basically the hue is, when there is unsaturated, it's like that color has been taken out. Like in brightness we are taking out light, in saturation we are taking out color. And the brightness, you guys know by now, 0 means कोई light ही नहीं है उसके ऊपर. And as soon as you throw light, let's say थोड़ा saturation भी add करते हैं, as soon as you throw light it becomes brighter, as soon as you remove light it becomes darker. Okay, so you get it, hue, saturation and brightness. Monochromatic, this is the basic funda I have told you. So when you talk about monochromatic, the hue remains the same and the saturation value only changes, saturation and brightness. And when we say analogous color, the analogous color palette is designed with picking up colors with low contrast value of the same vibrancy. Okay, now they are talking about a contrast value, low contrast value, and the same vibrancy. It is harder to understand this particular definition, but let me now introduce you to this particular website. Are you guys, all of you are able to see this? This is very important. If you see, if I go to monochromatic, this color will beautifully represent what is monochromatic. So it is in the same hue, it's picking up the brightness and saturation value एक ही line में लगे हैं सारे. That's why I say it's like भाई भाई है. So this is the good visualization of the monochromatic, what is monochromatic colors. Okay, this color will works than what we have it in next C analogous colors. Okay, ये इसके, these are like the neighboring colors. If you see like this, दो left में दो right में, so these are like neighboring color. And if we move this, we usually get their analogous colors. So this is a good visualization of the analogous. And when we say monochromatic, it's in same line, same hue. If we go to analogous, it's a neighboring colors. Okay, let's just see this examples also of the website. So you can see only one color is there. Okay, not one color, I would say there are some variation in hues and bright, but it is more of a, we will say usually ये पूरी red में है. This is how your monochromatic website will look, and this is how your analogous website will look like. So if you see, there are some colors are in the same like the neighboring colors. I wouldn't say like they are neighboring in a way, but like the hues of the blue and this, like over here, I don't know if it is black or the darker or the Persian blue or something like that. It would be, those colors are analogous, and over here this pink and this magenta are basically analogous. If you just try to recreate this, let's say I don't know iska I got the hex code for one. Let me add that hex code over here. अरे कुछ चेंज ही नहीं हुआ, क्या हो रहा है ये कलर तो बना ही नहीं. Okay, so more in the darker. So you see like this sky blue color is not getting over here because it's not the analogous color of that. So they are not talking about this being analogous. They are talking about this particular this color, then the links, and in when it come to magenta, this pink and these colors are analog. Okay, but it's creating a very different effect on the screen itself. Let's go to next complementary color. I would say this is like a lovebirds. These colors complement each other. They're opposite colors. अभी lovebirds मान दो यार enemy मान. It is like that. So let's see complementary colors. Okay, थोड़ा सा brightness इसमें बढ़ा देते हैं. Dark से ज़्यादा white में. And I don't want this many colors. दो देख लेते हैं ना light में and ये. अच्छा, it might not work. Maybe से. Actually इनके ही use करने पड़ेंगे. So when it's a complementary, so you can see like yellow a purple कैसे complementary opposite color in a way. So this is like this orange and blue, red and green, like blue and purple. Red and green, some like if you are using red and green, it has become very difficult. If you have a green background and if you have a red text, it will be very trippy in a way. Okay, and same and vice versa. If you have red background and if you are using this green color, it will be trippy. So be careful when you're using the complementary color. So here it is like the complementary, the blue and orange usually goes well with each other. That's why they're there, but it's not the story with the red and green. Even the pink and this particular green does not go well, or neither this. You can see over here that it seems like very stark dark shadow coming over here because they are complementary, but the orange and blue usually go hand in hand. Then there is a triad. So this is triad, looks like it's kind of a love triangle. So you can see red, green and orange are in a triad. So this is a good visualization actually. When you have to select a color theme which is of a triadic type, you can visualize this particular image to understand what is triad is. The triadic color scheme is designed with three colors which are placed equidistance from each other on the color wheel. Over here it is shows in the and over here, yeah, this is mostly for music, like not mostly. Over here it's album art and all the music player design created using triadic. Even the images, those who have the triadic colors looks really beautiful. So whenever you see such certain kind of way, you can guess it. Okay, it is following this particular triadic theme. That is why it is beautiful. That also we need to understand. So you can basically understand why it is in a way. All this color scheme looks very beautiful. But using these schemes, you can actually, if you have any particular color, you should choose it based on these schemes itself. So you'll get a very good combination, very to create a particular design or to convey your message in a way. Let's go to style guides and designs. So, what is style guide? The style guides are comprehensive manuals that define the visual language and design guidelines for a brand or product. So, usually the style guides are also referred as brand guidelines, or they usually find it in the brand manuals. And you can get all of this style guides brand manual from like the brand kit or brand guidelines. They are online and a lot of companies usually share that. Okay, so you can see from Apple, you can see from Google, Zomato, Uber. I've basically studied their how they basically showcase their brand colors, values, do's and don'ts, how to use it, not to use it, all the guidelines and all. Suggest you guys also refer whenever you get into any particular organization for, let's say, UI UX design or for any particular, you should always read their brand guidelines. So from the brand guidelines, you will be better be able to know the brand, their voice, their thought process, and those you can actually use it for whatever the work that you would be doing. I usually say it for not only to the marketing or the design team, but also to the employees who are the general employees, let's say sales team. If they are communicating with the customers, okay, they need to know what are the brand guidelines, how they need to showcase their logos in their presentation. I've seen lot of sales and like general employees of the company using the logos and colors in a bizarre way. Like they will squeeze the logo, they will just try to adjust it somewhere in the corner or something on their presentation, and it looks really ugly and all of those things. Okay, so I usually suggest everyone to go through the brand guidelines whenever they are joining the company. I could do it because I was I was the design manager in a startup. So in startup, it is becoming easy to control all of this. But in bigger organization, given a chance, always advocate for this. They outline the rules and standard for various design elements such as typography, color scheme, spacing, imagery, and more. Okay, spacing usually between the logos and all of those, not between your the text size and all. Usually, you can add that as a, in the brand guidelines, but in the design kit, you usually find about the paragraph spacing and the content left and right margins and all those. But the style guide is specifically about your brand colors and all. So there is one like this the thing that you see on the top is it is more you usually see in the brand guidelines. But not only this, I think there are it has to be highly comprehensive. If you say about the style guide, then yes, like these things will be in the style guide. And this is basically the primary steps of creating any particular brand. Okay, once you have the style guide, then you can basically provide it to your UX designer, graphic designer, marketing, and everywhere in a way. So let's see the components of style guide. You will usually have the color palette. So color palette, again, you will define what is primary color, where to use it, how to use it, where not to use it, and all of those things. Secondary colors, accent color, all of those things. Like your documentation has to be thorough. We'll see some of the documentation in the from the famous companies. We'll see the material design guidelines we are going to see. So we'll analyze their style guides. Typography rules, the font families that to use, when to use, for what styles to use, like for heading, which one will you use, for subheading, for titles, subtitles, body text, captions, and all of those things has to be part of your style guide. Layout and grid. Usually, this style guide is getting extended when the brand guidelines get extended to the UX UI designer usually add these things as well. The layout and grid, not only for the website but for the email that you would send. For those also you would set the grid. Those also layout and grids we usually put it in the style guide so that whenever the new designer joins, he does not have to start from scratch. He can, these are the things that are ready to start their design so that it looks cohesive. Logo usage, again, here is a Spotify, this is a screenshot from the Spotify brand guidelines. So you can see the spacing and all they have mentioned. Okay, so this is how they have to use everywhere in a way, whether it be any particular banner, whether it be billboard or anywhere. Okay, this is the rules that is set by the designer of the style guide. Okay, minimum spacing, how to use it, basically how not to use it, like the misuse, all those cases you should I think Spotify have branding and guidelines. So here you will be able to see how to use it, how not to use it, and all of. Same way, not only Spotify, I have seen a lot of like Zomato brand guide. So you'll see a PDF itself. Like this is how the brand guidelines gets written in a way. Okay, what fonts to use, how to use it, and whenever you'll see their communication, you will always see, okay, they had mentioned this in their brand. Okay, this Zomato one was very small, as in usually people do very comprehensive brand guidelines. Like these are some of the guidelines I have basically have seen earlier in a way. Okay, so they have various types of services they have, right? So for all those services, different languages. Like I have seen the Amazon was very comprehensive, right? Because Amazon have lot of product from Prime, from solutions, and there are a lot of services. So their brand guidelines are very comprehensive and the worldwide team usually controls it very like they have a good control on their brand guidelines. So they always they always document everything, how to use it and all for, and they provide it to all the Then there is the imagery. So let's say the icon styles, the family of icons that you would use, you would usually add it. So this is kind of a one family only you would see, like the thickness that to use, the roundness, the colors and all of those things. Now next time if you open Phone Pay app, GPay app, or Amazon Pay or Paytm app, you can see the iconography they are having. They all represent the same services, right? You can send money in Google Pay also, in Amazon Pay, Phone Pay, Beam, everywhere, right? But the icon that they show basically tells a lot about their styling and their persona. Even their brand color usually they use in their iconography, and there are various types of iconography as well, like the one that is used for the categories, the one that is used for the navigations, and all of those family usually added in your style guide. Interaction pattern, usually this interaction pattern are part of the design kit, not the style guide, but in this PPT they have added it. Or so some of the companies usually add this thing in their style guides, but otherwise usually you see these things in their design kits. Okay, so buttons, navigation, forms, इसको style guide में क्यों डालना है यार बटन तो. Yeah, sometimes the marketing team also requires the button styles and all of those things, so maybe yeah, the style guides becomes part of those things. Like the buttons and navigation becomes part of the style guide also. Benefits of using style guide: consistency, unified brand identity, collaboration, adaptability. Collaboration is the key basically. If you're, because you don't want, like in a company there will be like hundreds of designers, right? And they cannot design what they want like on a random basis. So when you have a strong style guide and design kit, it's like the every screen becomes synergic, every marketing outlet becomes synergic with what their user perceive on their day-to-day basis. Like if you see the example of Swiggy, the way their app looks, the way their communication outside, like the marketing communication, advertising communication, looks very cohesive, right? It is because of the style guide and brand guidelines. So it's good for collaboration, adaptability, efficiency. You can start, you don't have to start from scratch, right? You can just take out from your style guide the brand guidelines, and you can start with the design. Onboarding, brand equity, like brand equity is like the way brand uh, get perceived by users. Like there is a value in it, there's an equity in it. Error reduction, effective marketing, and recognition. Recognition is again whenever you see whenever you see maybe like whenever you see any particular element of the particular brand getting used anywhere, you can your mind basically quickly recognize which kind of a brand it would be. So there is the recognition, all the colors and all of those things plays a big role in the recognition. We'll just see this design system also. Yeah, I think there are two things, and then we'll see the design. Okay, so what is design system? Design systems are comprehensive framework. We'll just see in a minute also the design system that are there. Comprehensive framework that extend beyond style guide. So what it will have? It will have all of those things. We'll come back to it by including a wide range of design components, patterns, best practices. So it's like an extension of the style guide or the brand guideline. Like if you see, like we saw the Zomato one, right? The Zomato didn't add the components they're using and all of that. Those are part of their design kit or the design system. They just add things about the brand, and that was also for the outside customers, or like for us basically. We are not working for Zomato, so they just want us to know, like if there is if we are using Zomato logo anywhere, what are the things we should consider. So that's it that they have added in the. But usually the style guides are more profound, and the design kits are more like the extension of that. So while style guide focus primarily on visual elements, design system encompass a broader set of guidelines that enhance consistency and efficiency in design and development. So as it says, design and the development also. So what you will have in design system? So all your building blocks, we saw those atom molecules and design the pattern, and then the final design one also, right? So all of those will be part of the design system, okay, from atom to molecules to your component, then your template, and then your final designs also. So editorial guidelines, color schema, grid definition, icons, image assets, this is all always also part of the style guide also. But you will also have templates, UI templates, modules, components, elements, all of those things. And then when you will also write the documentation about it, right? Like if there, as I was saying, the primary button you are using, when to use it, how to use it. So there will be design principles would be there, implementation guidelines would be there, do's and don'ts, editorial guidelines. How many editorial guidelines? Okay, so usually these are the things that incorporate in the design system. The benefits of using a design system: faster design and development, improved collaboration, consistent user experiences, scalability, brand integrity, and accessibility. As in the same we saw in earlier, right? We saw how the collaboration is important over here. The consistent user experience is the one, because if everybody is using the same design system, we will, or the same template for everything, then there will be consistency in the design. Like if you see the search bar, in a way, like search is a kind of a functionality that gets used in various use cases, and you wouldn't want this search functionality. The template of the search should change for everything as per the product. So it becomes that is why it is saying consistent user experiences, not the UI only, but the user experiences. Those template also will get used uh, across the design system. Like if you see Google, they have search bar in almost every product, but it looks and works the same way. Let's see the material design system. Okay, they have the definition for everything. Let's not go with these things. Let's just go to material design system. So now there is a material 3, which is generation 3 of this design system. The material 2 design system is also available, but now we usually use the latest and the greatest. So let me see. I think this is also material design 3 kit itself. So this is what I was telling. You have to go thorough in these things. We'll just download their. We'll just see the few screens over here, and then we'll dive into their style guide. Sorry, design kit. So let's see. We get started. They've added what is material design. We have over here also. The material design is a design system built and supported by Google Designers developer. Okay, this is the regular stuff. It enables personal, adaptive, and expressive experiences from dynamic colors and enhanced accessibility to foundations for large screen layouts and the design token. So, as this is a very big design system, they basically takes care of all types of screens. Okay, from websites to apps to the TV and everything. Okay, so they are here. They have added foundation customization, styles, and components. Okay, go through this. Okay, this is kind of a index itself. It will take you to the final pages. All of this documentation. If I go through it will take a lot of time, because they're talking a lot of thing about the colors, how to use it, when to use it, and all. For the primary color, for the secondary, like in it is in the container it says, but the colors that you should use, it is all documented over here. Then how the system works, they usually starts from the concept of the paper. Okay, if the paper is touching the ground, how it will look. If there is another paper on top of a particular paper, like screen on screen, what should be the shadows and hues that you should use while you are designing from the material design standpoint. All of them have actually added, and how you can customize all of. So this is the new way they are using, like tone based surface. So now when you change the theme of your OS or web, okay, the overall product also gets changed. If you must have seen on their Samsung Tab or Android phones, whenever you make a wallpaper change, the overall UI gets uh, any particular wallpaper or any particular color that they have, it always looks beautiful, it always looks, and it always looks functional. And to make this, even they are providing the options to change the color, how to the functionality, the visual aesthetic, the contrast and all works for all the components. That is what the material 3 is about. Like material 2, it wasn't you were not allowed to change the color of your the theme of your application. But over here, the material 3, if you have the new mobiles, as in new Android OS, which is I think 13 itself, 13 or 14, I think it is running today. So if you have that, you can actually experience this. Okay, to make this all work, like all your settings pages, all your like profile pages, all the pages, it actually gets infused. All the colors or the theme get infused into the widgets that you are using or iconography that you are seeing everywhere. So to handle this particular design system they have created, and they are basically telling us also how to use it, and also that your app also, if it is designed based on a material design 3 guidelines, it will also respond to those color changes. Usually the third party app do not follow these things. So if you would see Facebook app remains as it is. Your let's say even Zomato, Swiggy, and all of these apps remains as it. They do not change their themes and all. But there are some of the apps like usually I have seen in iOS. I don't remember any example from Android, but if you have seen some of the iOS actually take advantages of the OS guidelines, the colors theory, the color themes that they are there, and they actually responds to all the changes that you usually do with the OS, all of those things. But our usually normal apps just go from light mode to the dark. But if you see Instagram app on iOS, it changes drastically. If you are using at night, only your images gets illuminated. All the other components on your on your Figma, sorry, on your Instagram actually gets dimmed out, right? If you have seen this particular thing, it is infused in the OS itself, not only on the Instagram app, but on the OS. What I'm trying to say is, like, if we go to Figma, and where's the Figma app that we were designing? There are a lot of things in the screen itself. Figma components. Okay, let it be. The Figma, the Instagram app that we were designing earlier. In that, what happens? Let's say if this is a Figma only, and this is the image, the only image gets illuminated, it gets brightened, and not the content that is there on the other, like the name of the person, the picture of that particular person, profile image, the comments and all of those things, or the whatever the content that are written over there. Okay, so this is again based on the guidelines that is provided by the iOS OS itself. So we were seeing this material design library. Let me open the material design 2 library also. Okay, let's go to material 2. It's tell you about some of the guidelines, which is what are the changes that is happening. So first thing we saw earlier, like was about the colors. Like the colors, the primary change is the color theming. Now, as I said, as soon as you change the color theme of your app in the settings, okay, the overall look changes from home screen to your buttons on in your settings page and all of those. That wasn't earlier available in the material 3, material 2, but now it is like a new update that is coming with material. The another major change is like the cards that you used to use. See layout, pixel density, component behavior. Let me go to components, and if you see cards, there's some interactive demo. Let me get yeah, this is the one. If you see the elevation part in material 2, as soon as the material, the elevation is between, like, let's say gray is the background and this card is just touching just near to the background. So like if you see over here, this gray thing is like, if it's a side view, it's a black line. Okay, and this card is just above that black line. Okay, this is a side view. Okay, this is the front view. Okay, we see it from the front side or maybe top side, so it is looking like this. But when these cards get elevated, like if this cards goes from here to here, okay, look at the shadow, how the shadow is casing like that, right? It's not hard, there's no hard shadow like this. it is much more spread out on the background. So in the material 2, the elevation or the card that you used to use was had that philosophy. Okay, so something which is touching the ground and something which is, let's say, 4 dp, 8 dp, 16 dp, and likewise it would be in their material design system, but you usually do not have the colors in a way like to show the card is upfront or not. The change that is in material design 3, now there is no longer cards. You go to components, like cards are there, but the elevation is represented in a different way. Like if you see, this is the elevated card, field card, and outline. Let me see, somewhere I have seen their elevation, the guidelines. The hard thing about them, the guidelines is like once you read, it's very difficult to find out the same page again. Now, if you see the difference, like in material 2, it was about the position of the card, okay, with respect to the background over here. Like if it is back, like just touching the background, then it is hard. If it is elevated from the background or there is a distance between the card and the background, if you want to showcase like that, then there was a shadows. Okay, so it's like it can be a pop-up that is coming on to your earlier screen on top of it, so you want to have some distance between those screens itself. So okay, where you how this is how you used to show. With the material 3, the shadow is gone basically. So now if you see, if the card is touching the background, it has some, let's say, uh, some uh, some brightness. Let's say this brightness is, let's say, 99. As soon as the card lifts from the background, it becomes like a bit darker. Okay, so you can see this is bit darker than this one. So this is how the in a minimalistic way the material 3 showcases the uh, proximity from the background. It was here itself. Okay, so this is level 2 and this is level 5, but in material 3 the level 2 is bit darker and the level 5 is much dark. It surfaces through all the components. Now you no longer usually show shadows to represent that it is next to the background or something like that. So it is in this particular way. So now if you see, the white is the background. When it is up over here, it is a bit gray. And when it is, let's say, if you want to have some another element on top of this particular screen, so there is a black overlay, as well as this particular color is basically matching with this gray or bit darker than this particular gray. So this is the change in the elevations that they have. So you can see over here, the shadow, they are also representing in shadow, but for some of the CTAs itself, like the fab icon is still holding the shadow. And as soon as you hover around it, it changes. So these are the cosmetic changes basically that has been happening from the material 2 to material 3. But all of those things like 44 pixel to be the minimal tappable height, all the other guidelines remains the same, as in they have just taken it from the material 2 to material 3 itself. So okay, in styles they're talking about colors. So I would suggest you in your own sweet time, you would just go through this colors and all of those things. I'll show you how to create this color system, the plugins that they have. So the color role, they have profoundly written everything, like where to use the primary, how to use it. Once you know these things, whatever I'm going to show you, that gonna make sense for you. Otherwise it will be like the styles only, they will be there in your in your Figma. So if you want to quickly go through, let's go through some of the concepts. So if you see over here, I'm just going through the style concept. Okay, so primary, it shows like on the background how the text would be. On primary, it says basically on this particular background how the color will look like in a way. Then there is a primary container. On primary container is like the darker value and the lighter value. They are basically, let's not go over here. That will be lot confusing for these things without reading all of these things. So where to start? It's very big basically, this overall material design. And on the Intellipaat Figma, sorry, the presentation, it is just giving you the overall overview of this thing. Okay, what is foundation, what is styles, what is component. But I don't want to just tell you those things. I think I see the value in that. If I take you through these things, then it will be a very long session and there will be a lot of reading in a way. You might get bored. So I would suggest you go through this concept at your own time, and just hover your eyes over this concept if you already read. Okay, then only you will get to know what is primary, what is on primary, like the concept I was telling you. But then I thought, okay, it will be too much for this particular session. But it is very easier to understand. They have added everything. I don't want to ruin these things just by narrating the same thing to you and saying what you are seeing on the screen itself. Okay, there is nothing to clear any particular concept about it. This is how the design system or the design kit needs to be, and the documentation has to be. In any particular company, you will usually found this particular documentation about their style guides and all of these things. Secondary brand in some way, like in Amazon Pay, I am creating the design system, so I usually write down all of this documentation. Okay, when to use any particular button, which button to pair with the other ones, and in what cases it should do. All of this thing you have to write down. So as a UX UI designer, your job is also to document all of this. But to document these things, you first need to know, okay, how other teams are doing, like how material design owners are doing it, how iOS design owners are doing it. That is why I'm suggesting you to just go through it. In this course, I can just provide you the overview of it. So let's just go through the design system itself. So I have over here, hide this particular panel. So you can see how profound it is. Like they have added each and everything. Okay, from get started, you can just go through all of these things. This not only just you are just going through this. If you are creating your app based on the Material 3 theming, or it is also developers are also using this particular the Android development environment, it becomes very easier for them, and it becomes better for us to use all the features that Material 3 provides to have it in your app itself. So like all of these things, the table of content is over here also, like, or they have added in the pages. So let's go through some of the important stuff. So this Material 3 icons. These are not the only icons that there. I think they have a lot of icons, and in over here they have the plugin also, Material Design. So if you're using this particular plugin and you're designing your app, then you just need to if you need a particular icon, you don't have to redesign it in a way. Let's say, for example, let's say add to drive. If your app is allowing this particular functionality, you don't have to create this thing. Click on it and the icon is over there. You can just, it's a quick way to go ahead, right? You don't want to just reinvent the Material 3 design icons. Of course, you can those icons as you would required, but then it becomes a different icon itself. Why I'm saying different icon? Let's say if you're using the same icon, let's say for example, what was there? Let's say this anchor icon. Okay, if you created this icon, and if your developers are also working in the Android 3 theming environment, like developing an Android app using the Material, then they don't even have to add these assets in their development environment also. They just can write this like they can just write the name of this icon in their code, and the Material Design 3 icon, the same icon will represent over there. So you can see how it becomes lighter also. It does not, they don't have to add this particular file. Same for the iOS. For iOS, it's this SF symbols. So if you are using SF symbols, again, developer do not need to get the assets of this particular image. Like they don't have to add the SVG or PNG of this particular icon. They can usually just, so here it is basically these SF icons, like the San Francisco font icons, which is basically iOS uses. So if you are creating an app for iOS, and let's say if you are going to use the search icon, share icon, okay, you, even if you can add it in your design, you can add this particular, you can download the SF icon tools and add this in your design. The developer does not has to get that asset from your Figma file. That is the best part of it. Like they can just write this particular name of this particular icon in their development environment, and boom, they will see that particular icon. Okay, so as a designer, you don't have to manage these icons in any which way. So if there is animation, or also if SFUI, if the Apple has added for the share icon, that animation will also get added to your app without developer writing anything in a way. So most of this thing becomes easy if you are developing for a specific platform and you are using those the platform specific icons. This is just a I understood from my experience while working on the material and the iOS, as well as the what their guidelines is. But let's say if you make a tweak to this particular share icon, let's say if you want to make this edges also rounded, then it becomes a different icon. And if you want this particular icon, the rounded one that you created, if you want that icon to be displayed in your app, they have to add the PNGs of 1x, 2x, 3x sizes in their development environment. Okay, otherwise they don't have to. So it's better to use these icons as it is, if there is not much of a gain that you will be having by changing these icons. Same for the material design icon. So this is about the icons. Yeah, these are the as we saw, these are the layouts grid for different devices from like this is for the website itself. The responsive component they have given from 0 to 599 dp, how the grids will be. So whichever component, let's say if you add it over here in a way, and there is another component at the bottom, when you expand the screens, like for this is from the development point of view. Okay, it will always get to this 4 columns, and like this is the here there are 4, though here also there are 4, and this will go sit next to it. So this is how it will flow in a way if you're using their grid design system. And these are the media queries, basically the screen width. Okay, if the screen width is below 600, it will show up in this way. If it is more than 600 to 893, 839, then it will show up in this particular way. So this is how the, so if you are using if you are creating website, do use these grid system, I would say blindly in a way. You don't have to reinvent a grid system basically to just start working on at the start of the project. You can use these ready-made grids. You can design the particular app or website as per these guidelines, and it will be easier for development also. It will be faster, and it will be more efficient also, because a lot of assets will get saved because they don't have to add it in the system. And you can use these components as well. So they have given a very profound library. They show how to use it, and how everything sits on the screen itself. Let's see the styles. Style is basically the textile and the colors. Okay, and then there is the elevation, and you can see it for the, okay, in material 3 also they have added shadows. Okay, I have to see the guidelines again in a way, because I was under impression that shadow is not for everything. Like they're using colors over here, it says this is for material 2. I think there is something, either this is not updated or we are getting it wrong. Okay, but they are, again, over here it says they are retaining the shadows in the light environment, but in the dark environment the shadow doesn't work, right? Because everything is black. So it is always the brightness that works if there is a elevation in your screen. And all of these colors usually get into your style guide, and you can create your own style guide also. So I think this part will help you when you are creating your poster or application. Let me show you how. Let's say if you have a new, so here I had created some of the styles, but let me just delete this thing. Delete style, delete style. Okay. So let's say, let's just consider there's nothing page also. Let me just copy this thing and paste it over. Okay. Now we have a very clean page. What is this? Oh, this is nice created. Okay. So we have a clean Figma new file. Let's consider that. There is a plugin which is says material design, material theme builder. Okay, you would get this if you read this guideline also. I think on the get started page somewhere there, here they have added an, oh here, no, this is symbol material u Figma plugin. Yeah, material u Figma plugin. This is which basically creates a theme for you. Okay, basically it creates a token for you, design token. The design tokens are basically called as like this: the display, headline, all of this thing, the colors. If I open all of these things like system colors, reference colors, key colors, primary, secondary, tertiary. Here what they have given is basically this particular primary color. Okay, so you can see in their flows, like you can see over here they have used this theme colors itself. I'm going to show you how to create your own one. Okay, very simple. You just have to click on this particular plugin. It opens up this particular screen. This is again created by Google itself. So it says create a theme. When you will be provided with this particular screen, there is a, it says start with an image to generate a color scheme. Okay, so let's say if you want to start a color, like it can create a color theme from the image that you have. So let's say, let's take some image. Okay, let's get that image from Unsplash, or maybe you find something interesting on Dribble also, you can use that. For now, let me just search for an UI. Let's see what comes. Okay, let it be. Let me just take any particular picture that would come. Let's see this one. Let's see if I like this one, and I've added over here. Actually, I would want this as a file. Okay, let me export, put it in the download. Okay, I can delete this one. I'll just open the theme builder again, choose image. I'll choose this image, and you can see it will create a material design theme for me. Let's say I can add, if I want, I can add color. If I want, yeah, let me update. Once I update, it will create all the layers for you, as in all the design tokens. It's getting created. It's actually getting created over here. Earlier there was nothing, right? So here it is getting created. So all the textiles has also got created here. All the material style, like the colors and all, also have got created. Let me just try this on the material design kit itself. Let's see if this works. Okay, I'll go to some, let it be in style. Okay, let me click on material theme builder, choose an image. Let me choose a different, let's choose this image. This also have interesting colors. And if I update, let's see if it updates this particular file or not. Hitting variables. Okay, now my system has become slow. I think I'm low on battery also. I'll just choose to this. So usually it takes some time to update all of these things because it's a big file, and this file has some unsaved changes. I don't know if it has changed. Oh, it has actually. There has been changes. Okay, let me go to utility. Yeah. You can see they are in blue. Earlier it was. So now if you are using these tools, you can actually change the colors. Even the text also you can change. I'm not able to find it. Earlier I had done the text change as well. And then basically you can export it if your developer wants it in any particular environment they are using. Let's say Flutter we are using, or they want the web CSS. All of this thing they you can directly give them, and they can add it there in their environment, and it's a ready to use. Oh, okay, over here it's a font. So if I want, let's say what happened over here, let's say if I'm using enter font. Okay, let's say my company is using enter font, so let's use that. Something wrong with the intro of with this plugin also. And let me try with different image. Achha, let's take the same one. Let's take this one itself. Let's just see if it changes. It's having some bland. Achha, let's go to dribble. Let's go to dribble, and let's take this one. Okay, let me save this image in my system, and let's just give this particular image to work on. I've added it. Okay, it has given some interesting color palette. I've changed text to enter, and now I'm hitting update. Again, it will take some time for to update the complete library. Why you would do this? Basically, then it becomes easier, no, to borrow this style guide in a way. Like now you can see, like it became orangish. I think now it has updated. Something is happening, updating stack, layer, dark, and all of those things. It's basically working. So once it is done, basically you can directly go through buttons. You can grab these buttons. You can add it in your Figma file, and it will look like you're using material theming also. This style guide is ready made for you. And trust me, it will be very easier for developers to use all of this thing. And it's like a head start, because you have, for you also, you have this particular design kit with you, and for developer also you can just export it to any particular developing environment, and they are also ready to use. Okay, I think yeah, it has been changed. So now you can see you have everything basically. You want to use fab, you want to use icons, outline this tabs and all. It is all, and that has a theme, right? The image that we had chosen, like this one, it has taken some of the image, some of the colors. You can add the color on your own also. Like, you do not have to always start from the image. You can basically click and change these colors, and based on it, it will give you the complete material design library, material design kit. I'll show you the Apple design guidelines also. I'll tell you again, go through those guidelines, iOS design guidelines. Once you go through these guidelines, basically it will elevate you to the next level. You are no longer, you cannot call yourself a beginner in the UX field, UX UI field, because you know all of these guidelines. Most of the experienced one also do not know some of the guidelines. Like, you don't have to by heart all of these things, but knowing it is better. Okay, what to do for the dark mode, and how to lay out your colors, and what do's and don'ts, all of these things are over here. And then you can go to their resources, and from resources you can actually download the Figma or Sketch, whichever you're working. If you're creating the app icon, then you can use this particular file. And nobody works in Keynote actually. I don't know who uses Keynote templates. I don't know, but they usually create this Keynote library as well. I used to do wireframing in the Keynote because it provides good animation, and it's easy to create wireframes. I don't know why they provide Sketch files than Figma one. But you'll always find the Figma files in the on Figma itself, like over here. If you type iOS 18, of course, say this is by Apple, so you can get it from here as well. You just need to go inside, a copy of this file, copy of and here it's a profound complete library. So if you're adding the action sheet, you don't have to design it, right? It's there itself. Copy, and you can use it in your design, and you can extend it to the whatever the screen height that you have, and it will always maintain the bottom list. So it take care of the safe design passage also. Like, you don't want to put your designs at this particular on this particular place, because you have a home indicator over here. When I say home indicator, is like that particular bar, okay, which comes at the bottom. So it's become easier for you to follow the to use all of these things in your design. And once you do get this particular elements in your design, it's become very easier for the developers also to develop. All right, I think I would suggest go through material design, Apple human interface guidelines, and also you can see some of the design system, which is and the design system, which is also you can use, or not here. I can search over here. A&T design. This is also open source, so you can take design inspiration from here, or you can use this, tweak this particular design system and can use. Then there is a Microsoft Fluent. I haven't read much about Microsoft Fluent, but you guys can take a look. I haven't worked in Microsoft environment. I earlier used to work for their Lumia mobile. So they had another design system at that particular time, their tile UI and all, but this is the new one, I think. So if you are interested, you can go through this. And that's it, actually. Introduction to exclusivity. What is exclusivity? Okay. So exclusive design in UX refers to the practice of creating digital product such as website, mobile apps, and software with a focus on ensuring that they are and accessible and usable by the widest possible range of user, regardless of their ability, disability, or other characteristics. Okay, so this is simple definition. um, but I would like to tell you about, just imagine you're designing a website or an app, and the ensuring that it's not only functional but also accessible to as many people as possible, regardless of their ability, Okay, like this would mean like creating the experience that would work for everyone, right? Like everyone, when I say this picture explains it. Okay, there is a simple human being. There is a human being. Its hand is occupied with something. Okay, he might be using your app. If you are creating healthcare app, who, let's say if nurses are going to use your app, they might be having kids or someone with them maybe. So they are using with the one hand itself. Okay, like there can be kids who are using, there can be pregnant ladies, the person in the coffee shop, or there is a handicapped person also. This disability can happen to anyone in a way. Okay, at that particular time also they are going to use your app maybe, right? Like even if you're if your hand get fractured, okay, for some time, it's not like you're not gonna use the app that you are already using. Let's say if you are using Instagram, you still want to spend time on Instagram, and at that particular time you would be using your app with just your one hand. Mostly you will be basically have to use it with the one hand. Same way, if there are people with disabilities, multiple disabilities, you want to include them also, right? So that they can also have the experience that you have already built for, yeah, built for the users. Okay, so in Amazon we usually are very strict about the inclusivity in the designs. So whenever we create any new particular component, it does not get added into the our design library until it passes all the accessibility guidelines as well. We are very strict on the accessibility guidelines. Okay, let it look ugly, but it has to be accessible in a way. Okay, and our bar is also for button, and the readability is not just 4.44 is to 4.5 is to 1, but it's more than that. It's usually go beyond 10 is to 1 and all. So you'll see our buy now and add to cart button, and if you just check the accessibility of these buttons, or the text is mostly black, but it is accessible to everyone. So as you would know, Amazon app used all over the world, and there are a lot of kind of people. So if there are 1% of the users of, let's say there are handicapped users, some are kids, or some are, let's say, usually working in at their working somewhere, as in, and if their hand is occupied or something like that, some cases are there. And if it is itself a 1%, that 1% is a huge customer base in a way, or even the 0.1% in Amazon is like a huge customer base. Okay, so it has to pass basically all the accessibility guidelines. There, what are there? Okay, not on the accessibility. I would also like to add, whenever you are creating app, and when you want to make sure it is usable by anyone, it's like your OS gives the accessibility features. Like if you would have seen your in your settings, there is an accessibility option. There are a lot of things. Your app has to be compatible with all of those things to take advantage of these things. Okay, so if you see the Amazon app, I would just again come up with the example, because if you the Amazon app is actually accessible for with the screen readers also. Okay, it can also, you can just basically for blind persons, it's like the screen gets read out for you, and to be like that you have to add some functionalities and all of those things. Your banners, your, like if you are using Zepto app, or sometimes Zomato, most of the time I think Zomato, Swiggy and all those are not screen reader friendly, because what they do, they usually add the text inside the images itself. Okay, like if you let me just show you what I'm trying to say. Let me see. Zepto. Okay, so type manually. Okay, okay, use current location, allow. Such a bad experience. I don't want to give. So if you see this pan corner, this is all image. Okay. So if a blind person are coming to this particular app, maybe for them they are not considering, but consider the Zepto is all around the world. Okay. They cannot do these things. Like most of their user won't be able to read out this, understand this data, unless now there are AI also coming into picture for the screen readers. The AI actually understand imagery and all of those things. So things are getting better for these use cases. But you can see the 70% off on Decker and all of those things are way beyond reach of the screen reader. Screen reader cannot be able to translate what these things are. It might usually go see this home furnishing, even the category is an image. Okay. So maybe the developer might have added the metadata at the background of this in the development version, or if they have not added, then it is not screen reader friendly. Okay, you're getting what I'm trying to say. I'm giving you the practical example over here. Okay, these are all unselectable. These are all images in a way. Okay, and these are very, even this women's corner and all of those things, like we are able to read, but sometimes people with those who are using screen readers, not like just blind people, there are few people who cannot read some text, like if they're near, they have a various types of eye problems, right? So that way, so this is, they will directly come to this grocery and kitchen, and again this fruits and veggies is completely image. So this is what I'm trying to say. So your app or the your app has to be uh, compatible with the screen reader. User should be able to navigate with the keyboard, and all the types of keyboard should work in a way. You cannot have all the data, and some of the data is getting behind the keyboard. If let's say some users are usually use fancy keyboards also. I have seen like my cousins and all, they use some keyboards which has different typography itself. For me, it looks ugly, but there are users like this. Okay, and there are users who need different kinds of color contrast. If you have a very like over even this button, maybe I might do the color check for this, but if there would be less contrast, if I make this particular text as, let's say, close to yellow, might look beautiful in a way, like this way, but with the color contrast, some of the users might not able to understand what is written over here. In spite the buttons being bigger, and as we are able to perceive it what is written, but some of the users might not be able to understand that. Okay, so that's when I say like need the color contrast adjustment for those users. So OS also usually gives this features, but your app has to be compatible with them. Okay, why it matters? uh, Again, I would say inclusive design. Okay, it isn't just nice to have feature, it's essential for each and every app and website that you would build. Okay, it broadens our reach, and it's basically our commitment to, let's say, humanity, that we are taking care of all the diverse users out there. Okay, so that is how important it is. Okay, otherwise think about it, as in our design choices either can open the door for this kind of users, or it will just shut it down for them. It's like we are just saying if this app is not made for you. Okay, and we don't want to be like that. We are user experience designer, right? So our experience has to be inclusive to all kind of users. Okay, let's just see inclusive design principles. Okay, the first principle is recognize bias. Okay, so let me just read this. It is completely normal that we are subjected to different biases, as they are either ingrained when we are born, like example like gender and race, or are subject of society we grew in. Okay, like religion and language. So baseline is we all have biases. Okay, whether they are about gender, race, or language, right? And recognizing those biases are very important. So for instance, let's say if you are designing a mobile app, we should avoid making assumption based on our own experiences. जैसे कि मैं ऐसा ही यूज कर रहा हूँ, सो सारे यूजर्स ऐसे ही यूज करते होंगे. दिस इज अ बायस. ओके, So you need to know what are the biases that you have as a designer. Okay. Second principle is recognize exclusion. Okay. We acknowledge the bias and recognize exclusions, what that happens because of the mismatch between the people and experiences. Okay. So it simply says by understanding where and why users might be excluded, we can work to bridge those gaps. Okay. Let's say, for example, uh, a music app, let's say, that only uses color, okay, to indicate favorite tracks. Okay, if you can imagine a mobile app that can only use colors to indicate the favorite tracks, okay, that could be excluding the users with colored blindness, isn't it? So whenever we think, okay, this is looking very cool, this particular colors and all of those things are really nice, but some of the users are left behind, some of the users are not able to understand, then it will be a bad experience for them, right? So that is what it is, recognize the inclusion to bridge the gap. Third principle is solve for one, extend to many. Okay. Sorry. Everyone has abilities and limits. Creating product for people with permanent disabilities create results that benefit everyone. Okay. So take an example. Agar, like, okay, take this example. Like, there are captions behind below the images or the videos that you would see on Facebook. You would see there are the captions and all of those things. Like, it has been, while these options have been added in Facebook, Instagram, and in some of the YouTube gives the transcriptions and all of those things. Okay. So that particular thing was initially designed for the deaf and like those who have hard of hearing issues. Okay. But these things are now widely used for all kind of situation, like watching video in noisy environment, right? Sometimes we see the Netflix movie. If there is a noisy environment, we rely on the captions that are coming below the at the bottom of the screen itself, right? So this particular feature, this is what it says: solve for one, like this solve for, let's say, the people who are deaf or hard of hearing, but that feature got extended to many. Now we all love these features, or not love these features, but it also helps us, it also increases the experience value for us as well, those who are not having any particular disability. Okay. So this is why also it is important to this inclusive designs. Okay. Let's see now the techniques to use. Okay. The first is self-reflection. I would just tell you in my language. I think we can go through this text, but let me just tell you. Self-reflection means before we start designing, it's basically crucial to reflect on our own biases. Okay, जो हमने पहले देखा ना, we need to understand our own biases. Ask yourself, like, who might I be excluding with my current approach? Let's say current approach, you are creating something. Just ask yourself, who am I'm excluding? Let's say these are the questions. If you ask while creating your assignments, it will also create those rational, maybe, right? You want to have a inclusivity, like for the radio buttons. Why radio buttons works? There can be any designs, right? This would also work, like if I have this and if I just create this color, this might work, I would say. Like if I'll make this one like this. Now there are multiple options. Like for example, ऐसे options है. Okay. Bigger. नीचे लेता हूँ. Okay. ऐसे options है. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. If I say the selected state will look like this. Okay. You need to ask whom I'm excluding then. Now, if you see, people who are not able to distinguish between colors won't be, for them it would be like this, like क्या select हुआ है, did I selected or not selected? Okay, that's why this particular circle comes into play, and it basically provides the inclusion for all of those people who are having maybe color blind. So for them, it might look this, but it still works, right? For them, like we have thought about including those people also. So this again become your rational while creating your radio buttons. Okay. That's why you would see like there are a lot of multiple effects that we usually give for the like buttons also. Like if it is a line icon, then we make it fill. We might add some of the things into it and it looks better. Like the like icon when I say the heart one itself, right? When we make it fill or line. ये बहुत common है actually. Like in Instagram also you must have seen. Earlier the icon is uh, line icon itself, and once you liked it, it becomes red as well as it become fill. So when you add that fill, you are actually including all the users who are not able to just get that by the change of colors. Okay, so this simple idea include all the other users in it. Next is empathy map. So it's simple. Create an empathy map to visualize different user behaviors and needs. Okay, this helps basically to this will help basically to understand how others are perceiving. It will move us beyond our assumptions, and we will design for the actual users. Okay, actual users माने सब टाइप की यूजर्स इंक्लूडिंग योर मॉम डैड. चलो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन में तो जब वो दे विल बिकम ग्रैंड मदर ग्रैंड फादर दे विल बी हैविंग like people in their 80s and 90s also will be using mobiles, no? So we have to be very prepared with our applications. We have to think about them. So empathy mapping is another technique you can use. Then you can conduct interviews. Simple, right? You ask them questions. How do you think about this particular design? Does it work for you? Are you able to understand what is happening? You can ask these questions. Okay, so you can conduct interview. Inclusion criteria. Inclusion criteria is thinking about how different inclusion criteria of current and potential users can influence the final product. Oh, okay. So when you maybe this is they are talking about for, let's say, in Amazon. Amazon, the app is already launched, right? So whenever so this the app the users that are using our app currently are our current users. Okay. And there are certain kind of user we want them also to use our app. Those might be like the different kind of user, might be with the disabilities or anything it might be. Okay, so to understand what are the things, if we include, we'll also include all those potential users that particularly will influence our final product itself, right? Like adding this particular circle in the radio button, itself. Okay, so this is like earlier, if this thing is not there, some of the people users will still use our app, right? Because it's Amazon, there are services, there are good services and all of those things. Because of some certain kind of feature, some people will use this app, but there are potential user who can also use our app. So we need to just include or consider what are the inclusion criteria are there. Okay, next is persona spectrum. So this exercise is a way to map different use cases that can help create solution that a wider group of user would benefit from. Okay, so it's basically you can create the different use cases and just try out those solutions with the wider group of users, basically. Okay, so this is like testing the solutions. So you have one solution with this, one solution with when you add all of these things, but rather before launching, you might just test it out with the wider users and just understand if it is helping for your design or not. Okay, persona ecosystem map. Okay, so a persona ecosystem can offer a broader understanding of who and what is influencing user behavior. So you got the technique to use. Okay, there are two more. User journey map. Again, I think this empathy mapping and is similar to user journey map, right? You will just create a journey for the user. So this is the map will help pinpoint the part of user journey where there mismatch between the product purpose and the actual action that user takes. Okay, it's just identify points where user might struggle. Okay, struggle to like struggle to match between, or there is a mismatch between their needs, let's say what they wanted to do and what functionality product is providing. If there is a mismatch, they won't be able to move ahead, right? And that's why we create the user journey map. Okay, so this is another technique. And accessibility criteria, like there are a lot of like the color contrast and the text sizing and all of those things. There are a lot of tools out there which actually provide you some help for all of these accessibility issues. You can use those. I think they're inbuilt in Figma also. Like there are some plugins like contrast check is the most that I usually use. If you see contrast, let's say let's check the contrast of this. Let's see if it passes. Okay, enable smart sampling. I think the take sample from the color, it is not working. Okay, so this, if you see this particular text, the contrast is 2.44. Like most of the user will have a hard time to read this particular text. Okay, so for that, let's see if I make this black, it solves problem for a lot of people, right? Or even if I want to make it like yellow का थोड़ा कुछ तो करना है, then maybe I would like to make it like normal text में there will be some exclusion. But let's say if, but I don't know, in this case though I don't think it is serving any purpose making it gray or like making it brown or something. So I would simply make it black. Like this solves the case for everyone in a way. Okay, I usually make it over here rather than over there. Okay, you can just check which one is, I think going completely black solves the problem. Okay, so this is one tool that I use, and there are some language changes also. There is a, let me just check. Accessibility, this Stark is also, but I think this is paid one. Let me just check. It was paid. Acha, this auto fixes and all of those things. Let's see. Okay, it's not auto. Acha, you have, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is a premium. You have to get the premium version of these things so that it will automatically fix all of these things. The things like the button which does not pass AA standard for contrast ratios. Usually you'll get like if you scan any particular of your screen, usually get lot of this kind of a, yeah, see, Google ने किया है तो good job. Okay, so usually see the Google has taken care of all of these things. So that's why it is, there is no problem in this particular scene. There is a good contrast, there's everything. So that is why if you create a theming in material design and if you can use those particular elements in your design, you don't have to worry about the accessibility and all this. Most of the time, the accessibility and all will be taken care by the system itself, or maybe you can say the Google ने already thought out करके रखा है. Okay, let's go to three types of accessibility issues. So it says what is accessibility. Now we all know. Let's just see this definition. Accessibility allows user for all abilities to understand, users of all abilities to understand, use and enjoy the web. As designers, it is our responsibility to make sure we design in a way that usable to all users irrespective of their situation, abilities or the context. The first and foremost step to build an accessible product is to build empathy and install an inclusive design mentality. Yeah, this is important. Like I would say, frankly speaking, when I came to Amazon, this becomes very profound. This becomes the highlighted, or I would say, this is what I learned in Amazon. Like installing the inclusive design mentality from the starting. Though it will always, you might think, अरे ये तो थोड़ा ugly दिख रहा है. I think this is looking better and that is looking better. It's our biases, okay, and we have to accept that. And through this uh, through this mentality, we have to create the beautiful designs for our users. Okay. So simply speaking, accessibility is about making sure everyone can use your product effectively. Okay, simple language. You can see there the types of user. Okay, and these are very common in a way. Like the handicap user, so many users are there in a way. Baby in one arm, like so many users are there who usually use one hand. They might be eating or anything, or maybe babysitting or whatever the option would be. You have to always think about. That's why we also check if your CTS are in the thumb in the most reachable area for user, so that they can quickly do the things what they want to do. Like for example, I was working on the competitive analysis for the scanner section. Like so phone पे scanner, let's see, like मुझे मोबाइल की स्क्रीन चाहिए थी, but okay, but you would see like the designer has specifically kept the options, okay, near your thumb area, near the bottom area, so that usually people don't use two hands to scan any particular QR. वो क्या करते हैं, एक हाथ में रहता है, scan करता है, and then maybe to type out the numbers and all they would use two hands. But usually जो scan होता है वो एक हाथ से ही होता है, if you would observe users, right? We also observed it and we saw this thing. So making keeping all the options just near to your thumb area. Again, it can be right-handed people, left-handed people. Okay, so you have to keep it in a very strategic place. It is easier for all of this type of users in a way. So that is basically you are thinking about the accessibility for lefty and righty also in a way. Okay. Let's go to next. What are the accessibility issues? Accessibility issues, accessibility pertains to the idea of ensuring the product or service. ये बार बार पढ़ना पड़ रहा है यार, ये क्या है? Let's chuck all of these things. Where there are legal requirements for accessibility to aid people with disabilities, designers should proactively aim to cater to the wide range of users across various contexts. Embracing this approach yields significant advantage, primarily resulting in the improved design that benefits all. Okay, so we know as let's just see this example. Okay, accessibility issues. Okay, like right now, if you see, if I just say red, if I just color this red, it might not talk about what is the problem, right? Most of the user might struggle. My mom will struggle. क्या हुआ ये red क्या है? Highlight करके दिखाया क्या? Something like that. But if you add the proper text, please enter valid email address. They know like email address is over here. I have written email address, but it says like having a valid email address sentence, it clarifies more thing. You don't have to think about in a way. There is no cognitive load in this. Like everything is uh, like spoon feed in a way. Okay. And that improvises the experience. Accessibility issues. So we'll just see what are the kinds of accessibility issues. uh, Now here it's are the type of content and structure. Okay, so meaningful links. Okay, so it said avoid links that say click here, or content free text like more details applied to the list of links. Okay, it just say instead of click here, use descriptive link like read more, uh, or maybe read more about our let's say if you are talking about the accessibility settings or accessibility feature, I would say this is about accessibility. Read more about our accessibility features, so that, and then user will basically click in a way. Like over here you see go vote, it says like, so whenever you click, you understand like it will take us to the go vote page or voting page or something like that. We don't say click here for go vote or something like that, right? Always give context to every link. Do not say click here or things like that. Okay, because sometimes user might be colorblind, right? They might not be able to understand what is it when you just say click here, but when you add a hyperlink over here, hyperlink with the dash at the end of this, it is more easier to understand. Okay, this is kind of a link which will take me to over here, rather than if I just say click here without giving any hyperlink or something. Okay, the benefits are, again, it would help user with motor impairment, cognitive limitations, or visual disabilities by helping them to avoid unnecessary keystroke to visit a content that is not relevant to them. Okay, so if you must have seen Google does not say click here, click here, click here. It creates that link only hyperlink, right? What I say is, like, when I'm searching for this, all these blue colors, okay, once you hover over this, it has this dash also, right? You might say it is not looking good in a way when I'm hovering on it, okay, but it is not for like a decoration or something. It is for accessibility because this is a link, and this means it will take you to some page in a way. Okay. Okay, moving to next. Again, use of colors. Okay, don't specify important information by color alone. Okay, like same as this. Like, if it is important, don't just show it with the color itself. Okay, use the combination of text, color, or graphical object. Okay, benefit, like over here, this is more about the contrast. Okay, like if you have white text on blue color, you might say, oh, I'm able to read, but on the contrast ratio is it just 2.49 2.94, when the required is 4.9. 4.9 is the uh, baseline. Basically, you have to have a 4.5 contrast ratio to start with in a way. Okay, below, anything below this is the bad design, bad experience. Okay, when you have this one, okay, this is harder to read, but right, it passes the contrast ratio, but it is harder to read for us in a way. This is easier to read. Okay, so you have to always see for this, even if the contrast ratio it is passing, but is it easier to read or not in a way? Or you might want to add some text or some other graphical object in a way. Okay, so again, it is again useful for partial sight or limited color vision, color blindness, and for users who use text only. Okay, limited colors or monochromatic display screen. Okay, some users have monochromatic display screens as well, so they won't be able to use your website if you have not taken those things into consideration. Okay, like you can see, like, there is an interesting thing which I have read, like uh, color coding finance chart, color blind people. Let's go to image. I'm not getting the expected result I want. This is not what I'm. This is the one actually. So if you see this particular graph, it does not use just colors in a way, okay, but it has a distinct visual elements also for this graph. So if I, let's just take this copy image, and if I put it in the over here, so let's say we will be able to see it correctly, as in a way, we means I'm saying about the people with no visual aid is required in a way. Okay, so I will be able to read. But what about those who are colorblind? Okay, let me just make it luminosity. Okay, for them, if it would be a single color, user won't be able to figure out the difference between this and this in a way, what I'm trying to say. Okay, so they are using different graphic. This has some checkerboard, and this has some vertical lines. These again some white and black dots, something like that. Okay, so it still work for that particular user who is color blind as well. Okay, so that is what it I just wanted to show you. When you are creating charts using colors, don't just rely on the colors itself. Okay, think more about the people who are colorblind and all. Okay. Next is consistent navigation. Okay. Ensure that the repeated components occur in the same order on each page of the site. Okay. So like if you are saying order submitted as tick mark, then whenever your setting is getting saved or something like that, it shows tick mark. Like if you have used Google Pay, Phone Pay, you pay any particular bill, okay, it usually gives you same check marks. It's not like if you pay bill it will show you something else, or if you do some like if you send money to someone it will show something else. No, right? So usually use the consistency in between the your design element as well. Okay, and even the same order you should use. Okay, it is helpful for user with cognitive limitation, low vision, and intellectual disabilities, as it becomes easier to predict where they can find things on each page. Okay, I am not able to recollect any particular any more example on this one. Let's think about it. No, I'm not able to recollect any particular example on this one. Okay. But I think the example that I give regarding phone pay, GPay, that also works in a way. Like even for the Amazon also, like the overall process of booking, it's in same in Flipkart as well as in Amazon. Sometimes user understand what they're gonna expect on a particular screen. The navigation is in a way consistent. Okay, whether it be any particular app or they can be any particular category pages and all of those. Okay, content and structure. Okay, consistent components. Okay, this is simple. If icons and other non-text component content have the same functionality, okay, icons or other non-text content, okay, so it means more in the graphical way, have the same functionality, then their text alternative should be consistent as well. Then their text alternatives should be consistent as well. Okay. This is more about the bullet points, or if you're using, okay, if their icons are in a way consistent, the text elements also has to be consistent. Like you cannot use a different font style. I think naturally we won't use, but this when we are not using it, the reason is basically we are thinking about the inclusivity for all of these people. Just to making it fancy we can do, but then we are excluding those users also. That is the cons that we have to understand. Okay, the consistent use of component with the same functionality helps people to identify components on different pages with desired functionality, and it lowers the cognitive load also. Imagine you would be seeing different button styles on different pages. You might be, you might keep thinking why this button is this way and not the way which you saw in earlier pages, right? So that again increases the cognitive load. So people with less cognition might find it difficult to navigate. Okay. Use of headings. Use descriptive and informative page titles, page headers, uh, and labels for form and interactive controls should be informative. So as it says, I think this required no explanation, right? Use descriptive and informative page title. Okay, page heading and label of form and interactive control should be informative. Whatever elements that you are having on the screen, it has to be informative in a way, it says. Okay, all the kinds of controls and that the things that you would add. Okay. This can help user with limited short-term memory, low vision, and difficulty reading text. They can see only few words at a time and know the purpose of each section. Okay, so avoid writing long text or like paragraph to just make user understand all of this thing. Sometimes user not able to keep things in their short-term memory also. Okay, device independent design. Don't rely on device independent interaction. Example, hover to convey information or to complete tasks. This is again simple. If let's say in this particular example, okay, if let's say if I'm using this particular button, okay, and I would say when I hover or on this button, then only I'll tell the functionality of this button. Okay, but what about, and this is you are basically thinking on the website. Okay, so for website you can do this. But what about when it comes to responsive screen on the mobile? In mobile, user won't be able to hover on the button, right? So if you add a crucial functionality or crucial understanding about this particular button in the hover effect, then it would get missed for a lot of like the user who was just using mobile. It's not they are disabled or something, but they can't hover. Like it is device dependent, right? Features. So don't make it device dependent features. Okay, make it device independent. कोई भी device आए, whatever you want to communicate, it should get communicated on kind of devices. Okay, this can help user with low vision and cognition disabilities. They can have adequate time to perceive additional content appearing on hover or focus, or and to view the trigger content with less distraction. So usually you will see this button and the functionality or the hover functionality. Usually, how I see it, I usually don't add anything on hover at the start itself. Okay, I usually try to see all the website without any hover effect or something. Hover is basically adding a more context to anything in a way. More context, not the only context in a way. For example, I'll show you a website that I designed. Go to this is the earlier company I used to work with. Okay, so let me just see if I go from Bangalore to Mumbai on this 30th. If I search, okay, so now when I'm showing this particular information, let's say this Alaska Air, okay, user can, let's say if I want to understand what is BLR means or what is BOM means, I can click, and when it opens, I give them the complete information. This is Bangalore to Mumbai, BLR के नीचे ये लिखा है कैंपेगौड़ा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट बेंगलुरु इन छत्रपति शिवाजी एयरपोर्ट टर्मिनल्स मुंबई slash in. But then let's say I want to on hover also, I'm just giving more context. If I just hover over this, I'm also saying Kempegowda International Airport, same information. Okay, but this is not I'm hiding when I click on this, because I feel like यहाँ पे hover करेंगे तो समझ ही जाएंगे. Why to add the same information? Why to create a redundancy and all of this? No, this is a different context. It is just adding context without your opening. This is just making it more functional in a way, so I can directly just go through it. And if there is a international flights, I can see, let's say if there is a stop, I don't think from there is a Hyderabad stop, so I can just see what is HYD and all, right? Because these layovers are you usually don't select if you are going for international flight. This stops you usually don't select, so you might not able to understand what is BLR. I think those people who are traveling might understand, but I would like to include those who are searching for the first time. What is BLR? What is BOM? यहाँ पे तो मैंने कंप्लीट बेंगलुरु लिख किया था, यहाँ पे पूरा मुंबई लिखा था. हियर ऑल्सो आई एम बेसिकली गिविंग सम लर्निंग ओवर इट. लाइक मुंबई इज बॉम, BOM, BLR is Bangalore is BLR. Okay, but whenever there is a stop, user haven't selected that or something like this. COK, what is it? COK, like user won't be able to understand, but even if they don't understand, they can click and they can see, okay, COK is Cochin International Airport. Those who want upfront, they can just hover on this and they would see this particular information. And I'm not only calling out the only Cochin International Airport, I'm also calling out here is the change of planes you have to do. There's a 1.1 hour 5 minutes आपको रुकना भी पड़ेगा and all of those things. So contextual information I'm adding, but this is not the only place I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it inside also. Okay, so always use the hover functionality, as it will just aid more faster in a way, but always have the context whenever there is a uh, clear indication in a way. Like over here, you can click on this particular flight, but I'm not only relying on this thing. User might say, "ये hand आ गया तो क्या है?" Some of the user might not able to think about the older ones and all. Okay, but still I'm giving this flight details. If you want to see flight details, sometimes user think, no, अरे यहाँ पे flight details कहाँ पे दिखेंगे? What should I do? They might just they can might just miss this particular hand. But then when I add this flight detail, then there is a context is basically clear. Okay, when they come over here, I'm highlighting book button also, so they know what is the main task they need to do. Okay, otherwise I'm not showing that book button as in as dark book, because this is the important information they have to uh, see first, right? I don't want book button for them to see in a way while they are going through this data. But contextually I am just indicating book bhi karo in a way, like this is the way to move ahead in a way. Okay, so again this is device independent. So abhi if I see this in mobile also, I do not have to worry about, okay, मैंने uh, like people will not be able to understand what is BLR and all, because when they click they are getting the whole context. So this is was making making design device independent. Moving on to next, sensory characteristics. Okay, don't provide instruction that relies solely on sensory characteristics of components such as shape, color, size, visual location, orientation, and sound. Okay, so this is basically in simple way, provide information to multiple sensory channel. ओके, जैसे ही आप गूगल पे करते हो तो वाइब्रेट भी होता है, राइट? इट गिव्स सम वाइब्रेशन आल्सो, और मे बी यू आर टाइपिंग ऑन कीबोर्ड, द if your settings are on, then you get that tick 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 tick, like the sound also when you are typing it, or also you can get the vibrations also. Even if you get the phone, it vibrates as well as it rings in a way, right? So it is like using the multiple sensory uh, channels to communicate a particular thing. Okay, or communicate a important thing. Do not just use it blindly. यूजर कुछ भी करे तो मोबाइल वाइब्रेट होना चालू हो जाए या साउंड देना चालू हो जाए, बट ऑलवेज थिंक अबाउट इन दिस सेंस. Okay, recently we added Amazon Pay के लिए whenever you pay there would ring a sound actually. जैसे आप जीपे पे करते हो तो there is a sound that come when you pay via phone pay or Paytm, there is a familiar sound that comes that which says like the payment is done. Okay, so this is again providing the multiple using the multiple sensory channels to convey a particular information. This is useful for the, let's say, not only for us in a way, but for those who are maybe blind, they can still make the payment, like they can use a screen reader, and when they get that particular ringtone, they understand, okay, I have made the payment in a way. Okay, so that is what you're saying. Benefit is people who are blind or have low vision may not be able to understand information if it is conveyed by shape or and or location. Use multiple channels. Orientation of content. Don't restrict your design to only portrait or landscape unless a specific orientation is necessary. So if you have seen, if you're using, let's say, a tablet, okay, I use tablet most of the time for content consumption. So imagine if YouTube just suddenly stops the uh, landscape orientation, like in a horizontal fashion, you can't be able to use. It will be like a day and night change for me in a way. Like you usually use portrait mode as well as the landscape mode. That's why whenever I use Geo app, I don't feel like using it because it is does not provide the landscape mode, that simple functionality itself of landscape mode, right? So always provide more ways to like more ways as in provide the orientation also for your particular application. Do not just restrict to one orientation, that what it means. Okay, there are users who would be using it in a different use cases. Like this can be useful for user with dexterity impairment or who have the mounted devices with a fixed orientation to view the content. So अगर किसी के पास सिर्फ हॉरिजॉन्टल like landscape mode में ही if they can use the tablet or something, then it will be difficult if your app is not having the orientation changes built into it. Okay. Alternative to device motion. If you use device motion to activate a feature, then provide an alternative user interface or the feature for the feature to allow for the feature or allow the user to disable the motion activation of the feature. What is the motion activated feature they have seen when they're using their phone or tablet or something? Can anybody think of this particular feature? Which is basically depends on the device motion itself. But there is an alternative. Specifically, I think if I talk tell you about YouTube, like if sometimes when you change the rotation orientation, if the video is not adjusting to the landscape mode, there is still a button which you can put and then it goes full screen in a way, right? So maybe that is alternative to the device motion itself. What can be else? What are the other things that you can think of which are dependent on motion, but there are alternative also? One thing I would say is uh, like pick up to wake up in a way. Like when you pick your phone, it actually wakes up. But if it is not working, still your power button is there to just turn on your display, right? What else you can think of? By this brainstorming, basically we can next time when you're creating any particular functionality, uh, you can think of these things, how you can use the device motion to actuate any particular feature. Not only device motion, I think over here when it says alternative to device motion, I would say I would change it to alternative to sensors, device sensors. Okay. There is another one again. This is payment related. So if you would see, I have seen Google Pay app. Like if it is dark, and let's say you are using your phone to make payment in a dark environment, let's say on petrol pump at night, so it automatically flashes light whenever you open the scanner. It just senses there's a less light and it just opens the torch as well. So that is again depend not only depending on the sensor, but there is a button also you can click on the torch icon and it will again give you the torch. So for keyboard only users, okay. So focus visible. Clearly define and design the focus state of input element. Uh, change of content like text should not take place on focus. Like text should not take place on focus. Focus visible means you have to ensure the the focus state is clearly visible so that user can easily see where they are in a particular application. Let me show you how. Okay. Let's say I don't have mouse or something. Okay. I'm only keyboard. This is for keyboard only users, right? It says keyboard only users. So let's see if I want to just search on this website, I'm using the tab and you can see over here, this bar is coming. Are you able to see this? And if I go to left, if I keep press the left navigation arrow, इधर और ही गया अच्छा हाँ जा रहा है so left so ये first second third then 4 5 5 6 7 so this is the focus visible. Getting me? When I click tab, it will switch to somewhere else. So you can see it is switching this context, right? ये तो टैब का है आई थिंक गूगल ने भी ऐड किया है इन अ वे ये फोकस लाइक इन देयर वेबसाइट. Okay, so this way without using mouse I can just go through all these options. So you can see if I want to type anything, if I tap, it's moving over here. Again, if I press tab, it is moving to the star. Then I can click enter and it will get कुछ हो तो नहीं रहा है. I think this is not devising. Keyboard only user friendly. I don't know, but this is what it means when it says focus visible. Okay. If you are able to see my screen, I'm just click on tab and it is navigating to all of it. So this focus is visible. Okay. So people with attention limitation, short-term memory limitation, or limitation in executive processes benefit by being able to discover where the focus is located. I'm not sure about what is the benefit they have written. Like short term memory limitations से क्या होगा यार? I think it is just for people though, or maybe I'm missing something, but this is mostly for people who are only on keyboard. And also if there's like blind person or something, they can also, the screen reads actually. So whenever you are clicking on tab, the screen reads what is the option that is in the focus. Okay, for those users also it is uh, good because they won't be able to hover their mouse, right? Even in a way, mouse is not usable for them, so they have to rely on the keyboard and the navigation for the navigations. Okay. Then again, keyboard shortcuts. Define shortcuts that can be easily used with one hand for common operations. Make use of some common keyboard shortcuts. Don't conflict with existing browser. Okay. So again, you can see you can use the complete Figma with the browser, and but it does not. You can use the complete Figma with in your browser with all the shortcuts, and it does not hamper with the browser shortcut itself. But there are some way you might find the conflict, and that's why there's a Figma app as well. Okay, so that also you have to always think about if for the inclusivity. Okay, so this is about keyboard shortcuts. Let's move on to logical tab order. Yeah, you always also have to specify what is the tab order. Clicking on tab, okay, over here, let's say I'm here and I'm just clicking on, sorry, tab. It has to go in certain order, right? Like it is going from search to this search by voice, then search by image, then it is going to Google search, then it is going to I'm feeling lucky, then Hindi, and all of these languages. Okay, because there is a certain order, and this order also has to be specified, right? Then only it will make sense. Otherwise, it can it can move to anywhere, and this is not by default in a way. Okay, somebody is specifying all of this. Nowadays, HTML is written in a div, so it usually follow the div structure. Divs में माने अगर मैं इसको इंस्पेक्ट करूँ, you will see ये सब ब्लॉक में बना हुआ है. So there is this div, ये div में these many divs are there. So ये header का एक div है. You can see over here like div is the div. So everything about this particular header is written in this div. Okay, then this section, then this search bar section, then there is a bottom section, and then finally I think it's a footer section. Okay, so this div, usually the screen readers go by the div and they read by the divs. The way it goes like this: about, store, then it will go to, we'll just open this div and it will just find this. So nowadays these screen readers are smart, but sometimes you'll have to mention also. Like somewhere Google also must have mentioned कि after store it has to move to Gmail. Like otherwise in the div it does not show up in that particular manner. At least to me, there might be something going on over here. It is inside some div, and then there is a Gmail and image and so on. Okay. Click on tab, it is fluid, right? Like it is switching very easily in a way. Okay. So sometimes you'll have to mention this particular sequence also. So that is the tab order. Okay. Let's move to next. For keyboard only users, okay. Option to skip select section. Okay. Include a skip to main content link before the header for keyboard user which is visible only when it has focus. Skip to main content. Skip to main content. I just know there is tab and sometimes the navigation menu also work. I'm not sure about the skip to main content. Maybe you guys can Google this and just can see what is skip to main content link they're talking about. Okay. Keyboard user can reach content with fewer keystroke. Screen reader users can easily skip some section which are not relevant to them. Yeah, maybe this is more on the screen reader or something like that. It usually skips some of the sections which are not related to the user. Touch target. Yeah, this is again same as ensure that the touch target are at least 9 mm height by 9 mm width. So when this 9 mm actually converts to the DP, it becomes 48 pixels actually. Earlier Windows guidelines used to have this 9 mm and up because 9 mm doesn't change, right? And at that time Android had a lot of types of screens, and so basically the 9 mm wouldn't change independent. It is independent of screen in a way, right? But later we moved to DP and Google standardize all the like MDP, XDP, XXDP. You can learn about this Android, about the different pixel densities. Yeah, this is the one. This image I thought was the same. Yeah. So in short, basically, Android have fixed this DP sizes. So any manufacturer let them make any let them fit in more pixel into their devices. Like let them making 2K, 4K, 5K or 8K displays for their mobile. It would be those pixel independent. It would be more on the your designs will be pixel independent in a way. Okay, so what does it mean actually? Let's say if you're having higher end device with the, let's say, 2K or 4K resolution of the screen, what it will do whenever there is an image in your application, it will just call for the 4x image because that device will be mapped to XXX DPI, HDPI in a way. Okay, so whatever they will get this 4x image, it will look more crisp or more sharper for that particular device. If the device is not that high range or something, let's say it is a normal device with, let's say, 320 pixel density, uh, around 320 pixel density. It's like in 1 inch there are 320 pixel in it, for example. Okay, then it won't call for this particular image because the 4x image, वो सारे पिक्सेल्स इतने पिक्सेल्स ही है नहीं दिखाने के लिए ना, for this particular image. So it will efficiently call for 2x image, and it will also look very sharper in your devices because your device actually supports the HDPI version. So what we usually do, we usually design for MDPI, that is 160 density pix. What is it? It's called as pixel per inch itself. So per inch means in an inch, how many dots are over there, and then how many pixels in a way are there. So this gets mapped to your device, and as per that device, any particular image will get call out from your server. So your server will have all these images assets in a way, and as per the device, it usually calls. Okay, earlier this was a mess. In but 10 years back, it was a really mess because there were a lot of various sizes of devices. You would get like a tab with HDPI version also. So it would just call out for this particular image and it would not look that crisp. Okay, so basically the manufacturer understand the importance of having this particular structural way, and then they basically sorted this out, and our life also become better when this particular system came into picture. So we usually design for the baseline product, which is MDPI 1x में बनाते हैं ना हम लोग, and we what we take usually 360 का, like over here if you see, this is not, if I just go to Android large, yeah, 360 width and 800 height. That depends, again, that depends on the aspect ratio, or if you want to show the scroll, you can show the scroll also, but 360 is the base, like, and whatever you will create, let's say if I'm creating 44 or let's say 50 height button over here, it will look in this device 50 pixel height itself. On this device it will automatically become like a 75 pixel height if we measure it in pixel, okay. And for this device again it will be 100, it will be 300, sorry, not 300, 150 and so on. You get the idea. And for iOS it's 1x, 2x, 3x. Simple. They have only three, like their pixels are mapped to this three densities itself. So 1x, 2x, 3x, iOS. So we usually create for 1x, which is basically if you create 360 के लिए, that will be again 1x in any which case. Okay. You don't have to worry about these things in a way nowadays. Okay. So your touch target is 9 mm by 9 mm, which again in 1x it converts to 48 by 48 for Android device and 44 by 44 in iOS device. Animation: do not design content in a way that is known to cause seizures. Okay, no content on page should flash for more than 3 times per second unless that flashing content is sufficiently small in a way. This is again pretty self-explanatory. Like just avoid content that flashes or move rapidly. Okay, like if there are dependencies on the network call, and if you are just showing the let's say a shimmer effect on your screen, you have to you have to make a way so that it will not flash in a way like the shimmer that you would see on Facebook or Instagram. It is more subtle in a way. Okay, so this is usually the case when when you have to show some animation, okay, on overall page. If it is a smaller animation, then it might be insignificant. It will not provide a, yeah, so that is what. If it is a significantly bigger uh, animation, just make sure it is not providing the flashing sensation, or it is not moving rapidly here and there, because for some of the people it will be distracting or disorienting. Okay, so just add animation if it is necessary, and also provide option to pause and or stop it. Okay, you would see this pause and stopping functionality only in Amazon, and that is there for a reason in a way, because we think about the inclusivity for all. Okay, so for a header banner usually we give the play and pause buttons. Next one is linear and consistent. Okay, so it says create content that can be presented in different ways. For example, simpler layout without losing information or structure. Be clear in writing, avoid jargons and evidence. So this is more about what to write and all. If you talk about the jargons and all, let's say for example, um, like currently people know UPI, but imagine when we were just starting, okay, using UPI as a term was like very much new for most of the user. And now there are a lot of jargons out there what happens in the back end, like all your payment, like your credit card and debit card are called as instrument. Okay, payment instrument usually they are called, but you would see no particular app would be using these jargons. Like in flight app, uh, you would not see jargons like carrier and all, but your uh, Indigo or Jet Airways or whatever these are particular called as carriers. Okay, but these are the jargons or idioms are not are usually you usually do not use it in your design in a way. Okay, usually write clear and simple, easy to understand content itself. Okay, next one is responsive design. Again, this is same as consider mobile when initially designing the layout and relevancy of the content. So mobile first design. If you see when the iPhone 1 has launched in 2007, the browser on the mobile was like you have to zoom in and zoom out and all of those things, right? After that, the mobile first design concept were, came into picture, and people started creating the design for the mobile, their website for mobile first. And when there is a, let's say, once you design for the smaller screen, going to a bigger screen is basically adding or adjusting those designs. That particular task would be there, right? But you don't want user to zoom in zoom out if they're just using mobile phones. Specifically when we are designing flight, hotel, this kind of websites, nowadays we cannot say like user just use their mobiles and sorry, user usually use their laptops only to book this uh, uh, particular services. Nowadays all the services people usually use on mobile massively. There are uses of the website on the desktop, but they are again there is a large number of users just uses the mobile phone to book everything in a way. So this is why we feel very uh, uh, like frustrated when it comes to government website, like they are not mobile first design or mobile friendly designs. Okay, because they are not following this particular responsive design pattern in their when they are developing. Okay, they think like only people will only use these websites when they have laptop. Okay, but nowadays not, that is not the case. Mobile has penetrated a lot than the laptops. Okay, so consider this point as well. Responsive design always design in the responsive manner. Media, alternate text for images and all, like if you see Facebook and all, they're using they're providing the caption all text, usually that is called, like over here you would see when you are creating a website HTML, there is a provision. If you are adding particular images, you can add the alt text for that image as well. Okay, alt text is a description of the particular image. Moving to next. Yeah, enough time to read and use content. Let the user pause, stop, or hide content that moves, blinks, scroll, or automatically updates. For example, dynamically updating news sticker, chat message, etc. Like sometimes you see, like if, for example, in a way, like if you just open a particular website and the video start playing automatically, and you would be like, "अरे इसको बंद कैसे करा है यार?" Right? And if they do not provide such kind of a functionality, what you will do? You will directly close that website itself, right? Or maybe you will just click mute on your keyboard, and you would just try to uh, make good of that particular situation. Okay, so rather than letting user think what to do in those situations, you basically provide pause, stop, or hiding content or something, this kind of functionality, if it is moving or blinking, or specifically I'm talking about the self-playing videos and all of those things. Do not use this thing. These things does not work. Okay. Accessible audio or video elements. Make sure you provide an alternative for pre-recorded audio only. For example, text transcript. Provide a caption for preloaded audio content. Yeah, this is basically providing the transcript for the audio content in a way. Okay, so making the audio accessible as well as the video and audio accessible in a way. Okay, you usually get the transcript, what you're going to what is you are going to hear, or what is you are going to see in a for a particular media. This assistive technology can read text alternatives aloud, present them visually, or convert them to braille. People who are deaf or hard of hearing can read text presentations. Yeah. Let's see, visual design, typography. Like, this is simple. Use adequate line height, letter spacing, font sizes to ensure the readability for the user or legibility for the user with low vision, or maybe sometimes dyslexia also. Yeah. So always consider all of these situations as well. Like, below 12, any font size is a crime, I would say. Okay, do not go below 12. 12 is also for your captions. Okay, over here it shows link 12. This is crime. I don't agree with this thing. Do not go below 12. That's make that as a rule in a way. Okay, use adequate color contrast. Again, I do not have to say much about this. Maintain high contrast between the text and the background to help user with low vision. Okay, as simple as that. Yeah, this one is user research and testing. Cover accessibility and inclusive design issues when acha, this is just saying when you are conducting user research, also include these accessibility and inclusive design issues as well. Consider potential visual, hearing, motor, and cognitive disabilities. Like, include these users also in your research, so that you will get a good spectrum of feedback uh, to improvise your design upon. Saying there's a neighbor who is visually impaired, maybe she can create something, and maybe just can get the feedback from that particular person whether it is making sense for them, and it will just improvise the design. Like, the feature might that particular IPS officer would suggest, it eventually be helpful for everyone in a way, and she might get something novel idea also. So always have these users also included in your user research and testing.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
Let me tell you what WCAG guidelines itself. So these guidelines are just a set. Okay, let me go to over here. There is, yeah. So the WCAG documents explain how to make a website more accessible to people with disabilities. Okay, simple. So it is a internationally recognized standards, actually developed by the World Wide Web Consortium. Okay, which is basically called as W3C. Okay, so they have created this WCAG guidelines, and like, whenever we create any particular website, we have to follow these guidelines so that it becomes accessible to a lot of people. What do you think, how many percent of website would be following this WCAG guidelines, like compliant to these guidelines? Any percentage in your mind? 2 to 3%. Prasenjit saying we don't even use color blindness, color contrast. Okay, okay. Any other cases? Prasenjit is saying 2 to 3% only, which would be meeting up with these guidelines. Medhavi is saying 0.01. Yeah, we are very close to our, like our guesses are, yeah, I would say our guesses are correct in a way. So the 2023 analysis basically revealed that 96.69% of website failed to meet the WCAG standards. 96.69, that means, as in percentages is right, is like maximum 2 to 3% websites are only meeting the WCAG guidelines. Somebody was saying, yeah, Prasenjit was only saying like we don't even use the color blindness, color contrast. Yeah. So basically, I have another statistics over it. Like over 85% of percentage of analyzed website had a text contrast issues. Like 85% of websites. Like forget about being compliant to all the guidelines. Only the contrast problem are getting made by 15% websites only. Okay, so 85% are like what's matlab 15% of user are not 15%, as in lot of users are not able to uh, uh, properly go through those websites as well. Okay, and same thing about alt text as well. Alt text, anybody know alt text? What is alt text? I'm trying to say alt text is basically the textual description of a particular image. Let's say, as a blind person would not be able to see what the image is, right? Is not able to understand, and even the screen reader won't be able to explain the image in a way, right? Unless there is a uh, all text data written about that particular image. Yeah, it works for SEO as well, but yeah, so mostly it is used uh, for the visually impaired people to understand what the image is about. And you can say that alternative text is like a replacement of the image with the text, like explaining the image in a way. Okay, so if let's say if you are writing a blog, okay, lot of websites currently give this particular functionality. So if you're writing a blog, if you add a particular image in your blog, you can there is an option to add a alt text for that particular image. Okay, so yeah, that is the alt text. So around 33% of image lacks alt text in the website. Okay, which is basically essential feature of screen reader. Like whenever we navigate through a website, it's not only the text that we keep reading and all. The image says 1,000 words, right? And with the image only we get to understand, okay, this is about this. Okay, this particular image only we get the crux of the a particular blog or or whatever is represented on the screen in a way. Okay, so there are a lot of website actually missing this alt text. Lot of website has contrast problems, and other standard guidelines are also not meeting by the website. But this is not only due to it is our responsibility also, that while at least designing, we should take the contrast problem very seriously, so that at least the website or app that is designed by me does not have this particular problem. Okay, next problem is, let's say, the other, which is all text missing hai, to usko kya kar sakte hai? How to add those all text and all of this, creating that particular system. That is the next step in a way, right? At least the visuals are in our hand. Okay, so we'll also see what are the uh, what are the principles of the WCAG guidelines. Okay, let's go through this presentation. Okay, natural information such as text, image, and sound, code or markup that defines structure and presentation. So this natural information is like text, image, and the sound, basically, which we design. We have a control over the text that we want to showcase in our website or app, the image that we want to showcase, or let's say even the sound that we want to add. ओके जैसे कि अभी गूगल पे से कोई पेमेंट करते हैं देर इज अ साउंड राइट, फोन पे से पेमेंट करते हैं देर इज अ साउंड. Okay, the way that sound has to design and all, there are also some guidelines from the WCAG. Okay, and the next part is the code. Okay, now हमने तो पूरा सही से कर लिया, we have taken care of all the text sizes, the contrast, images को भी all text दे दिया, sound भी proper कर लिया. But now when the developer is developing it, he had to write in a certain way, in a certain standard, so that the screen reader would understand in a way. Okay, we'll also see those. What I'll just tell you some of the standards from the development point of view, so we can always advocate for these things whenever such situation arises in while working. Okay, so let's see the levels of WCAG guidelines. The Web Content Accessibility Guideline 2.0 are organized into three levels of conformance. Conformance. Okay. Level A deals with the most basic web accessibility feature. Okay. Level 2 signifies the biggest and the most common barriers for disabled users. Level 3 is address the highest, more and most complex level of web accessibility. And this is how we get the certification for our website also. Okay, so if we are complying on the most of the guidelines, so we usually get this kind of a certification. Okay, so yeah, same thing is written. A is must have. All websites should have this. If these are not followed, then the website should not exist. Also, I would say. Okay, but there are websites that are 96% of website are not following this, compliant to this WCAG guidelines, but that are like a double A guidelines in a way. Okay, so let's see the first principle of WCAG, which is perceivable. Okay, so let's just go through this definition or the information. Information and the user interface components must be presented to user in a way they can perceive. Simple enough, right? User must be able to perceive the content. समझना आना चाहिए उसको क्या है content. Okay. Content should be perceivable through sight, sound, and touch. Content should be transformable from one format into another easily. ओके अगर साइट में नहीं है तो साउंड में होना चाहिए. जैसे कि अगर विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड है सो ही विल रिलाई ऑन द साउंड राइट, जो स्क्रीन रीडर बेसिकली देगा. अगर हियरिंग इम्पेयरमेंट है तो साइट में सारी चीज़ें होनी चाहिए इन अ वे. यूजुअली यू माइट हैव सीन वाइल वॉचिंग मूवीज, इफ यू enable the what do you call we actually that subtitles and all, in the subtitles they usually write if there is a particular sound. Okay, or if there is a particular feeling and all of those things, they usually write this thing, because the person can be sound like having some hearing issues, he can just understand what is written when when it is in the written format. And as well as touch, yeah, vibrations and all of these are way to convey information. So for certain users, the touch would be best way to communicate certain information in a way. So that the confirm the content should be transformable from one to another. Okay. Common examples are like all text for image, right? And captions for videos. Okay. Let's see the second one, which is operable. Okay. User interface components and navigation must be operable. Okay, content must be navigable using various input methods. Remember, not everyone uses a mouse to operate a computer always. Some may use a keyboard or an on-screen keyboard, voice input, etc. to navigate. Online content need to be navigable by operable by these various input methods. Okay, what would be the common examples? I think like the keyboard navigability, right? अगर माउस नहीं है तो एटलीस्ट कीबोर्ड से तो वो ये करे. जैसे जस्ट आई शोड यू वॉइस ओवर, when I was using tab, it was just switching to the next options. Okay, and it was giving me helping me with, if I want to select, then I have to click on control option space, so that it will get click. If I want to move to some other options, I have to use maybe control option and the navigation keys and all, so that I can basically quickly jump through the various aspect of particular image. It does not, like the blind person does not have to, let's say if we just, if you are opening this particular website and if there is a voiceover, it's not like every time he would come to Google, he will search, he would want to go through all images, videos, shopping, news, and all of this thing. He might know all of these things, right? Because he might be using the website most of the. So there are particular shortcut which takes you to the next link or the next link, and such a way. Okay. The another example for operable is like for example, let's say if I'm going through this particular website and suddenly advertising ka pop-up aa gaya, how it would change the complete context, right? He is not able to see agar kuch screen pe aa raha hai and all, and suddenly the voice over takes to the focus is on the on the pop-ups and all of those things. So we have to be very careful what options to be provided when the user is going through voiceover features or screen reader features and all of these things. Okay, so that his navigation is not uh, like it should not be disorienting for that particular user. The next one is understandable. Simple. Information and operation of user interface must be understandable. In simple way, content must be easy to understand. Content complicated नहीं होना चाहिए. Okay. Website must use clear terms, simple instructions, and explain complex issues. Okay. It should function in a way that user understand by avoiding unusual, unexpected, or inconsistent functions. Okay. So basically talking about the example would be consistent navigation in a way, right? If like this particular tabs, let's say once you click on images, the navigation is at least consistent. It's not like images are here. Now this, if you see this, this is a confusing navigation. Like I clicked on shopping and suddenly it's changed everything. Imagine a person with a voiceover, he's using these things and he was just going through those tabs and suddenly clicked on shopping and pura context ही change हो गया. Okay, so it seems like the Google is not, or this Google shopping is not compliant over here, that we can clearly see in a way, right? And the text has to be readable. If you add images and inside images, if you add text and if you haven't provided all text, then it will be very difficult in a way. I would like to show you one example. The best website for which is following the accessibility standard is the BBC news in a way. Not even Times of India. Times of India is so cruel in a way. Did you just see that it actually there is a alt text to this particular images which explain what is that particular image. Let's see this. So if you carefully listen to this, for us it would be like more irritating because we are more habitual to this, but for the blind person it would be very helpful for them to having the alt image. And if you just see how he explained the image and then the link, and then he just propose, if I want to see this particular article, then what I can do in a way. So if you just got the gist of it, it is much better than the earlier website that we visited, like the Google website. And if you see the structure of the BBC website, it's so simple. Like this two options over here, then BBC and this, and there are these links, and then the article starts right away. Okay, so you can just understand for the voiceover, the content is so simple, so uh, so I would say so operable in a way. Like operable was about the navigation, right? The second principle that we saw. operable was about the navigation. Here if you see, the navigation is so simple. There are this particular links itself, okay, then there are these two, and there are this sign in and register, and then all these articles starts. So it is operable. In a way, it was perceivable also, because all text was provided for all these images. Okay, so whatever we are getting, we are able to perceive just by looking at over here. A blind person would also be able to come to that level in a way, while navigating through this particular website, or seeing just this particular component in a way. Okay, even the content is understandable, right? The third option was the understandable. If you see, it is not the text is so short and sweet. In a way, sweet in a way is like, it is just giving the gist of this particular news. It's not just throwing a lot of verbose and just telling lot more information. That is not needed, right? He just need to understand what this article is talking about. So that is basically understandable. Okay, let's see the fourth one from the first three principle. First is perceivable. Simply means users must be able to perceive the content, okay, through all of his senses. Next is operable, easy to navigation. This talks about navigation only. He should be able to easily navigate. Third is understandable. The content must be easy to understand. Okay, consistent navigation होना चाहिए, readable text होना चाहिए. That is what understandable principles is. Okay, let's see the fourth one, which is called as robust. Okay, what it says, content must be robust enough that it can be interpreted reliably by a wide variety of user agents, including assistive technologies. User agents means the technologies, okay, including assistive technologies. A website must meet recognized standards such as using a clean HTML and CSS. In simple word, the robust means the content must be compatible with assistive technologies. ओके नहीं तो स्क्रीन क्या लैपटॉप में स्क्रीन रीडर हो के भी कुछ फायदा नहीं है इफ आवर वेबसाइट इज नॉट रिटन इन सच अ वे दैट द स्क्रीन रीडर वुड अंडरस्टैंड, राइट? How to do that? Let's say for HTML, for example, if you guys know what is HTML में tags आते हैं, okay, like there is h1 tags for heading 1, h2 for heading 2, h3 for heading 4, and so on, for body and all of those for uh, like assistive text and caption and वो सारी चीजें. So there are certain tags for this particular thing, but it is not the only way you can develop your website. You can just you might not have to write h1 h2 and all of those things. You can still create a text. Okay, you can just write div, for example, let's go to this website. So if you see, let's say we can write this p. I'm not good at writing the code basically, but usually we use these tag, right? Paragraph 1, or let's not go to paragraph h1, and then we write something like this is heading, and then we basically close loop by h1, something like this, right? And when we run this, it prints heading in a big format, big text, and all of those things. Okay, so whenever the screen readers come, screen reader does not just go through the image; he actually goes through your code, right? So while he goes through the code, he understands, okay, this is the heading. Okay, then he might say in a certain way that particular heading, and it would understand it's a heading. Okay, he might say this article heading is this, and so on. But you can develop this in this particular format also. You can just say div, you can say heading, you can write heading in a way, and maybe div close kar denge, whichever way the div gets closed. I'm not worried about right now. But let's say if this is also will provide the same heading and all, and then you will have the CSS written so that it will look like a heading for the visual person. But for screen reader, this might not help actually. It will just be any other text. it wouldn't be considered as a heading in a way. Okay, so what this robust principle says, like we need to use the standard tags so that it becomes screen readers or other technologies, other assistive technologies compatible to our websites. That's it. So robust is more for from the development point of view. Okay, the first three were from is are directed towards the UX UI designer. We are responsible for this uh, first three options, which is perceivable, operable, understandable. The fourth one is the developer also has to develop in certain way so that it is compatible with the assistive technologies. Okay, let's see the significance of WCAG. We know, but let's just go through this slide. Yeah, the one is the legal and regulatory compliance also. Like for the company like Amazon, okay, it's not just our motive to become most compliant to or just to make our website reachable or understandable more for more and more user, but we also get compliance. Okay, legal compliance and regulatory compliance, we have to follow those compliance so that our website becomes basically usable for the for more users. So it's like the government also holds accountable to these companies for such things as well. Okay, so yeah, this is one advantage. You also becomes compliance by the legal and regulatory bodies. Okay, inclusivity and ethical consideration. Basically, this only drives to make us the government make us do these things in a way. Next one is broadening the user base. Of course, it it will have a more reachability, improving usability for everyone. Yeah, when we add such things for the blind person or the not only blind person, the we let's say the people with some disabilities, it actually benefits everyone, as in those who doesn't have any particular disability, for them also it becomes usable. And future proofing. Okay, so in future, if there is any particular technology that comes which improves the improves the experience for a particular uh, disabled person, let's say, it becomes future proofing. Because let's say if I'm developing something, some let's say VR headset which is for the blind people, the VR headset, the manufacturer also be complying or understanding what are the current standards are there in the market. Okay, based on which they will be creating their product. And if our website is already following those standards, then it becomes compatible, right? In a way that it becomes your website. If you think about this, it's like your website becoming future proof. Let's see creating an accessibility sheet. So let's see how to creating an accessibility sheet. Okay, so here are the steps. First step is familiarize yourself with accessibility guidelines. So familiarize yourself with the accessibility guidelines. Okay, that we know right now. Okay, so we are capable to go ahead. Okay, identify key design components to assess. As we know, we have seen the how to make the design system. When we create the design system, we always create components. Okay, and you have to think how this component you can think in such a way that it will be accessible for more users. Okay, for example, let me show if Google would able to show this thing. Switches, seen this particular switches in iOS and Android as well. There are some settings. When we turn those settings on, this switches also show some information like this: what is on and what is off, in a way. So for the color blind people who are not able to perceive this particular color, for him it might be all the same, right? He might not understand which side is on and which side is off. So for those users, there is on and off which gets written on the switch itself. Right? Have you seen this? Have you seen these settings? So are you able to see my this particular? So I'm showing you display settings. Okay. In display setting, when you click on differentiate without color. Okay. So when I click it, it gets added this I and O. So that who is colorblind, he will be also be able to understand, okay, which one is on and which one is off in a way. So there are these display settings, then there are voiceover settings. So all the accessibility panel in iOS is all about all of these things. So for vision, there are these options. Like in display, you can have all of this reduced motion. So those people who are not used to or usually get seizures when there is a motion or lot of animation, that for them these are the settings. There's invert color, then there is a display contrast. Let's say if you want more contrast, you are not able to differentiate between the colors and all, then you can actually increase this contrast. But to take advantage of this particular things which iOS gives for free, or the like the Apple ecosystem gives it for free, our code also has to be compatible with these technologies. That's why we cannot add the text in the image itself, because if you do that, then this does not work in a way. So here I'm increasing the contrast and you can see how it is changing. For text size, pointers and everything there is, and then there are these color filters as well. So this is black and white, and this is for like red green filter for, and these are the kind of disabilities written over here in a way. For those users, these are the filters are advisable. So our OS, if you see, it has been thought on so many levels. Okay, for hearing disability, for motor disability, for speech, somebody having problem in speech. Okay, so for them also there are some settings. You can go through all of these settings and just can understand, try to be in the shoes of those who have this particular disabilities, so that you will be able to create a better designs in a way in future. And these all of this design, the bottom line is all of this design have been created with the components, right? And those components, when you think about this component in the accessibility point of view, you basically start creating the better designs for them. Then document accessibility feature for each component. Like for, I just showed you for the switches, same way you can think about the buttons that you're using. You can think about the let's say, what are there others, like check boxes, right? Check boxes, chips, dead pickers and all of those things, you have to think in those perspective. Okay, how the voiceover would work over here, what are the things it will call out and all of those things. Check form labels, semantic HTML, and color use. Semantic HTML is what I was telling you, like H1 for headline, H2 for headline 2, and so on. Same way, if there is a form that user need to fill up, then there is a tag for the form itself. So if that has been used and the design has been created, it becomes easy for the, it becomes not easy only, it becomes compatible with the assistive technologies. Then ensure image have clear alt text. Check contrast ratios and keyboard accessibility. Think about the keyboard accessibility for most of like, if you are creating, let's say, like I have been in previous organization, I was working on the flight booking experience. Okay, and the flight booking experience, we were designing it for the travel agents, actually the affiliated travel agent for the uh, for the for that particular company. At that particular time, I was not seeing it for the keyboard accessibility. I wasn't seeing it from the disabled person's point of view, but from the, like, how agents can easily and efficiently navigate through the website. So it becomes faster for them, because for agents, in every 15 minutes they usually search for the new queries, right? They will search for flight, they will search for hotel, they will search for visas, and every time they are searching for something for their clients and all of this. For there, it has to be like a Figma then, right? Like in Figma, we do not have any particular, like right now I do not have any particular impairment, but I still rely on the keyboard shortcuts, right? So if you think about from the accessibility point of view, it basically benefits all. Okay. So check contrast ratios and keyboard accessibility. Use accessibility testing tools. Okay. There are a lot of tools. Currently, I remember the one which is like wave accessibility tool. So it depends on which it depends on the organization what tools they use. For color contrast, I use color checker in Figma itself, and also yeah, that's it I think. And there are other paid versions also that those plugins would not show up in here. Like this Stark is a paid version, so I won't be able to demonstrate that particular tool over here, but it accounts for everything as in vision simulator, touch targets, typography. If there is any problem in that, it points out those problems so that you can fix in the design. So at least we can do what are the things that are in our hand, which is like making our app and website perceivable, operable, and understandable. Robust developer पे छोड़ देते हैं. I hope developers are also getting GAN on accessibility somewhere. So conduct user testing with people with disabilities. Of course, like always include few people, at least 2 3 peoples with disability in your uh, in your sample size for the user testing. I think that's it. On Uber level, you just need to see how you can make all of your design elements more accessible to the user. Okay, and do not only think from the visual perspective, think also from the sound perspective. What text or the what voiceover will tell about this particular component, and also the touch itself. Like if you switch on something, then you might want to vibrate the phone. Okay, if you are making a payment, then you might want to vibrate a phone. If there is a ring, then you want to vibrate a phone, and all of those things, try to use it in a way so that it will make sense for the disabled use also. So what I was saying, consider like an Instagram app, like the features that you use on day-to-day basis, right? What if, what if suddenly the like button moved in a way, or posting a picture took like a 10 step instead of currently 2 3 steps, right? You open the camera, you click a picture, and you can directly post it in a way. So it's like a 3 steps now. Let's say if it is a 10 step journey next on meaningful steps in a way. What if the like button is moved to some other place? Or has it happened with you, like you suddenly found in certain situation where something things has moved or things has changed? What was your reaction was like? Instagram तो काफी change हुआ है ना, as in the day it started. Or Instagram, just saying for an example, you can take as a Snapchat, Facebook, Google, WhatsApp. Yeah, it is difficult to adopt the sudden change, and that is uh, gives uh, rise to this usability evaluation or usability study. Okay, this is where basically the one we use on a daily basis. Yeah. So basically, we usually get frustrated and might even sometimes some users might even stop using the app, they delete the app, and then the game is finished for your app, right? So this is where the usability evaluation comes in, and it's all about ensuring that the product is easy to use and meets the needs of its user in a way. Okay, so usability evaluation, composed of qualitative and quantitative research, is a process of assessing the user friendliness of a system or a product and whether or not it satisfies user needs. So, for what things usability evaluation required? What do you guys say? What are the things that are worth testing out in a way? So, I would say almost everything that you do, every change actually requires a usability study. Okay, why usability study? Because we don't want to come across like, okay, user ने app ही delete कर दिया भाई. User is not user. We confuse user, and user then again is not coming back to our on our platform. So before going live, we need to do usability study. I've seen a lot of startups do not usually do usability studies, and they basically learn from their customers when they launch it. But sometimes it backfires in a way like once the customer lose any particular trust, it becomes difficult to get their trust again, as in have deleted particular app and how much time it, let's say, took for you to again reinstall that particular app after you deleted it. So the goal is for to simplify process, boost efficiency, or raising awareness of a specific feature. Okay, so what are the method for usability evaluation? Yeah, so let's see this method. One is usability testing. The most common form of usability evaluation is known as the process of evaluating a system or product with target users, gathering their actions, body language, and behavior. Okay, this method is basically direct and user centric. Ekdam direct. Okay, so basically, if you are testing a new app or new feature, something like that, you would just gather some people, which will be your basically called as a sample size, and you will just observe how they are interacting with it. Uh, just note down their actions that they are taking, note down their body language and behavior. Okay. Next is usability inspection. In this approach, experts evaluate an interface without involving the user. Okay. Common types include heuristic evaluation and cognitive walkthrough. Okay. So as it says, it does not involve user directly. Okay. Directly नहीं है. जैसे usability testing is like you test it with the people itself. Here it is not direct. Okay. Instead, the expert evaluates the interface. Okay. Who are these experts? You are the experts, right? Because you knows what are the heuristic evaluation, like heuristics are over there. So you would compare this website, compare the app or website based on the heuristics. And I hope you guys know what is heuristic evaluation. Okay, like all the things that we saw, like uh, the UX principle, usability principle, psychological principle, those are called a heuristic evaluation. Heuristic evaluation UX. So this is from this Nelson Norman group itself. So you can I'll just open this website. क्या हो गया इसको? I'll just paste it out on the chat. So in offline, you can go through this heuristics. Very easy to understand, very simple. They have given the examples also. So you can just go through those. And so once you know all of these heuristics of a user interface, you basically becomes an expert and you evaluate a particular product, okay, on the heuristics. And then you provide a particular uh, report on the on your inspection. Okay, the next one is usability inquiry. So this process works to understand users thoughts regarding a product but without involving testing. Okay, यहाँ पे यूजर है, यहाँ पे यूजर मिसिंग है, यहाँ पे टेस्टिंग मिसिंग है. Okay, without involving testing. Instead, user feedback is collected through method likes interviews, focus group surveys, or field observation. Simple, eh? It's like sometimes it's about understanding the user's thought without actual testing. Because testing में क्या होता है ना, user already become very cautious. So whenever we do a usability testing with like usability testing method, user try to read everything whatever we have given on the given in the on the screen or flow. User try to read everything so that it he is always conscious that he should not look like a fool to not to understand a particular app or particular flow whatever we are showing, right? So these are the cons of a usability testing. So that's why the usability inquiry sometimes helps. Okay. So usually you provide a survey form. You can just interviews like a normal interview. You would just ask about their experiences when they are going through a particular process. Did they understand? Didn't understand? You can have a focus group like the way I was asking you the questions initially, right? And some of you just told me their stories of what they find good and why they didn't like something, and they just how then they just deleted the app and all of those things. This kind of a interviews that if we take, or if you take like if you do this kind of a study, then sometimes we get a meaningful feedback or like a real life feedback in a way. Okay. So basically, we gather feedback through surveys or interviews about what user thinks of a, let's say, new design without them actually using it in a way. Okay. So sometimes they do not have to use also. You can just throw out the idea as well. Okay. And then you can just think about what they think about those ideas. Let's go to the next one. Okay. What are the best practices? Okay. So in usability evaluation, uh, the best practices includes are like test early and often. Okay. Use both qualitative and quantitative research. Recruit a diverse range of users. Okay. Also has have some users with the accessibility, uh, like with some disability, so you will get a good uh, range of feedback in a way. And consider both moderated and unmoderated testing. Moderated matlab you are monitoring it in a way. Unmoderated means basically no one is looking at them or something like that. For example, actually Netflix continuously test features with diverse user groups worldwide. Even Amazon, like we usually test with the diverse users, like it's a worldwide testing we call it. Okay. To ensure that the smooth experience across the cultures and the regions. Okay. So even on Netflix or either on Amazon, if you go into settings and if you just change the country, you would see a different experience altogether. So what you see in India is not same as in what you would see in, let's say, US, UK, Middle East, and all of these places. Okay. So it depends on their region, culture, things changes. So these are the best practices. Simple, test early and often. Test early as in as early as possible. Do not go for the development without having a certain kind of usability testing. Either do heuristic evaluation, do certain usability testing, usability, this particular inquiry also you can do. I haven't done such kind of a process. I have done surveys and uh, like I think I have done the surveys, but I haven't done like without testing any particular, uh, like without uh, like without getting out any particular product to the user. I haven't done any particular testing without that. Okay, so I have done usability testing and usability inspection you have to do for every project, I would say. So do both qualitative and quantitative research. recruit diverse range of users, consider both moderated and unmoderated testing. Okay. Now let's see types of usability. I think, yeah, we will go in detail about this. So let's see what is moderated and unmoderated usability testing. Okay. A moderated testing session is administered in person and or remotely by a trained researcher. Okay. Who introduces the test to participant, answers their queries, and asks follow-up questions. Moderated testing usually produces in-depth result thanks to the direct interaction between the researchers and test participant, but can be expensive to organize and run. I usually do the moderated testing a lot, and yes, it is expensive. We sometimes hire an agency who hires users for us, and it's basically you would provide the types of users you want in your usability testing. Then you will have a, let's say, in person or remote like on call testing, and there you will have an interview. There you will basically have uh, a conversation with your users. Okay. So this is like basically having a uh, guided walk through, let's say, new app or new features, anything, whatever you want to test in a way. Okay. And it is expensive because it is intensive. Unmoderated usability testing. Uh, Unmoderated test is done without direct supervision. Okay. So imagine like uh, testing an app at home on your own device without anyone guiding you. Okay. So this is like in a real setup, in real situation, user is using your app on his own device itself, and he does not know, he's not getting guided by anyone in a way. So he's free to use his app whichever way he wants, in whichever state he wants in a way. Okay. This method is cheaper but might result in less detailed feedback. Okay. Because user usually use the app and then at the end he gives his feedback. Whether in moderated one you can usually can ask questions on uh, about a particular screen or particular flow. After he went through, you can again tell him to go through this particular flow again and just talk it out. What are the thoughts in your mind and all of those things. So that is the difference between moderated and unmoderated. Okay. So as it says, participant might be in lab, but it's more like, acha, here it says participant might be in lab, but it can be user can be in home also, as in it does not matter. Okay. But it's more likely they are in their own home. Yeah, in their own home and or using their own devices to browse the website that is being tested. Browse the website, or in our case, we usually test out the apps. Okay. The cost of unmoderated testing is lower. However, participant answers can remain superficial and follow-up questions are impossible. Like there cannot be any follow-up questions now. If he's in lab, then maybe you can uh, have some interaction with him. But if it is in home, it's just using the app in his regular way, and then you are asking the question. So it depends on if he remembers the question. Once you would do this now unmoderated test, usually you can do it at your home also. Like if your mom and dad is using the app, let's say if they are paying a bill. Okay. After they paid a bill, you can ask them questions or you can have their interviews in a way. Okay. And then you can think about, then you can just analyze if they remember what they actually did. They can recollect some of the flows and things like that. All right. Next one is remote versus in person usability testing. Remote usability tests are done over the internet or by phone. This is as simple as it can get, right? Remote testing does not go as deep into a participant reasoning, but it allows you to test large numbers of people in different geographical areas using fewer resources. Okay. So basically perfect for when you want to gather feedback from user with the different locations. In a way. Okay, then that location can be like in India there are a lot of locations, like there are a lot of places and they are culturally diverse. Even in they're diverse in their uh, thought process also, or the way they use a particular product also, like metro cities or the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities, they all have a different mindset, mentality, the spending power and all of those things. So if you want to get the feedback from all of this kind of people, then the remote usability testing is easier, as well as it, no, I won't say it is cheaper in a way, but it easier to get if your intention is to get the diverse feedback. Okay, so for example, we usually do a chime call. Chime is the internal product to Amazon, or you can do a Zoom call. Okay, and you would be basically testing out your product. In-person usability testing. In-person testing, as the name suggests, requires a test to be completed in a physical presence of a UX researcher and moderator. This also we do, like we do as in most of the companies, this is also a way to do a usability testing. However, in-person testing is usually expensive and time consuming. Expensive is also because you have to spend on that particular user. You have to arrange for him to come to your place. You have to book the place, and you have to give him something, right? Because he's spending his time. So that's why it becomes expensive and time consuming. Yeah, you have to find a suitable space, block out a specific dates, recruit and pay. Yeah, this is what you will always give something. We usually give Amazon gift card. So whenever you get such a chance, there is a perk to it. Okay, and go for the Amazon usability testings. Recruit participant. Yeah, that's it. I think maybe in a physical product, let's say, usually in-person usability testing is more important. Let's say you come up with some, for example, let's say healthcare device. Okay, uh, you want that device, you want to understand how user would use that device. In that case, your users might be doctor also, right? If you just say, if you just come up with a new scalpel, which is get user means your doctor usually use it for a surgery. Okay, you cannot test it out on a call. कैसा रहा, कट हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है, that way you have to see how a doctor is using that particular product, right? Even let's say a coffee maker, let's say if you make, you want to test it out with user, so you will always call user to in house, and you will just give him to just interact with that particular product by themselves. So there you cannot do remote usability testing. So these particular product sets becomes a good contender for the in-person usability testing. In our field, usually remote usability testing works, but if it is in-person, that also gives you better feedback, I would say. Next one is explorative versus assessment versus comparative testing. Okay. Explorative usability testing. Explorative tests are open-ended. Participants are asked to brainstorm, give options, and express emotional impressions about ideas and concept. Help researcher pinpoint gaps in the market, identify potential new features, and workshop new ideas. Okay, this is also pretty straightforward. It's more of open-ended. Okay, and ideal for brainstorming. Usually do it at the early stage of your product. I would say think of early days of uh, uh, a watch, a fitness watch uh, that was getting into shape, right? Let's say forget about the Apple Watch also. Before Apple Watch, how was the industry? So at that particular time, it was more open-ended, right? now though we also understand when we buy a fitness app, what are the features or functionalities we should expect from that particular watch, right? But in early days, it is more exploratory, right? We wouldn't know, okay, what user actually wants. We would always try it out. Okay, this type of a, let's say, calorimeter if it is helpful, or let's say step walk like algorithm for to understand how many steps user step count for user, if it is helpful or not, or like burning calories while dancing, or burning calories while gymming, or doing certain kind of activities, if it is helpful for user or not, what are the ways, and all of those things. The early stage of creating a particular fitness watch is was actually a like exploratory test, usability tests are more often used. Now also we are in era where the like the AR and VR vision, like vision consoles and all of those things are in a exploratory usability testing, right? We currently as a user also don't know what to expect from those devices, and what are the values that we will get from those devices, right? So in this particular, when you find certain situation like this, the explorative usability testings are more common, where you can basically identify new features, new potential gaps in the market. The next you assessment usability testing. Okay. Assessment research is used to test a user's satisfaction with a product. Okay. And how well they are able to use it. It's used it used to evaluate the product's general functionality. So assessment usability testing would be done by in-person usability testing, right? But the purpose of testing is the assessment, okay, not the exploration. Exploration तो हो गया, हमारे पास product है, okay. Now we have to see how users are using it. Google usually use this method to, whenever they launch any particular thing, they just launch it for few users, or they launch it like this is the new way to do these things. Like so, recently they changed their login system, right? The method of login in a way, or the design for the login. So they usually do like assessment usability testing, and then they basically launch it for the wider audience. Currently, Figma is also like there is a new UI from Figma. So you must have seen they have restored some of the features that they had changed, right, to the previous one itself. So that is more of like an assessment they are doing with their features. Though they are launched it for, they haven't launched it for the all the users also, right? It is on first they started with some of the user, and then there is a participatory or voluntarily you can also use those feature, or maybe you can go back to the old version as well. So that is where they are doing the assessment usability testing. The next one is comparative usability testing. Comparative research method involve asking users to choose which of the two solutions they prefer. Okay. This is also called as a preference test also. I usually call it as a preference test. So what they prefer, based on that, we basically go ahead, or we just get to understand the direction that we should move ahead. So we can quickly do a preference. This is very quick to do in a way. Okay. And they are used to compare a website with its primary competitors. Again, it depends. It you can compare it with your competitors, or maybe you can have two options which you want to compare in a way. So it depends. Okay. Um, Comparative would be, again, as we talk about, right? Somebody was saying they were using Spotify, but then Spotify, then there was a comparison between YouTube Music and Spotify itself, right? What do you like and what do you don't like, and all of those things. So that is like a comparative testing. You are actually comparing two things. Okay. And this method also has their perks, like you can understand the user preference clearly based on pros and cons of those two products. And you can see who are voting for cons, who are voting for pros, and which product is getting better preference than the two options. It's like अगर दोनों में cons है, still which product is much better than the other one. That we usually gets from the comparative analysis, or which are the cons that user would not want, like it is better to have थोड़ा गंदा हो ऐप, that is better than ये वाला feature which is very really really bad feature. User sometimes compare on those bases also. Now with those types that we saw, we have this user testing method. It's like a permutation combination of those, the earlier that we saw. Okay. So okay, so we have categorized it in this moderated, in person, moderated, remote, and all of this category. Let's see how they are. Okay, moderated and in person, we usually call this as a lab test or gorilla test. Okay, you would not be calling your taste in a way like moderated in person or something like that. You can directly say, when you say lab usability testing, then you understand like it's a moderated and in person, because it says like lab usability testing. So this type of usability research takes place inside a specially built usability testing lab. Okay, it sounds like कोई scientific room होगी. It's not. It's a conference room. You can take. You can get your not a conference or whatever the room you have. You can take that, and you can just ask your user to come and do the usability testing. Guerrilla testing. It's a quick way to collect large amount of qualitative data that validates a certain design elements and functionality. So this particular technique, yeah, correct. That is the one. So guerrilla testing is like whenever it says moderated in person, but it's not in the lab in a way. Okay, guerrilla testing is like, let's say if you can just go on the road and you can ask any particular random person uh, about their app they are using, or you can just give them your app and you can ask them to use it, and then you do a testing. That is like user mind is not conditioned in a way. Like usually what happens when you ask user to come to a lab usability testing, their minds are prepared, like whatever you will give them, they will read everything. But in actual world, we usually glance over the screens, right? We usually do not read each and every text that comes along on our way on every screen. But in lab usability testing, you will find your users reading all of those things and then only moving to the next steps and all. Okay, sometimes this happens. So guerrilla testing works whenever you can directly, like depending on the app also, and where you want to conduct that, where your app usually get most used. Based on that, you can do this guerrilla testing. You can visit someone's home also, and you can ask them some question if they're using, if your product is get used inside home, if your product gets, let's say Uber, if you're working for Uber, you won't be doing the lab testing in a way, like might not work in a way. So guerrilla testing might work over there, whether when users are actually calling for cabs or something, you can ask them question. You can give your prototype to test it out. Instead of Uber, you are creating a competitor of Uber. You can just ask them to just work on this particular prototype, and you can question them and you can conduct this guerrilla testing. Basically, that is called as a guerrilla testing. The another similar testing with the guerrilla testing, I'm not sure about it. Let's see if it comes along with this. Okay. Second column is moderated and remote. Okay. So whenever you are taking 4 interviews, that is moderated, but they are remote, right? Because you are on phone and interviewing someone. So it is pretty simple in a way. Card sorting, it involves placing of concept on virtual note cards and allowing participant to manipulate the cards into groups and categories. Again, card sorting can be done remote, can So card sorting, I would not just put it in the moderated and remote, but it can come into moderated in person also. It's a card sorting techniques. You'll have a bunch of card, like for example, when Amazon uh, in early days of Amazon, they had a they had started with the books, right? Only books category they were selling. After that, they started adding A to Z product. The Amazon was actually started with the book selling on the website. Flipkart came much later in India actually. Amazon was in US where the inception was with the books and all. When they started adding all the other categories itself, there was a confusion. Okay, which are the things, how to categorize all the categories they have, okay, or the um, all the categories, I would say, or all the product in which particular category, right? If you have clothing, then maybe shoes would comes into clothing or somewhere else, or maybe a uh, particular product would come in home furniture or like industrial furniture, or which particular category, or the let's say your hair dryer would come in a beauty product, or it would come in an electronic product, right? There was a blur line in this, and there were multiple categories, right? So what they did is the card sorting technique they use. They ask users only to sort them out in a way, like what category they feel this particular product should fit in. So for after the vast number of data, like they had a huge sample size, they came into conclusion, okay, this particular product, lot of users are actually think this is more in a certain category than the other category, so they put it in that particular way. So now when you go on Amazon or and see for any particular and you have to think about any particular product, directly type you can directly search for that particular product, or maybe you can navigate through the categories they already have, and there are chances that you always land on a category that you also think it should be in. And now that has become a kind of a now it becomes like a common sense. Like at that particular time it was not that common that you would see certain products in certain categories. Okay, now if you think, okay, this might look like a common sense, but the point of the story is like the card sorting actually helped them create these huge categories. Okay, unmoderated plus remote. So session recording. Yeah. So because this is remote and unmoderated, you can ask your user to record the session, and or maybe you can record the session. You can add some plugins on your website. Like developer can help you with those plugins, and you can actually record some session, like record the clicks and the navigation of your mouse and everything that you can actually record. Okay, screen recording is also uh, one of the tool in a way. It uses software to record the action that real but anonymized people take on a website, such as mouse clicks, movement, and scrolling. Online testing tools and platform. There are variety of online testing tools that allow you to remotely observe users' behavior on your website. Yeah. For example, 5-second test, unmoderated card sorting, and first click. 5 second step is like you only give 5 seconds. We have seen this like a 5 second step. Like 5 second step is like you just show something for a 5 second and then you directly ask question. Okay, so in 5 second, whatever they could observe, usually this is how uh, we also use our applications. That's what I was saying. Nobody reads everything that is on the screen. Okay. Unmoderated card sorting, like there are tools which basically online tools. You just give some queries to your audience, and they just has to card sort it in a way. So the same way the card sorted can be done moderated, unmoderated as well, in person and remote as well. Okay. Unmoderated in person observation. The researchers watch but don't participate, acting as a sort of fly on the wall as participants run through a set of instructions in a lab. So basically, you will create a set of instructions and you can give it to your user, and user can screen share if it is no, this is in person. So user can actually is in with you in a lab, and you can just watch them how they are booking a flight, booking hotel, making payment, going through a checkout process, and all of those things. And that is what is called observation. Then eye tracking, these are again advanced tools are required. Analyze where users direct their attention when asked to complete a task. A machine can create heat map or movement pathway diagram. So eye tracking is basically a now that there are various types of eye tracking, the no, not various types. There is eye tracking and there is a mouse tracking also. Okay, in mouse tracking, you actually track the mouse, like your website always save this particular data, like how users mouse is going from where to where and all of those things. In how much time interval the mouse movement is there. Like let's say if there is a book button over here and I have come to this particular page, and then after certain seconds I clicked on book button, that particular time interval is also, and can give you the insight if user is able to perceive the data on the screen faster or it is taking more time and all of those things. So mouse tracker is also there, and there is a eye tracking system also where you can get uh, like this usually done in person because you required a eye tracking device. We had it in IIT. After that I haven't seen it in Amazon. Like we usually don't do this eye tracking usability testing, but over there in IIT, we had a lab where we used to get our users, and that gear you have to wear. And then wherever you look on the screen, it actually tracks your eye movement. And based on that movement, it provides you the heat map as well as a movement pathway diagram. So these are the tools basically to use to critically analyze how your users are using your particular app or website or a product. And then you can basically learn from that and you might create something better for them. Quantitative and qualitative usability testing. Okay. So I think just by looking at the text itself, quantitative. Quantitative is what? This would be about the numbers, right? And qualitative, this would be not about numbers but something related to quality of particular thing, right? Or let's say it's like a non-quantifiable data in a way. Okay, you're, for example, in a way, this is, I had attended one design talk in last month in September. I had attended a design talk. There I happened to meet HDFC design head. Okay, design head of HDFC bank. Okay, so and audience were asking him questions like why the banking app websites and all are very bad user, having very bad user experience, and why don't you change it and all of those things. So what did he said now? So he said like whatever we ship, okay, whatever we ship, our marketing and sales team is so good that they always come up with the better data, like with the quantitative data. They always come up with the better data because इतने सारे क्रेडिट कार्ड हो गए, इतने सारे क्रेडिट कार्ड हमने लॉन्च कर दिए, और वी गॉट दिस मेनी यूजर्स ऑन आवर प्लेटफॉर्म, and these many new accounts has been open and all of those things, and these numbers are so high, there is no rational for the design head to ask for, okay, we need to change the system. And any change in a banking sector, in a way, let's say if you're say thinking about a website, let's say any change on these things is, it's like a risk in for the company also, right? So there is this particular jungling between the quantitative and qualitative. Like in banking sector, they are not giving uh, any weightage to the quantity to the qualitative data. The qualitative data is like people are thinking like this banking app एकदम बकवास है, use करने का मन भी नहीं करता, something is broken on the page and servers are slow and all of those things, right? This will you will get in the qualitative usability testing. But your quantitative testing or the quantitative data is, if it is much higher, then there is a very less scope for the qualitative that we uh, experience in Amazon itself. Like whatever Amazon come up with, in a way, our marketing team, sales teams is so good that we always get the good numbers in a way. But as a UX designer, it's our responsibility that we should carry out the qualitative usability testing and should provide the insights of user, comparing our website on the non-tangible things. Go through the text itself. Quantitative, it measures users' performance on a given task, such as a percentage of users who completed a given task. Okay, this is very much quantitative, right? Like how many users can complete a task within certain time. Okay, let's say in Amazon checkout process. So we get a particular number and then we get to know, okay, सब लोगों ने, most of the लोगों ने 8 मिनट के अंदर कर दिया या 5 मिनट के अंदर ये कर दिया, or whatever that would be a bell curve and all of those things. Usually our PM gives us this particular data with the developers, of course. Okay, so that is more on a quantitative path. Okay, this data basically helps us validate our design decisions, and if there are any usability issues, we can also uh, address those. Okay, results consist of numerical data, statistics, and percentages. Usually, you would see in the company the decisions are actually taken on the quantitative quantitative data is much higher than the qualitative one. Data is indirectly Data is indirectly recorded while participant completes the task. So mostly unmoderated, right? Like in not in person in a way. Let's see the qualitative one. It involves observing user to understand how they experience your product, right? This is more on a subjective manner, right? And why they perform certain actions. Okay, this is like to dig into why behind users action. Okay, ये क्यों कर रहे हैं? Why not this? Why this? Why that? Likewise. So you can just imagine observing how users navigate through a new feature on your website, and you can then ask them questions, and so that they will give you their more insights in a way, okay, which will not be in a quantifiable manner. It used to inform design decisions and gain in-depth insights into users' behavior and emotions. Apple company, also Google also works more on they rely more on the qualitative data, and I think because of that their quantities also tend to increase in a way, because they give value to more about what user thinks and how they are perceiving in a particular thing, rather than like kitne what are the numbers in a way. Okay. It's a mix of both. Okay, findings are based on researchers' impressions or user comments and feedback. Data is collected by observing user interaction and reactions. Yeah. So whatever user think, whatever they say, whatever they feel, that you basically jot down and create a report in the qualitative usability testing. When to conduct qualitative and quantitative testing? In most scenarios, you could use either qualitative or quantitative testing to collect data, but one will better depending on the task and yeah, you have to decide based on the problem wise. Okay. Quantitative, measuring user experience with data. Amazon में बहुत quantitative होता है. If we usually over here calls it as a web lab. So whatever we launch, we do a web lab. Web lab is like is like a A/B testing. So whatever is the A is the old design, whatever is the B is the new design, and then we get some quantitative data behind it, and that based on that we get some insights also. We need to change this, change that, and based on that we create designs. Quantitative usability testing is a great for this scenarios like measuring user experience with data, because you can measure the time it takes for a participant to complete the task. Like this is the same as we saw. Let's see the example. Let's say you find that only 30% of participants are able to complete the task within 2 minutes. Now you have have that data. You can study the heat maps of the journey the user takes to understand what usability issues the user has encountered when trying to complete the task. Like when you say like 30% he are able to complete a task in 2 minutes. Okay, why are not they able to do what happened with the 70% of the user? Why they are not able to do that? You will investigate into that, and then you will basically design something. These are more interesting. This is, I understand now, this is on the more uh, like I cannot give you the practical of this in a way. But when you would join companies like big data companies, you will always have to play with this data, understand this data, and it becomes more uh, it becomes more interesting while you are designing after you know the data. And there it all the data also becomes a rational for your design, whatever you design for in a way. Qualitative user testing enables you to understand the reason why some does something in a product, and research your target audience, pain points, opinions, and mental model. As you collect the more qualitative data, you may start to discover trends among user, which you can use to make changes in the next design iterations. Let me think of some example for this. For the qualitative, there's one story I can tell you, but I don't know if it is directly in the qualitative or quantitative, but it's a story of Instagram introducing the stories actually for the first time in their app. Okay, story now we know like it's an integral part of Instagram, but when the Instagram has launched, it was not that case, right? Instagram was more about the images, right? Not that much about the videos in per se, and not about stories. Stories like a 15-second, 30-second video content that you would have it in your application. So when Instagram basically notices that users actually were spending more time on Snapchat story feature, they they basically decided to implement something similar, but they added a twist into that. Okay, Instagram conducted an extensive usability testing. So this is before launching, so they didn't had the data. That's why I'm saying I'm not really sure they had data, they don't had data. But it was more on a qualitative testing. It was more of a type of a qualitative usability testing. Okay, so they did extensive usability testing that the feature is discoverable in a way. Okay, once you discover, then only they will use, and then they will basically then there will be more user base for that particular feature, right? So during this testing, Instagram actually found that their users were struggling to locate the story feature, right? And this currently, if you see, WhatsApp is actually struggling for the discoverability of their channel section. Like they have the channels inside the story, but the numbers are not that good for WhatsApp. Okay, so say it was same for in same story for the Instagram. Like their users were struggling to find out the story feature, as it was hidden under the icon on the top left corner. Okay, so at that particular time you had to click on an icon, and then you would basically go onto the story mode. Actually, it was also same in the Snapchat as well. Like Snapchat में अभी भी story का अलग section ही है. But in Instagram, Instagram is a feed, right? Photo feed in a way. And in that there was an icon for the story. Now how it is, now you know, like it's standardized now. It's like all circles on the top of your top bar, below the title bar, we usually user perceive it as ये तो story ही रहेगा, like that's why WhatsApp में भी वैसा है, Instagram में भी वैसा है, and Facebook, like now they are the three same companies itself. But now if you, even if you have to add a stories feature in your app, you would put it in the same way, because now this has been a what was the law? Jacob's law, right? User is most used to see that particular thing. So based on the qualitative information, they actually did some changes into their story to make it more discoverable, and that is how now we see that how it has been evolved to the currently the way the stories are presented. Okay, so the qualitative usability testing are very important when you are basically coming up with something new, and when you are launching it, not launching, or you are testing it with some early users. And quantitative is when you basically launch it, and then you with the vast sample size, you basically get some information how users are interacting with your website or application and all of those things. Okay, so both are important. One quantitative I can remember is like the Google had run a test which was called as 41 shades of blue. Okay, this was a huge experiment, very infamous in a way. Like uh, so basically Google wanted to find out which shade of blue, okay, which shade of blue, like the blue button that you see, for sign in, sign up, and all of those things. So it is the story of that particular blue color. Why that blue? Why that hue of the blue? So Google wanted to find out which shade of blue is most effective for their hyperlink text and buttons and all of those things, to in terms of the click through rate. Okay, so whichever, in a quantitative manner, whichever hue of blue would get more click through rate, that will win basically. So but instead of guessing, okay, कि कौन सा कलर क्या कलर करे, कौन सा ह्यू करे, क्या उसका हेक्स कोड रहेगा, क्या ब्राइटनेस रहेगा, क्या सैचुरेशन रहेगा, instead of instead of guessing that particular thing, they basically ran a usability test. Okay, which which actually they created the 41 different shades of blue, and they publish it, and then they analyze it, which one is getting the more click through rates. Okay, and also usability study shows that there are slight differences in the shade of blue that led to a significant engagement in a way. Okay, so basically that is the one we see, the finalized one, the blue color that we see Google uses for their all the CTAs, all hyperlinks, and all of those things. That is the winner in a way. And that actually resulted in a, because Google is used worldwide, like so many users Google already have. So it is for them, it's $1 million change in a way. So the takeaway from this story is like even a small usability tweaks, like if that is backed up by the usability testing, can have a massive impact on your users' engagement, and of course the growth of the company at the bottom. So both of this qualitative and quantitative user testing perform best when users in conjunction with one another. Both are basically can be used. User loads. Okay. What is user load? User load refers to the cognitive and emotional demands placed on user when interacting with digital product. It encompasses factors such as complexity, speed, consistency, as well as users' expectation and mental workload. Okay. Somebody was mentioning in chat for some of the question, like they use word like cognitive load. So this is what it is called actually. You can say cognitive load, user load. So when user interact with your app or website, they are basically dealing with this cognitive and emotional demand placed on them. If, let's say, a process is too complex, or slow, or inconsistent, user can directly abandon the
task or flow or whatever it is, right? If you observe yourself, you can also, if you find, let's say if I tell you to use a tally software and you have no idea, or if I tell you to use, let's say, uh, Adobe Maya software, let's say, or 3ds Max, right? If you had to just fiddle around with it, you would find it more complex, right? If I tell you to use government website, for that matter, you would try to click on some button, but it will take time, it would be slow, right? It will, again, you might not want to go through that particular experience. So what is actually happening, your mind is always endlessly thinking about whatever is it is there on the screen in a way. Okay. And if your website or app is more complex, then again it will induce more questions in users mind. Why it is happening, why is like this, what happens when I click over there, what happens when I do this thing, I want to do something, where can I find out, and all of this thing. If there is a complexity, and if the response time is very also slow, again, lot of more question. Okay, why it is not happening, is my internet is on, or my internet is slow, or on the server side is the problem, or maybe government website is it's not working, or whatever it is. Like, it induces a lot of question, lot of emotional demands are also there, right? We feel, array, this is confusing, we feels like, oh, this is very slow and lazy. And if the website is inconsistent, like, when you, it is more on the Jacob's law, if you are habitual to do certain work in a certain manner, but it is not your app is actually not consistent with that, then again the mental workload will increase. And that is when we say the cognitive load has increased. The cognitive and the emotional combines as a user load increase. So that is what it is called as user load. Okay. So for example, let's say, let me give you another example. Is like, let's say if you are designing a Uber app. Okay. So, or any particular app, let's not only Uber app or something. Your main focus should be, when you are actually on the UI, your main focus should be how you can declutter the screen. Okay. Declutter the options in a way. Like, when you are decluttering this thing, that is when you are actually reducing the visual load. Okay. There are a lot of options on the screen. There are a lot of animations or UI stuff on the screen. That is actually increasing the visual load, right? So you have to always think your visual load has to be minimal. There has to be, even if you are drawing a single line, there has to be reason to draw that particular line. Okay, the next thing is your workflow. You should be minimizing the excessive clicks. When you are adding more clicks, let's say to go through a particular process, you are actually adding motor load. Like, user has to do a lot of movement in a way. User has to click on next. User has to click somewhere on the top side of the screen. In the next screen, they have to click on somewhere bottom of the screen, left side, right side. If you are adding this particularly, if it is not consistent also, it increases the motor load. Okay, so you have to think how to minimize that. And if the navigation is confusing, or if whatever the content you are writing, the UX copy is not right, or if it is confusing, or it is using some technical jargons, then it increases the cognitive load, right? There will be confusion in navigation, confusion in understanding what it is saying in a way, what the screen is communicating, and all of those things. So visual load, motor load, and cognitive load, you have to decrease. You have to think about decreasing all of this thing when you are designing any particular app. So always use minimalistic visual design. Let me see. Yeah. Oh, I think this thing is over here itself. So you have to minimize the visual load, motor load, and cognitive load, as I said. Okay. Huh. How to reduce the user load actually is like, when you have to reduce the visual load, you have to think about using minimalistic visual design. Okay. Like the Apple does, right? All of their website or application, you'll see there will be minimal visual load. There is nothing unnecessary on the screen, or some illustration is just there for there. You might not find it Apple using in such a particular manner. Then consistent layouts. Your layouts has to be consistent. Bold hierarchy. Hierarchy is like you have the power to guide users' eyes, right? So use a good hierarchy, I would say. High contrast so that everything is legible, and use generous white space. Whenever you have a white space, whatever the content you are showing, that gets highlighted when there is a generous white space around it. Okay. I usually call the term as a breathing space. When you have a breathing space around anything, it becomes easier to read. What you can do to reduce the motor load? Minimal hover interaction. Let's say if you're on your website, everything is on hover, then only user would understand. It will increase the motor load. Large touch targets. If you have a tiny touch target, minimal touch sizes should be. Read the material design guidelines, read the human interface guidelines. If in an interview, if you give such answers, 28, no. If you say 40, no. It would be a disaster. They would understand you haven't gone through the guidelines. For iOS, it is 44. For Android, is it 48? This is as per their guidelines. The minimal tappable size. Let's say if you are creating some option, how much is the minimal tappable area that you will give? Let's say you are creating a button, okay? What should be the tappable area for button? Visually, it can be reduced, but dimension wise, like from the developer side, at least it has to give the 44 pixels. And you should not keep any particular element in between those. Like it should not come in like a clickable area of one icon, let's say, should not coincide with the clickable area of other icon, I would say. Are you getting it, Muskan? Or I can show it on Figma also. Say if I'm creating a button, okay, I need to ensure it has to be 48 pixel by at least height may. Minimum size is 48. So minimal height may is 48. Now if I want to keep it like 33 and this width has to be increase in width and all, that is okay. But I cannot go less than this in a way, less than 48 for Android. So on the safer side, what I usually do, I use 48 or I use 50, if whether it is iOS or whether it is Android. But you always have to think about the real estate when you are using 50 or you are using it the higher value, you are actually getting uh, some real estate from other element in a way, right? So always use 48 pixel size for your button. Okay, so let's say this will be your button. Text size 14 is minimum for the body text. For caption, you can go for 12. But if you are using anything less than 12, that will involve an accessibility button. Yeah, I'll tell you about the radio button, how radio buttons are created in a way. Okay. So in iOS, so you will find 44 by 44 ka radio button in like this. And then you have some certain circle like this, let's say. Okay. For example, this will be in iOS. So the overall size, if you see, it would be 48 in a way, 44, sorry. Okay. In Android, it is like this. Okay. In Android, it is like this. But let's say if you are having this smaller also, but till developer will give you the 44 by 44 pixel. Like you have to mention that the clickability of this area has to be this much. Once you click one time, it will be on. One click again, it will be off. Getting me? In iOS, you might have noticed there are the what they call it segmented controls in a way. Like they looks like this. Like you have this looks something like this, and there will be some text like this tab one. This is basically tabs, but in Android it is called segment control. So these are the segments they call it. In Android, you would find it using it as a tab. Okay, so you will find this would be around 34 or it is around 36 or something. Okay, but if you go inside the code and if you find what is the actual tappable height they have given, it is always like this. It would be 44 by 44. So this is the minimal tappable tappable area. So this makes This ensures that user will not have a fat finger problem. Like they are going to tap on a tab or something, and let's say if you have certain, let's say this button is just over here, like just next to this in a way, without, or let's say you're adding 1 pixel gap or something. If you're clicking on tab 2 or something, there are chances that the button might get clicked. So that's why you need to ensure that there is always a breathing space. You can keep more spacing, but it should be 44 by 40. Let's say, for example, if you're using some icon, adding icon, let me just check. For example, let me know why should I need, okay. Okay. So for example, let's say on the title bar, I'm going to use this icon. Okay. Now over here, it will say, it is saying 45 or something. But what you should usually do, create a rectangle of 44 by 44, create a frame of 44 by 44. Okay. Add your icon inside that. Then let's say you have different icons. Okay. And when you make this as a component set, now you should use it properly, as in let's say ये icon use किया यहाँ पे ये icon, this icon and this icon. Now they are same, but imagine if they are different. Okay. If you provide no spacing between them, that is also okay, because you are already provided the sufficient padding and all of those things. Okay. So if you, let's say, let me give some background color to this so that you would understand. Okay. Now, if you keep them close, let's say if you want to have certain elements and you have a tight spacing, you can do this. Okay. This is still, as per the guidelines, it is clickable in a way. But you should not do this in a way, I would say, like this, because there is very tight space and you are compromising on their 44 by 44, the minimal tappable thing. Then what would happen? Let's say if you are going to click this middle icon, this might get clicked in a way. Is that mean if we made a button or something, we have to give at least 44 pixel to put the another clickable thing? Sorry, Muskan, can you talk and explain what you're trying to say? Cool. So 44 pixel is the minimal tappable area, Praveen, for iOS. For Android, it is 48. At least iOS and Android, we should remember. So larger touch targets, resting spots for fingers. Resting spots as in like if everything is clickable on your screen, there is no and you have a scroll basically to do, and there is no place to rest your finger itself, then also there is a motor load in a way. Like there will be some accidental clicks, and then user has to go back and come again and all of those things, right? So always have a generous white space that is works as your resting spots. Yeah, use shortcuts. Like imagine Figma, they might, if they remove all the shortcuts and all, we'll have to go every time in some option and select and all of those things. It will it will increase the motor load on us. Next one is reduce cognitive load. How you can reduce the cognitive load? Simplify workflow. The more simplified your process is, the more short and sweet your process is. It is going to get good results also. User going to love it because they will have a less cognitive load. And now you know where to use the cognitive load word. Okay, you cannot use it anywhere for anything. Let's say minimal visual because cognitive load ज़्यादा है. It's not like that. You have to use the cognitive load, this wording at a certain places only. Providing wizards and shortcuts, again, this will reduce the cognitive load. Clear information architecture. If your user is getting lost in the flow in your website, that will increase the cognitive load. Imagine कभी कभी लगता है अरे आप बैक कैसे जाऊं, right? Or how can I navigate to some other pages and all of those things? That is like because because of your information architecture is not clear, it increases the motor load as well as the cognitive load. Moving to the next one, conducting a usability study. Okay, so here are the steps to conduct usability study. First is def yeah. First is define goals and methodology. Okay, so basically start by understanding what you want to achieve. Okay, are you testing new feature on a or it's like a it's like a another iteration of something which user is already familiar with. Okay, so what you want to achieve at the end, in a way, what you want to understand from user, that goal you have to define. Okay, and of course the methodology how you're going to do it. Okay, recruit representative users. Okay, recruiting is also depends upon your cohorts means, let's say, in usually you will find this word n2 r2. N2 is new to. Okay, n2 it is written as n2, but it's a new to certain process. R2 is repeat user. Okay, then there are users like aspiring users. Okay, there are various types of user you want. You might be conducting usability studies for certain things to understand by the demographic of the users, demography of the, let's say, tier 1 cities के लिए, tier 2 cities के लिए, tier 3 cities के लिए, you want to understand from that point of view. So depending on the problem and what you want to achieve as per your goal, you will recruit the users. Okay, next is prepare test protocol and materials. It's include, you have to create tasks for your users. It's much like asking them to, like, let's say, book a flight. Okay, so that is the task that you would give to your user, and the way they would do, depending on your methodology, you will conduct the usability testing. Okay, next is facilitate sessions and observe. Simple, during your test you will just observe your user, how they interact with your product, right? Then conduct pre-test briefing. Now this is thing is, after three, actually it's set up the test environment. Basically, if you have a room, then you'll invite user. If it is online, then you'll share the meeting ID and all of those things. How this meeting is been conducted, this session has been conducted. Same way, you just set up the environment. Conduct pre-test briefing. Pre-test briefing is basically like, you would just make your user more comfortable in the environment. First of all, just tell them you are not going to judge them on anything. It is not, you are not testing them in a way. You have to clear that. It's a usability study, you will always say. If you, I have seen it, whenever we say test, then users become more cautious of their actions in a way. When you say it's a study where I'm just going to study, they basically behave in much more natural way. Okay, so it'll just brief that it is not to judge them, or it is not to think if you are right or wrong or something like that. That you will do, and then you will facilitate the session and then observe. For the debriefing, you will again communicate user how you are going to use this data, why it is important to you, and all of those things, so that they understand. Okay, there, and also tell them, if once you are done, you are going to delete or whatever you are going to do this with data, do anything with that particular data, you just comfort them in a way. Okay, next is analyze the data and report finding. Of course, you will analyze whatever they are saying, or you'll analyze the data, you'll create a report, and then present the finding and recommendation. You will again give a presentation on that particular data and findings that you have.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
So when we work in UX problems, there are a lot of times we keep on saying something in the industry or wherever you work. that let's use this pattern, right? So what is a pattern in UX is extremely crucial. See, when you look at a smartphone of a Samsung smartphone versus a Oppo smartphone, they ideally should look different. So they try to bring out some differences, right? But when we talk about UX, the usability part of it, not the look and feel part of it. The look and feel part is called UI, and the usability or the way we interact with the product, that is the UX. So there are a lot of parts which people build some muscle memory in their brain. Like let us go to examples like Mintra. You go to my orders. Okay, Mintra. So in Mintra, if you look at it, let's say I go to this I go to men and I go to jackets. So this is pattern of e-commerce. So anyone can call out any other e-commerce website? Amazon, then Flipkart, anything else? Agio, yes. Then we have eBay. So when you look at all these are all similar classification wise, they are similar kind of product. So all of their jobs to be done is what? To help you buy products digitally, right? These are digital commerce platforms. So like you go to a mall, you go to a shop, you buy a product, you go to this place, you do shopping. That is the end jobs to be done. You go and you buy stuff. So when you have the same jobs to be done, if you look at all of these examples, you will see that they share some common philosophies across, right? So it starts with a like a broad search bar on the top for everyone. So there is search on the top coming up. So yeah, let us go through the UX part, and that is extremely important for all of you to work on your projects and all. So so when you look at this whole product holistically, when you go to the homepage of Flipkart, you will see that there are some sections. See, there is a carousel part. This is kind of the advertisement section. So this has an advertisement section. Here also you can see an advertisement section, right? And when you go to eBay, this also has an advertisement section, right? So eBay and Flipkart and Amazon to now, because of different Diwali season and all those things, they bring this thing, but it still has this advertisement section. See, it's a carousel, right? So this similarity of thing, it meets a higher level jobs to be done for the end user. The end user is going to a mall and then they are seeing some billboards, right? While entering the mall, something is saying, that this fashion thing is coming up, this food joint is coming up, or this electronics, this smartphone is there. So it builds some, low term, like short term memory in your brain when you're entering into the mall. It makes you biased also that, oh, okay, without this advertisement, then things will be hidden inside such a huge universe of products, right? So this also becomes a space for what? Paid promotion. So whenever, let's say some company wants to bring their product. So when outside a mall, whoever has gone to Ambience Mall in Gurgaon, you'll see a lot of billboards outside. So are those billboards for free? Anyone can go and put their things over there? No, right? You have to pay money for that. Because that's a prime real estate. People are entering the mall through the main driveway and they are getting influenced through those advertisements. This is also an important thing. But what Amazon is doing, that Amazon is advertising their categories with offers going on. And these are all nudges for you to click and go inside, right? And this is where, they are in e-commerce, the biggest pattern that you can observe is e-commerce is full of containers of nudges. So this yellow zone is a container of top deals of exchange. Trending deals, another container. And these are small containers. Then again, blockbuster deal container. Then another, minimum 60% of container. So they have actually classified their thing. Imagine it's like a huge Chandni Chowk market, but there are separate lanes for electronics, separate lanes for clothes. So they are classifying using that real world metaphor, try to put it in this whole thing. So when you are asked to design an e-commerce store, you have to look at these kind of UX patterns. These are not UI patterns, these are UX patterns. Here also you'll see a lot of containers. Juicer, mixer, grinder, it is not about Preeti. It can be Preeti, Phillips and more. Whoever has paid them money, their name is going to come here, right? Then if you look at this one, Motorola, they must have paid money for them to, appear in this kind of a, huge important real estate like this. So this also has containers. So the way you design the containers, sometimes if you just, keep on making the containers row after row after row, it becomes extremely boring and monotonous for people. So just like every lane can have a different kind of a color, lighting, create a vibe of that place. So as you can see, this best gadget and appliance, what they have done is that they have 4 gadgets of different categories and one top selling smartphone thing. So they can also charge you different kinds of money for, promoting your stuff in this platform. And that's how, these platforms, they are making money, right? Like that. So again, container, this is another type of container. So a set of four, and then a card. Here, what did we see? A set of 4 and a big card, right? And sometimes you're going to see, okay, again, see, set of 4 and big card. Do you see this particular thing and this thing? They are the same component in Figma. It's the same component, just replaced with different data, right? As you can see. So that's how, they are going to scale this system to break the monotony. They are going to create different types of containers. And that's how they are going to see. This is also the same component, but just, different things. And when you go to eBay also, you can go here, find your favorites, discover kaleidoscope of cards. See, this is what, they have created these kind of discovery things. Now, this is one way of one UX pattern. But then there is another UX pattern. Once you go inside something, let's say I go inside this yoga mat. Now then what happens is that I should also be able to go to the entire universe. That's why on the top I have, all. I have, all those things, they become part of my navigation. So when I go and hit inside these towels, on the, top hand side, if you see, I can go to this mega universe of the entire e-commerce platform of Flipkart, right? That means although I'm in towel, I should be able to go to home and furnishing and wall lamp. And I should be able to go to sports books and more and gaming consoles. So for me to switch the context of, this, look at window shopping thing. It's, context of one product to other product I should be doing in Flip like this. That's how the navigation should be. So a pattern in UX we can say is that it's one click context change is a pattern. In Amazon also, I'm in the context of, this NBR yoga mat. I can go to table tennis and it brings me to the entire world of table tennis like that. I can go to eBay, and on the eBay also left hand side, as you can see, I can go here, shop by category, and from here I can go deeper. So the way these things come up might be different, but the UX pattern remains same. Same is when you're going to search, if you see, you can search based on categories. Isn't it exactly the same for Amazon, that you can search based on categories? Isn't it also the same for Flipkart? No, Flipkart, they didn't use it. For Agio, they also didn't do it. But see, eBay and Amazon, they have this category defining thing. Now, where did Amazon define the category? Before the search. And then they define the category after the search. So this becomes a UX pattern, that a search experience by pinpointing the category, so that you find within that category. I'll say, let's say I can go to stamps, and within stamps, rare. So it is going to find me rare stamps for me. That becomes, but go look at the highest level jobs to be done. We are here to do shopping, but then as part of shopping, this particular experience is called discovery, right? This is discovery. When I am trying to find something with or without an intent, so this discovery becomes a larger UX pattern. For e-commerce, discovery works like this. If you guys know, and when you actually start working, will feel discovery is one of those huge parts that drives all user experiences, because we're in the world of information technology. We are getting lot of data. Go to Spotify. Isn't discovery an important part of Spotify? Right? But the way you discover stuff is different. So you have search. You are looking for music. But can you also not have that category drop down, choose Telugu and then you search? This is where we're talking about UX pattern, which is domain in product above that. So are you guys now connecting UX pattern what it is? So for me, discovery is the problem to be solved. I can go to Netflix. Netflix also discovery, but these people, they created discovery like this. But Netflix also has search, titles, people, genre, and every time you search something, let's say horror. I haven't even typed, but it has given me so many results, right? So the way this search result happened, that I could have typed humor also, right? So when I have typed H, Netflix doesn't know horror or humor, so it is mixing everything. If I go humor route, HUM, then it goes humor route, right? Or human, right? See, now it will go humor route, sense of humor. So this automatically populating the stuff as and when we are typing. Do you guys remember any common platform where this same thing happens? Right? This happens here. But in Spotify, does it happen? If I write, see, Spotify also happens. So how the result of that pattern comes, the UI may look different, but the UX pattern is same. The UX pattern is when discovering through search, it automatically should populate the stuff that I'm looking at. That is a UX pattern. And we can easily use these kind of UX patterns from these common products. So we'll go more deeper inside all these things. But this is in a nutshell the reason we are going into this is because we can use these as building blocks to design our own experiences. Now, need for UX design pattern. Why do we need UX pattern also? That user familiarity is something that we deep dived and we went through all these examples. Then usability. So when people are using Netflix, they are used to this kind of a way of things appearing. I can type thriller and it's super extremely nice experience where I am just typing and every single letter I add full canvas of how many 18 movies with one letter. The movies keep on changing. So this is extremely important, this kind of a UX pattern. But how you want to use it in a context of e-commerce, let's say now I look at here, I go to Amazon.in and I search yoga. This is also very powerful. It is giving me a set of these kind of things. Now, what do you guys observe when you see this suggested thing? What is the one thing that you see as a pattern related to yoga? But look at the design detail here. What is the design detail? Yes, after typing, the bold part is coming. Be more specific. Suggestions are in bold, right? Suggestions are in bold. What you feed is not in bold, right? Look at Google. Suggestions are in bold, right? Goes to because you have to specify it in your actual like work which you hand off. You have to specify these things. In Netflix, see, I am looking for, let's look at Spotify. I'm asking for, let's say, roots. But it is not celebrating the opposite end. Do you see there is a break in the pattern? Because everything is mixed, right? In the same altitude. So we have to, as a designer, just look at the small nuance. We have to spend some time to create this pattern, that this is a pattern that we are suggesting based on our study from Amazon and Google, that the feed-in thing will be light, the suggested thing will be bold. There might be scenarios where the suggested thing is light and the feed-in thing is bold. You will just try to observe it today, because the search experience, you will feel what's in it. But see, there are so many details in it. Sometimes in your product, let's say you're working on a XYZ kind of a product, where your search is as complex as this. See, look at the Google search result or search suggestion types. What do you observe here? Let me search. Yeah. What do you see here? What are the search result or search suggestion types? What are the search? These are search suggestions, right? So what are the types that you can observe here? Just in front of you. Like how we were talking about bold and non-bold. So either it is going to find you absolute, references. If it has an image, it is going to render that image, right? But sometimes, like if I click on Tokyo Skytree, it will take me to Tokyo Skytree image, right, from here. But if I search again TOK, and if I look on Tokimaster, it will also take me to this. So this is a explicit search page, Tokimaster and all. But sometimes you will feed an image here. Sometimes you will not feed an image here when you are confused what image to refer to. If the image is not on the first search result, see Tokyo Swindlers, you have reference images for Tokyo Swindlers, right? And that's where Tokyo Swindlers comes with this image first. So your search result either will have image and text metadata in 2 layers, or it is not going to have image. It will just have the search icon and this. But the complexity here begins in which order it should bring, right? So do you see any pattern in the order? I don't see actually. So this is where you have to go detail into these concepts that you are building, because the logic, creating that logic thing and the rational thing is fueled by the user need. So you can say that either it goes from most popular to least popular, most searched things with TOK, or it goes alphabetically. You have to give some logic, right? In which way it is sorted, right? Without that logic, things will be here and there. I mean, you have no logic. Some things are coming, some things are not coming, like that. So this specific example here, and when you look at the Amazon experiences, get yoga bat or yoga bar oats. So let us just look at this example. Yoga mat 8 mm, yoga bar muesli. So how do you think this experience can bring more value? A pattern which doesn't exist, but what if we want to create a pattern in search? So first, don't get stressed. Typing yoga here, I am seeing yoga and then 10 options, right? But then out of these 10 options, what happens is that, see, if I click on yoga bar, I go to yoga bar and then I'm like, oh, no, not this one. I go back and then again I do yoga, right? And then again I see a lot of options. Maybe I'm not sure if I have seen the same options before. And then now what do I do? Again, click on something. If I don't like, I go back. So there is some kind of a friction here which can be solved through user experience. What kind of things that you can think of? Where the problem that we are identifying here is that, so in this kind of multiple reference, search reference option, this kind of a UX pattern, and if we are doing it for our own project, then we have to go back and forth, right? Maybe we can do yoga bar cashew, yeah. Search option should at every page. So you are saying, Ansh, that if I click on yoga bar cashew, then this drop down should stay. So I come here. Now when I click here, I have to, remove it and then again say. So you are seeing inside every page, you have the search references. So that's where this is a complex product coming up. You can solve it through multiple ways. One option is what Ansh, you are suggesting, that because see, there are some set mindsets here, that once you click something, enter through that keyword, right? It fills that keyword, and that's the at that time the other things, because they were recommended based on Y or G, whatever you typed. Now their relevance are gone. You're getting it, Ansh? We cannot say here that you typed YOG and these are the because now people can see yoga bar cashew. So one of my friends, he tried solving it in a very novel ways. What he did was, and this is the kind of problem that you will be asked in your interviews. This is or something similar to it. We will try to see how quickly you can think around something. So let's say yoga bar. So what he did is that on hover there is a preview state on the right. So you look, you have a fair idea, then you click. So you expanded this pattern on the right. Makes sense, right? So this is a UX problem that we discussed. We tried to solve this problem, right? So there are a lot of nuances inside, hidden inside all these things. So going back, what is consistency? Consistency is that when I am doing something, what I did for this particular page. Yeah, so in mobile version, you basically have the drop down, and I think it's long press with which you decided, but I don't know if he has worked on the mobile version. Also not sure if that platform will go to the mobile version also, but that's another problem which comes. So when we say consistency, when we work with your product managers will give you few feedback every now and then. One of the feedback will be your feature is not discoverable. So one of the problems that you have to solve is your feature not being discoverable. Okay. The second one is that too many clicks to get to what you want to do. Then the third thing that you will see is it doesn't look inconsistent. Inconsistent navigation. I will talk about inconsistent navigation, right? And so these are some of the things. And the last one is that the hierarchy doesn't look nice. Hierarchy. So these are people, business people. They don't know anything about design, but they are human beings. They are from the business side. What is the problem that can happen for not being discoverable? Do you know what KPI is hampered? Adoption, you guys understand, right? Yeah. What I'm saying is that not being discoverable, the problem is you and your developers and your product managers, you worked on a feature, and then the feature is, let us say, look at this Spotify. We worked on a, or let's say this feature in Google. Yeah. Let's say I am feeling lucky, but this I am feeling lucky never comes here. It comes on the next page or something. You haven't made it upfront, not as direct as this one. Or let's say, what all features do you see here? One is this Google is a simple search bar, but you can search by voice. You can search by image. Let's say you added a drop down here, or we know, right? Clear trip. All of you remember clear trip's discoverability problem? Round trip and single trip, right? So if we added this pattern here, let's say search by voice, search by image, I am feeling lucky is added here. Say I am feeling lucky, maybe I add a lucky icon here, right? And people know what lucky icon looks like. I can add it here. Fourth, maybe I want to add some other feature. So that feature can be, let's say, search by or build on your previous search, let's say. So 4 icons. Now 4 icons, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there is a cross. It will look crowded. So as a UX designer, you decide that let me use this UX pattern. What is the UX pattern? Who can tell me? Drop down, right? Let me see. You decided to use a drop down pattern. But then here when I come, where do I do round trip? There is a discoverability problem. So your product manager will say the adoption of round trip feature will be very low because people will not be able to discover it. And how do you solve it? Radio button. So how do you solve that Google problem? You bring different hierarchy. Okay, these two icons here. I am feeling lucky because feeling lucky is a very complex thing to communicate. We'll not use icon here. And we are going to, we're creating freezing for, I'm showing the Google screen now. So that's how basically you create different hierarchy for different elements. And that's how you solve this kind of problems, right? What did we discover? And please, these 4 points that I just shared, focus on these things for all your interviews because people are going to ask about these things in part of your interview, right? So what matrix gets hampered when too many clicks come? The NSAT, there is a satisfaction score for every experience that is measured. That goes down, poor usability happens, right? When we look at consistency, the consistency thing is that whenever we go through navigation, we enter into a particular screen, let's say pencil cases, and we click on this thing. And every page, irrespective of the product type, every single page of Amazon is going to look like exactly same, right? Suppose you have more images than 4 images, right? Every page, when you hover, the images become bigger. When you hover more, the images become more bigger, right? So this is a pattern with which, this Amazon, is doing the product reveal. Let us go to, any other product. This is another pencil box. And so on the left hand side, what do you see? 3 plus 3 more. So when you click on 3 more, you basically look at all the different images like this, right? And this entire experience comes in a modal like this. And no matter what, you click on this pencil box or any pencil box, but we're looking at only pencil boxes. Let us look at, this particular product also. Everything comes in the same way. And to maintain this consistency, that is why using variants help us adhere to this UX principle that it has to be consistent, right? So we support 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 images. On hover, every image changes, and on hovering on these tiles and on hovering on the image, a big image opens up like this. This is the overall experience of Amazon, like that. And when you click on 2 more, you go to this particular modal where you can look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the images. And when we look at these patterns, whenever you are looking at these kind of consistent patterns, you have to look at design for scale. So this is another thing that you guys might be asked. This is the 5th point. What is the design for scalability thing that you observed here? What is the design for scalability slide here? Yes, the pictures. What is the design for T factor here? Consistency is there. Design for scalability means that we can add more photographs. Means we are respecting our sellers to be free with adding as many images as they want. We may have minimum 1 image criteria in this platform, but if anyone wants to promote their product, we are not stopping them from doing it. So how the UX pattern evolved over here is that we are going to move it till 6 thumbnails, right? And everything is consistent. It's okay. But this 3 plus can be scaled to 20 plus also. And if you guys remember, Airbnb also has the design for scalability thing. No matter how many images you have, you keep on adding them. So when you click it, and it takes you to a new page, this is where you go to show all photos. And that's where you see all the images, right? But they don't stop you from uploading. So here, as we are talking about design for scalability, there is one more important thing which comes here, which is called progressive disclosure. Keywords that you will need as industry jargons. Progressive disclosure. What is progressive about this thing? First, at this level, I can look at all the images. I can click on the image. It takes me to a new tab where I can look at a thumbnail, like a collage of 6 images. Then when I click on show all photos, it takes me to this page, right? Progressively discloses everything. The last part is so heavy, so much of data that they had to use progressive disclosure, otherwise the system will crash. Look at Amazon. Okay. First of all, when you land into a page, let's say I land into this pencil box page, right? So it's a really happy page, high resolution, good image, but progressively discloses other images, right? Not only that, progressively it makes it bigger also. And when you click them, then you go to the highest experience of enjoying the images. If this was the first page of your landing experience, imagine you created this page, then a lot of this important information like pricing, like call to action, like reviews, there are multiple important information which helps you in buying a product. It's not only image that helps you in buying a product. You have to look at price, you have to look at discounts, you have to look at offers, you have to look at thousands of things. Then you decide that I'm going to buy. So that's in order to respect everything. So everything needs equal attention. So in your research, you will find that I can buy a product only when I see that the number of reviews are more than 100. When the average rating is more than 4 star. We need so many data for us to behave, for us to believe, and then we try to take a decision. So now when so many conflicting or competing data, they try to prove their importance. More than star rating is the most important thing. So let me come in big size. Or price is the most important. Let me come in big size. Offer is the most important thing. So what happens is that the UX becomes cluttered. So in order to have a negotiation, every UX section, they basically say that, okay, we will all stay together happily, but we will progressively disclose ourselves. See, isn't this guy progressively disclosing itself? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 offers like this. Isn't this guy progressively disclosing itself? So these are all progressive disclosure patterns. EMI options. So this is a progressive disclosure pattern. And look at the complexity and the beauty of this progressive disclosure pattern. I'm just hovering, not even clicking. This thing is coming up. And I can go inside. What are these elements called? Tabs. So it's a whole tab structure, so much of information, because it is really important. Let's say I want to bike. Now in Amazon, you can buy bikes also, right? Who has bought a bike in Amazon? Feeling little like a real bike you can buy in Amazon. So these delivery boys come to deliver a bike. I'm like, I stay in 15th floor delivery. Yeah. Maybe I thought it's a bike, small toy bike, but it's a real one. But look at this one. For buying this thing, most important thing might be this guy, right? It's a 1,20,000 thing. So many people will be driven by the no cost EMI options here. So it is a complex financial mechanism progressively disclosed in a small all EMI plan, cute thing, not overwhelming your shopping experience. Isn't it true? Such a beautiful, right? When you look at all the offers, keeps on going. It's a carousel, controlled carousel. Here also look at the different things that you get. Now when you come here, you'll see that this about this item, this thing usually comes in Amazon. So let's say I click this particular bike. I'm not sure if it will have a lot of description. Yes. See more product details. This is also progressive disclosure, guys. When I go here, I come to this page. If I had to put this on the top, just try to redesign this Amazon page by giving importance to everything, because your research will say everything is important. Without progressive disclosure pattern, you will not be able to solve it, right? So this is where I'm spending time, because you guys need to understand the importance of it. Okay, and then these are all suggestions. These are values offered to you, similar bikes, similar products and all those stuff. And when you go below, these are all some carousels added. Okay, and when you go here, you see some reviews. On the last, you see more reviews. What is this pattern then? You progressively disclose all the information, not at one go. user familiarity, usability, accessibility, trustworthiness, faster learning. These are in a nutshell things that you should consider. Now we will go here UX pattern and UI pattern. So UX patterns are basically reusable patterns for user flows, like infinite or continuous scroll on a social media platform, Instagram. The scroll never ends, right? The user recognizes that they can scroll down to refresh the page. So it's a learned behavior, and you are leveraging on that mental model to create your product, which is a dating app, right? UI pattern. Reusable patterns for visual and interaction design, like a hamburger icon, a button, an accordion menu, and all those stuff. Then common examples of UX design patterns. So although we talked about a lot of them, but then data input and output. So when we were looking at the search example, I think we understood that the input and output mechanism, that's a really important thing. We saw how Netflix has handled it. We saw how Amazon has handled it. We saw how Google has handled it. Content structuring. We spent some time with the Amazon example, and now we understand that with a lot of conflicting importance, from user research, how do we structure the content differently with progressive disclosures, layers of progressive disclosures, like how Amazon images work. Okay. Then navigation. Don't look at navigation that happens inside a product from the homepage to a product that you reach. So when we were looking at the Flipkart example, from any page to any page, I can go in a single click. That is the beauty of this navigation. So even if I deeper inside, let's say PlayStation 5, right? Let's say I go deeper inside this Piper Healthcare mini fridge. At this level also, I can go back to any other detail that I want. So also when I'm here, I can also see frequently bought together. I can see, you might be interested in. I am also seeing similar product. So while I'm in the altitude of a single product, I'm getting enough hand holding to find similar product, like the packaged products, frequently bought together products. So it is basically scaling my shopping quota to shop more basically. More you shop, more money they earn, right? Like this. But at the same time, I can go immediately back to any other thing. Like I can go back to industrial testing devices, and it is going to bring me industrial testing devices for me, right? And here also, let me look at thermometer. See, isn't this search reminding you of some pattern that you just saw? Some of them may have image, some of them may not have image, right? So, but this problem is nicely solved. This is the category gets this image. The category gets this image, and let me just, yeah. So whatever category you see under storage box, under means thermal, which is a good logic that they have used. And this is where, you can go deep inside these categories. So, and here also the input is in light color. The suggestions are in not bold, but dark color. So here bold and light is not used for hierarchy. Color is used for hierarchy, right? Light color gray and darker gray for hierarchy is used. Whereas in Google, what was happening, or in Amazon, what was happening? If we were looking for, let's say, Royal Enfield, here also you will see color only, but I think this is bold and non-bold use for hierarchy, right? Between the fade-in thing and the suggested thing, like this. So, yeah, and then incentivization can happen non-monetarily also. Like when you give them this kind of EMI opportunities, offers, and all those stuff. By the way, and hierarchy is something which we'll keep on discussing. Hierarchy, helps you build the way you scan information. Hierarchy keeps you on top of everything. Whenever you will look at these things, you'll see that the size is bigger, then this is smaller and gray in color. This is gray in color, but this is dark in color, so that when you are reading it, for you, free delivery is important, but the date is more important. What is more important gets more priority. Then we go to the next part. This is an interesting part which is called laws of UX. So laws of UX specifically, yes. So incentivization is like sometimes you get incentives through user experience. Like if you look at this Flipkart thing, you select something and then it says that frequently bought together with a better discount. So you didn't come with a plan to buy two products, but because of this bundling that is happening and you're getting even better discount. So I have many times ended up buying more than what I came to buy. And then also when like look at all Zomato and all those things, they incentivize their experiences by giving you some points. They're like, you can use this thing to get additional discount, especially for many places where people expect this kind of discounts like flight ticket booking and all those things. Their incentivization pattern works. Incentivization mostly works that you have something in your cart and then you incentivized it and then it gives you a revised offer or a revised thing based on that. And yeah, so now this laws of UX, this is an excellent website also. Please go to this website to learn all the laws of UX. They are a collection of different psychological results. So many years back, there are a lot of famous psychologists who did a lot of experiments on human behavior. So this is about using psychology to design better products and services, like that. Oh, the second edition, I think this is a book, Designer's Guide, Laws of UX, using psychology to design better products and services. And it's a fantastic place, a fantastic resource. Many times you would not even think that, oh my God, that's why I was doing it. So look at some examples. The first one is called Fitts Law. So the Fitts Law says that the time required to rapidly move to a target area is a function of the ratio between the distance to the target and the width of the target. In simple words, it is that where you place and how big you place the CTA is the success rate of that button to be clicked, right? So because if you keep this CTA, you would mean visual focus area is here. You keep the CTA here, and it is also really small, not a full button, but it's like a small text. Then for you to move from here to here and click, that exponentially increases, right? So this is one of those examples. The second one is Hick's law. So Hick's law says that the time it takes to make decision increases as the number of options increases. Let's look at Craigslist. So when you go to this Craigslist site, you'll see it's just a list of links. Let it just open. Yeah. So where do you want to focus here? Tell me. It is one of those poorest examples of UX. It's not in a hierarchy. And just look at the same example when you have so many things. Let's say I search running shoes. And here, if I click here, it's a lot of information, right? But the UX has taken care of it. See, it kind of, reduces the opacity of everything else. It helps you reduce. This is a practical application of Hick's law. So with Hick's law, what you're doing is that with lot of options, decision making becomes complex. So you're reducing the options through a user experience solution, right? Now you don't see so many options. You just see these options with C. This is one of the applications of Hick's law, where we are reducing the number of things. But see, there is one more application. Have you guys ever done, have you guys gone through this experience where select your state or select your country? This option has come from a drop down. Huge list, 200, 300 list. So the question is, how tall will you make the drop down, right? So a simple example, look at these things also. When I am searching here, superbike, what is the number of item in the drop down? See, 10, right? So similarly, when you look at Google also, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? Yes, when it comes to contact list in phone, and also when it comes to choose your mobile phone that network provider or country code. So when you go to that country code drop down, long list of drop down things come, and then you have to choose. So that is where the drop down length is kept to 7. So 7 is the golden figure. So we'll quickly come to another law which will reinforce it. But Hick's law states, so if you look at these examples, X list versus categorically kept in hierarchy, right? Then when we look at this page, Jacob's law is basically the foundation of UX patterns. Users spend most of their time on other sites. This means that users prefer your site to work the same way as all other sites they already know. So when you say copy, you will say that this is not copy, but this is leverage on the UX pattern. So this is that is why we learned about UX patterns before we are learning about it. So the UX pattern is that when you start typing, it keeps on giving you options. Now see, this is where Netflix applied Jacob's law, but in a different context, right? Do you think they have copied each other? But this is Jacob's law. The behavior is same. The manifestation is different. Context is different. This is not copying. This is leverage on the pattern, what people are used to. Do not create a new animal every time. That is not good for good user experience. Then we look at the next one, von Rosterov effect, also known as the isolation effect. That when multiple similar objects are present, the one that differs from the rest is most likely to be remembered. Go to Airbnb, choose any of these houses. I mean, this entire page, okay, this is a sold out property for a bus. Let me choose. This is also sold out. People are buying this kind of vacation, see? Okay. Domes. Now look at this entire page. Where is Von Rosterov added? The button. Because of this color, button is something which is drawing my attention. Rest everything has similar hierarchy, right? So this is where isolation effect happens. So in your experience, whenever you want to make anything stand out, use contrast. The contrast can be added to color. Contrast can be added through this also. In Google, what we were seeing, contrast is added. So even contrast is added through motion. So you will sometimes find that in YouTube and all, in Spotify also. So when you like any song, then a small micro interaction happens. So in your entire page, everything is same. That one thing went through some difference, and that is something that creates an impact on your brain because it goes through the serial isolation effect, and that's how it stands out from the rest. Then serial position effect, that users have propensity to remember the first and last items in a series. When is this thing going to hit all of you is when you are creating navigation, home and user. They are going to remember these two, the most important things. So people tend to remember these two most. So when we go to Airbnb, right? When we go to Netflix, so I actually use this. So home and browse by language. So when you are creating this kind of a navigation, the important thing which you need to test with your user is the importance of all these things. Why did all these menus exist is through user research. It's been asked, and people have verified that okay, we need home, a place where everything will be there. We need TV shows, movies, new and popular, my list, browse by language. After you have these 1 2 3 4 5 6 things, what you need is the order of these things, because are they alphabetical? No, right? Not alphabetical. If things are not alphabetical, then you need a strong reason why this order should be followed. And because of this, the isolation, the serial position effect, The research may have given them insight that browse by language and home are the important two most things. So after research, the result, you can ask a simple question that out of these things, what is most important to you? Just add numbers. And maybe this is the first ranking, this is the second ranking. Maybe this is the third ranking. Because TV shows and movies, if you see, between the second one also, TV shows and my list, this is what people will try to focus into, like this. Here also, in continue watching, they have no control here, right? But there is one more UX law which we are going to come, the Tesler's law. That okay, let us go to the law. Let me take it from here. This was, if we go to the, this law is also very interesting. So what Miller's law says is that Miller's law is not in that the deck, but you can see it from here. Average person can only keep 7 plus minus 2 items in their working memory. So maximum 9. So how many phone numbers can we keep in our working memory? 9 phone numbers. 5 to 9. That's it. So this is average person. This is the data of a research. Now look at Netflix. How many things do you see here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many movies do you see here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? And after that, they add the scroll. The next lot comes. Go to Hotstar. You will see similar examples. Okay, it's locked out. But let us go to Airbnb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So because when you design this thing, the decision that you have to take is, how big should I make each of these cards? How many things should appear in a row? Right? And because average people cannot keep more than, from 5 to 9, 6 is a golden number, 6 to 7. The same thing happens when you choose a drop down. So when you go and get a drop down, Airbnb or home, here also if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the drop down starts. So a lot of this, lot of these places you'll see that this 5, the 6 plus minus, or this Miller's law is used. Then we are almost there. We can, then take questions. So serial position we did. Then we have Tesler's law. So Tesler's law says that it establishes that for any system, there is a certain complexity that cannot be reduced to the maximum. So we keep on saying that make the experience simpler, easier, make it, easy to use and all. But for a particular system, let's say an aircraft, to fly an aircraft, we cannot make it so simple to fly that, it goes into a toss. There is only a limit to which the complexity can be reduced for any given system. It depends from system to system also. And then the last one is Zeigarnik Effect. So the Zeigarnik Effect says that people remember uncompleted or incomplete or interrupted task better than completed task. So many times in LinkedIn and all, you'll find that your profile is 80% complete. So you will not remember 80% complete. You'll remember 20% incomplete. So that is an important cue to push people to complete their stuff. See, people never think about how much money they have. They always think about how much they don't have. Right? There is always a psychology to look for the stuff you don't have, then feel happy about the stuff that you already have. Right? So these are mostly the laws, guys. But in this module, I actually created this little detailed version of it, laws of UX, where I have also added lot of, some other laws and added some examples. So I think these examples are going to help you. By more examples you see, more you understand that, okay, this is where I'm going to apply it. By the way, this is a law which stands good for our portfolios, which is called aesthetic usability effect. So whenever you see something beautiful, you consider it to be usability wise also good. So no matter how, even if they suck at their usability, people will think that, oh, this is good because they look good. So there is a psychological impact on it. Okay, then Hick's law, then, right? Goal gradient effect, and you already have the main list of all the laws. This is all the laws. Yes, so when you even go to Amazon also, so if you see in one row, they tend to keep it tight. So let's say I click on this option, right? So you will see that when they are suggesting, customers who viewed this also viewed. See 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that you can keep them in your brain temporarily. This is called the active memory. Keep something in your brain, but from 8 to 9:20, you keep on losing stuff also. Okay. So this is where, so when you go to the top menus, so this is where the contrasting law. What is the contrasting law that conflicts with it is the Tesler's law. For a given system, there has to be a minimum which cannot be reduced to after a level. So sometimes you know it is complex if you keep it Miller's law, but this complexity is solving a bigger problem. Yeah, same in real estate websites and so many other stuff. So for e-commerce, this is a shopping mall at your fingertip. You can go and buy even bikes in mall. I don't know if you can buy bikes. Understanding of UX and create a portfolio. If we just look at this example of this nice portfolio project. So which user research you guys are doing from the assignment? Is it about doctor's appointment app or fitness app? See, this is the kind of information that if you guys have, you can proceed to this level of your case study. If you guys have done research on your case study to survey, then this is a survey of 20 people, 5 interviews, right? And this is the result of the survey. And from there, and this is kind of an in-depth one-on-one interview. From there, this is the result. So please look at these examples, how user research is explained in the case studies, right? Survey is done and 42 users, 15 questions. You don't have to explain what exactly the user research questions were. And from there, user interview, when the jobs to be done, things were done. That's it. Only this much part is required for your research. So after you are done with your research, the end convergence of the research is establishing the jobs to be done. So when you guys said that we have done the research for the elderly fitness app, have you guys reached a level to define the jobs to be done for the elderly? Unless you are doing these, assignments for an objective to, influence your case study, there is a high chance that you will be spending weeks on the research, weeks on the design, and suddenly at one point of time you'll have no time to work on your case study, which is not efficient. Because without case study, there is almost no chance of getting a job without a good portfolio. So in order to be strategic, just look at your MVP scope. You do the research. See, design thinking is non-linear. You can come back and do the research again, right? So if you have done contextual inquiry, means you have spoken to elderly people. You have asked them what fitness means to you. Sessions do you have? You have a contextual inquiry, you have a research. Maybe those people were doing morning walk. You went to the context and you asked them questions. You also did morning walk with them. Get those photographs like this, right? I did contextual inquiry. These are the 4 things that came out of that contextual inquiry of 6 people. Time box it to 1 day or 2 days. But in 2 days, I should have something as an output. See, this is another example of a case study. If you want to become a design researcher, look at this person. There are 2 friends who worked on this case study, not Intellipaat students, but separate students. But look at the volume of research pages they have added. See, the problem 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 insights, our solution, and then the design UX process, primary research, right? All survey results, key insights, qualitative research, key insights from the interviews, secondary research, affinity mapping, research outcome, competitor analysis, right? Target market, and then coming to this user persona creation, and then again empathy map, and then comes to the user journey map. So if you can just create this kind of, a user journey map, because that is where you reflect on all the journey of an user and where the ups and downs are, what they're trying to do and all. But this is an extremely research heavy thing. When you are saying that I have done the assignment, maybe what is the output of the assignment? Is it a PowerPoint or a Google document? What is the output that you guys have created? Word document. What good is this Word document going to do in your portfolio? You have the information, translate that Word document into something like this. So whatever you're in Word, PowerPoint, you have to present it in your case study, right? So in your case study, these are some examples of presentation in your case study. All those heavy research condensed into the key meaning of the research. That okay, after the research, I came to know. Clear, everyone. So try to translate it into this kind of a pitch. See, after we are done with a little bit of Figma mode, all those stuff, you should start with your portfolio in mind. If you keep on chilling that okay, one day I will start, then there will be a lot of work to do for your portfolio, right? Consider this amount of research as good amount of research, because you have to put your designs also, right? Only research is not going to help.
Because
See, all the assignments are created in a way that it will fuel your portfolio. Look at the assignments. The first assignment is to create a thumbnail. That assignment is for a case study project only. See, elderly app and this digital art museum, whatever you have got. If you take that as a case study, research that Professor Keyur has given can fuel that work also, right? Consider them as connected. Then it will help you. If you disconnect them, then you have to do twice the amount of work. Then you are free to do a separate effort for research, and then you work on the research part of it. But get to the what of the research faster. Don't spend weeks on the research. All I'm trying to tell everyone is that if you are working on a fitness app, try to don't make your app. First of all, see, I want all of you to become successful after this course, right? So for all of you to become successful, you have to be exceptionally good in whatever you are bringing to the industry. So when you are creating a fitness app where the solution is very predictable. In my fitness app, I can measure steps. How many of you are, wow, what a feature? How many of you are feeling this from this feature? Any one of you? My fitness app can measure heartbeat. Wow. I mean, is this a wow feature for anyone? That, oh my God, never thought you can measure steps. No, right? No, think differently. If you are not thinking differently, when you are presenting, growth is an excellent work where holistically the concepts are presented in a professional way. But if you look at the actual concepts, if you look at the navigation, okay, I onboard. Okay, after onboarding, I start the application. I create my plan. Okay, this creation of the plan is something where you can think about more personalization things. Maybe it can create your plan by taking a photograph and asking some small amount of quiz. Okay, what is the next kind of a thing? When you are discovering workouts, you are just getting all these suggestions, and then you are going into each workout, and then you are typing these workouts, and then basically you are doing this workout. So the actual wowness of the experience, the problem that you have solved differently, that is not that well showcased here. I would say that what is the workout with a trainer or use tracker. So what this person is doing, you can work out with a trainer or tracker. So after this, what happens when I hit extreme HIT, let's start, when this thing happens, or should I go to the workout page? Not sure. Then when you go to the food part, can you think about taking a photograph and measuring the calorie? Now these features have also come in. But how do you track foods? How do you, because this is a conventional way of finding categories, and each category you see a lot of food. You click on one food, you basically see a lot of things. But people are going to ask you questions that what uniquely did you solve in this experience? That is where your thought power is going to come, right? Your problem solving is going to come over there. That you can say that, okay, based on my preferences that I set initially, this is going to dynamically change. Based on my travel plans, based on, it can ask me how am I feeling today. Am I feeling hungry? It is going to dynamically generate list. We have to think about some wowness, guys. Otherwise, people will be extremely bored about what you are presenting. And then they will focus on things where they will say that, oh, your design system looks like inconsistent because I can see extremely circular things. I can see little less circular things and I can see rectangular stuff. So why didn't you make your search also rectangular? They will try to look at all these details in your design. But out of all those things, this design is almost in a very good shape in terms of craft and overall storytelling. That's where this project comes in. Track your fluid intake, right? So this is where types of water and how much you have taken. This is where you are taking your fluid intake. So you can say that okay, normally water intake happens, but I'm doing fluid intake, and this is where you do fluid intake. But then people will come and say, what if you want to add some other type of fluid? Then you'll be like, I haven't thought about it, right? Your user may not tell you that you need to add all types of fluid. There will be things suggested by you also. Don't think that you are a designer for your user. You are doing user centric design, but at the same time, you are creating things that user has not asked and you are validating it with them. So you are basically creating this concept, and in your user research, you validated it with them. Because what is design thinking? Non-linear. 90% of the times when we are designing, we don't have 100% research in place. Velocity with which we work on a day-to-day life, and especially with AI and all, we are working on features, we are working on new directions every week. We don't have any research. But after we are doing, we are trying to put it through user testing and all, trying to validate them. It is going together, hand in hand. So this might be a concept for everyone, that my user is going to tell me what they want. I am going to design it. Is it true? Everyone is thinking like this. There might be a mindset. You are thinking that your user is God. Your user knows everything. We're just going to give you a checklist and you're going to put it in Figma. That's not how it will work. Right. So I just, came from Bangalore, and there was a Salesforce design days. So he came as a speaker. So when he was doing Growfers, he bought a Harvard friend, who was extremely good with analytics and research. So first they did Growfers without any research. Their business model was delivery by supplier. They were just supplying delivery boys. And then they thought, okay, we can also add, it was a B2B model. And then they started B2C, saying that, okay, people can order also from their store. And then that, do you think you do research for everything before you, invest in any company, or if you start your startups and all? He said, no, I don't do research at all. This was his point. He's like, after we were earning lots of money from Grofer, we thought that, okay, now we are a big company. Let us bring this research analytics fellow from Harvard. And that person, after 2 months of research, he presented an extremely important insight. Do you know what? He analyzed all data from Grofers, and he said that, do you know, when people order bread, the probability of ordering egg is high. And then he was making fun of it. He was saying, because chote bacche also know in our country that anda and bread go hand in hand. We don't need a Harvard degree to know that. So he was like, look at Steve Jobs' recordings. Your user doesn't know what they want. He never believed in research. Steve Jobs. Your user never knew they need iPod. Your users never knew they needed a smartphone. If research was the way to discover this revolutionary, groundbreaking thing, it would be very difficult. We don't know what we want 100 years down the line. We are all facing problems in our life. That doesn't mean user knows everything. But what we know is that what we are making for them, is it going to make sense for them? So that's where validation research plays a much important role to validate a concept before you launch that concept, right? It's not that you go with an absolute blind face and brain. What do you want, my user? I want this, I come back, I exactly make that. Out of the box means out of research result. So you have lot of vectors which influence your product. One of those vectors is this guy. Let me quickly scroll to that part. This one, competitive analysis. So your user research, people didn't say training rating is important or not, but in competitive rating, you will see most of your competitors are giving it. That means you have to give it. Competitive analysis adds this thing. Then user research adds the basic user pain points and all. But third is the innovation layer, which you create and you validate with the user, right? Basically, and when you are designing something or proposing something which is based on strong fundamentals of UX principles, then there is no question of usability. You are generating value, novel value by something which nobody has thought before. Let me give you an example. You are looking at fitness app in a unidirectional way. Fitness app, I think most of you are doing, right? For elderly, but most of you will be doing fitness app, right? Yeah. So when you look at fitness app, your brain is already biased with so many fitness app that you guys have already used. You have already used fitness trackers. You know a fitness app will track your number of steps, your heartbeat. That means that has become a saturated domain already, and your brain is biased with those thoughts. In order to break that bias, challenge the whole domain by saying, I will have a zero experience fitness app. I will create an experience that will nudge me to do fitness, bite size fitness. My fitness app is do 5 minutes of workout every 1 hour. I'm going to nudge you to do chair workout for long, sitting people who are working from home. So there are apps actually like that also, but you are looking at something which people haven't heard before. There is a fitness app where you walk and you convert your steps into money and you do it for charity. Isn't it looking at the same problem differently? You are walking for your health and for other people's health. If you ask an elderly person, if you do not ask this question, then does it mean that it's beyond research? No. When you were asking questions, it was not part of that scope. That means when you were envisioning this product, you had limitation in your thinking, right? It was not user's problem also. So when you define the value of your first work on the value of the application or value of the product you are building, when you have generated the value of the product, then you reach out to the relevant audience. That same fitness for elderly people can be understood or represented through 10 or 15 different ways of representing that product. It can be for connecting elderly people through different motivations. Can be connecting them through communities. It can be connecting them through motivations. Different ways can be interpreted, but first in your brain you should have a novel idea which can be told, which can be written in, which can be said in an elevator. Have you guys heard about elevator pitch? Elevator pitch is that elevator is going from ground floor to 7th floor. You have to sell your product during that time. That is an elevator pitch. So what is the elevator pitch of your fitness app? First give me that, right? Then you go for your research. The problem with people when they first start design career, I have studied design for long time, and then this is what I've realized, that it is not a formula that I create set of question, I go to user and magic happens. Creativity arc is the key driver of your projects, right? So just setting expectation here, guys. Don't make trivial projects represented in a much trivial way to go out of the league of this whole job industry. This job industry is extremely aggressive, guys. Every second a UX designer is born in this country, especially now. That kind of competitiveness is there, right? So you better try to position yourself with that kind of a value creator. If you cannot propose yourself as a value creator, you will be like a Figma operator. There can be 100 Figma operators, but one value creator who operates through Figma, right? So yeah, so with that thing, please try to structure your portfolio. So let me also show you these things. I think I have showed, right, the way I dissected the portfolios. I'm not sure if I've added it here. Let me see. Case study evaluation. Yeah, this page has it. So go to your Figma Jam 8 and you will find this page, case study evaluation. This page is loading, by the way, guys. If you see, it is loading. See how I have done this exercise just for all of you to, just, take this model and go further. See, now holistically at one level, you need to understand how much, design I should do, how much research I should do. This is problem that, all of you must be having in your brains, right? How much of what should I do to qualify it as a portfolio project, right? It is a very usual problem that comes. So first we are writing the screenplay of the movie. Without the screenplay, the movie cannot be made, right? So look at this. These are all fitness apps. Everyone has the same story to say. Something around fitness. Value around fitness is the motive. But these are, like one of the projects, the size of the project, this is the growth one, this big. The size of the second one is this big. Third one is this big. But if you look at references, is this the one? Let me see. No. So if you look at, if you just come to this page, you have your whole promotional part, thumbnail part. When see everyone has a project overview part. So can you start working on these? This is already there in your Figma Jam 8 case study evaluation. You can find it here. So these are all context setting that, this is the heading, this is the project initiation, then you have the about project, which sets context. Then if you look at this one, this is the design process. Design process. Okay. Now this guy never worked on design process, which is okay. You don't have to work on that. Means adding this design process thing may not be an important thing to add. You can skip it. So now you can, even go below like this. You can, move it below. And scope of work. Okay. Someone added a scope of work like this. Done. Then competitive analysis is part of this person's research. This person has worked on user survey. And then these two more things he has worked on. And this person has directly worked on the flows, which is okay. But job stories, this is the second research part. This is also the research part continuing. Okay. Then we have CJM, Cano model, CJM, all part of your research. And here, so I have to move it down to bring it to the same altitude now, right? And here, if you see information architecture is part of the research output. All these folks, they haven't done anything. Then you have user flow. So user flow is where these guys, so now I can match them with user flow. Okay. This is where user flow is happening. Okay. Then we have, prototyping, one of the screens, he added. And I'm going to bring all of these things down. You have user flow, user flow, user flow. 3 ways of doing user flow. Then I'm going to, hit everything, move them down. So you can see color and typography, color and typography. And this guy also did color and typography. Okay, done. So slowly and slowly you will see I'm going to bring them down to the design part. So this is the design part that, this Grow Fitness app did. This is the design part. And, this person, I think, worked on some typography thing. So we can add it here. Typography thing. These are all UI kit, all those things. And this is a low fidelity version, which this person worked on, but other people didn't work on low fidelity version. So we can keep it separate like this, right? So there are different zones being created. Now, can you see how I'm trying to, do different zones? So there is a usability thing created at this level, which they didn't do. So when I'm working on some ideas where I don't have confidence, I will create usability. So now I am coming down here and I can see, okay, this person has also worked on grid. So I'll move the grid part up above here. Okay. So now I am basically talking layer by layer to the same section. And this is where the code design part has worked. for both of them. And last, you have a, so first work on this kind of a strategy. Okay, from the top to the bottom, I will work on this, and I'm going to time box it to, let's say, 2 hours. In 2 hours, I have to create the thumbnail of my life. Was this an assignment? Yes or no? This was an assignment, right? Right? This was an assignment. You have already submitted. Consider it done. Work on your project goal. What I'm saying, the value of the project. Don't just write, I want to make a fitness app for elderly. No. Write the value of the project. That with this thing, someone is going to do this, and that's going to change their lives like this. Write it with that kind of a maturity. Once you're done with this, design process, is it too much of a brainer to add a design process, guys? Tell me honestly. Whatever project you're doing, competitive analysis is not a brainer. You can do competitive analysis really fast. Keep 1 day for it. Then all your, Professor K's assignment, user research, literature study, contextual inquiry, whatever you have done, try to do the same for the respective app. And this is the kind of artifact you will get. It need not be the only way to represent it. It can be like this also. And I will recommend whatever project you are doing, get similar projects from Behance or all, and try to put them in the same level, how they have, told the story, right? Like this. Then you have user flow. So typical user flow, this is important, right? Then you have some kind of a low fidelity screenshot. We can put it here, both of them at the same level. Then I'm going to put the rest little top. Then this color thing and all these things, right? See, if you work with Figma styles and all, you can create these things. You can change them at any point of time till your design submission. You don't have to immediately decide. Your work is not blocked because you have not decided yet. You are creating a structure in Figma and you're keeping them placeholder, but you will have lot of, heavy rocks lifted from your heart. Chalo, my portfolio, these many pages are already there. Now see, look at this. Your components are going to evolve. Put a placeholder image for now. You'll evolve it, right? The last moment, the most updated composition, you just replace it. That's it. And then you have this low fidelity things. Now you may think that before the research result is there, can I design? Absolutely, you can design. You can design without any research and then go to research. Or you can research and come back and then design. There is no rule. Have your own rule, own comfort. And after you create it, look at how, easily they are, created. Don't spend a lot of time in onboarding. Copy someone's onboarding. No one is going to give you credit on onboarding. Everyone knows how to do onboarding. Then this is usability testing we are going to do later on. And then this is the high fidelity designs that happen. So now we are going to take more questions on how difficult are you guys facing in order to create high fidelity designs, because eventually you have to create your own high fidelity designs using Figma. There is no escape. You are applying for the job of a UX designer. Ashnir Grover said he worked with designers face to face to get designs done immediately. He didn't keep any middleman. For all his designs, okay, let's bring a designer, Figma, done. So this is how the high fidelity designs happen. Now this is a good set of high fidelity things for you to understand that, okay, I will start with the registration, then some. So if you see, it's not complete flow. It's just some key screens, right? Which is okay to start with. Don't think about that I have to create a prototype. Just statistic screens and all. Because people will go here during your interview and they will ask you, okay, let's look at it for a while. You have statistics for this. Then they will say that, okay, how do you compare how you were doing this month versus last month? You haven't thought about it. What if you have to think now, how would you represent? Getting it? This is how they are going to, ideate with you to see how flexible your thinking muscles are, right? So your design is the source of questions in your interview. Design in a way that it's scalable, that it's well adopted. It can be adopted easily. There are not too many hidden under clicks thing for discoverability problem. We talked about everything, so you can pick it from the chat. And then you have, okay, profile page. Nobody will go detail inside it. You know that. Okay. and they may go if they see some blunder, and then they have created a widget.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
So brainstorming and ideation. So the reason for doing brainstorming and ideation, it can be different. Don't just think that we have a problem. Even deciding what case study project you should do, or how would you like to steer your whole, your UX career. What kind of like profile you should create, can be anything. Brainstorming and ideation can be anything. Even I just want to buy a car, so let's do brainstorming and ideation around it. So brainstorming and ideation is just you start with lot of ambiguity, unclarity, and all those stuff, and then this is where suddenly a light bulb moment appears, that you try to organize stuff in a way so that you can address it clearly in your brain, and then you have a eureka moment in the process. So we will look at brainstorming through different angles and different objectives, and the value of brainstorming and ideation in your job hunting, how important it is. So finally, this is a FigJam file. This was done for doctor's appointment app for one of the batches, which I can see. And you can see some artifacts which people created. So this was my assumption, that if we do hands-on brainstorming and ideation like this might help people in creating, better portfolio case study projects and all. But I realized that, there might be a better way for all of us to onboard into it. We need to go through a lot of problems to understand that what is the value of a good solution. If we do not quantify or do not understand what is a good problem, and we don't know that, oh, this was the best solution for it, then this exercise doesn't help a lot, because people will just think around lot of ideas and all, but they are all fragmented towards each jobs to be done. But this whole FigJam file is going to help all of you thinking to the external world. This is how my brainstorming and ideation might look like. Mind mapping, we'll have different ways to know all these things. So this is something that we will go through. And also there are some problem hunting things that we have. Let me just bring all of them. I think I moved it to somewhere else. Case studies, project creator. Yeah, this one. So this is something which will give you problems to solve. So how do you generate problems and how do you solve them? And absolutely there is our, absolutely we will have ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is also going to help all of you. ChatGPT is also going to help us to understand, create problem statements with it. Okay, we will also go through. You can rely on like till the moment where you have control over the solutions it is giving. That means you should have equal understanding of what you are looking for. If you do not have that understanding, there was a recent interview. We gave a problem to solve, take home assignment. And the submission that we got, it seemed a lot of work for 2.5 hours for anyone to do. And it was evident. It was copied and pasted from ChatGPT. But that person didn't even understand what he was copying and pasting. So when we were asking him that what is the problem you are trying to solve, he couldn't understand that simple statement. ChatGPT was not his friend in the whole process. But there are better ways. You should know what you should ask ChatGPT. I'll give you examples of ChatGPT, how it is. A very difficult maths problem, which both of my kids got. And unfortunately, they got it when they were in class 2. That till their class 8, I haven't seen any difficult problem than that. That was, I think, a misplaced maths problem, which the schools kept on giving it. It's about like a vendor having 3 sacks. Each sack can carry 30 coconuts. It is going through 30 checkpoints. Every checkpoint it has to give out 1 coconut as a tax. Right at the end of the 30 checkpoints, how much coconuts will be left with? This kind of a sum, right? So it's a strategy problem. That once you are done with some coconuts, you move coconuts from one bag to the other bag like that. So I gave that problem to ChatGPT. It did disaster. It could not do it. But then I had to ask it that look at some tricky part of it. And
Okay.
you can use ChatGPT to get lot of metadata, lot of supporting data for your designs. You can get a lot of it. But then at the same time, you should know that why it is giving it, whether it can be trusted or not. That we will go through some examples how it can be done. If you look at these page flows, these are called flow types. So all flow types are solution of problems. For example, let's say solving a problem for blocking a user on a platform, right? That is one of the examples. Then there are hiding posts on Instagram. So all these things, they arise from very unique niche kind of scenarios. And usually in a whiteboard challenge, this is where maximum this brainstorming ideation things are going to come. That I'll also open up one of the portfolios to importance of this portfolio, this brainstorming and ideation thing. So when you look at any single solution like this, let's say it qualifies as a good design. There are good visual design skills. There are good hierarchy. All those things are taken care of. Now you look at the interviewer. What is left for the interviewer to grill you? So the interviewer, and so most interviewers, there will be senior interviewers and all. They are trained to. They have their upbringing for the last 15-20 years. They have seen how the internet and the app ecosystems and the changing landscape of technology it has walked through, and they have walked through multiple projects. Typically in an office you will work on one very important project for 1 quarter, multiple small projects every month. So multiply it with the number of years of experience they have gone through a lot of different things. So when they typically look at a screen like this example, for example, this screen, then they typically they can easily understand the solution, and they try to nudge your thinking by saying that before coming to this idea, so what was the problem that you were trying to solve? So we have to do a back calculation and understand that, okay, what was the problem that this particular screen is trying to solve? Who can just phrase out whatever they're thinking? Let us get a better resolution screen, and then let us try to do that. That is the brainstorming ideation. I think will help all of you to understand when you are creating your designs, what is the problem you're trying to solve. So let us go to our, what is the food tracking screen? This one, right? Yes. Look at this particular screen. What is the problem that this thing is trying to solve? Or to start with, I can go first, and then anyone of you can volunteer for the left one. Okay. So we are seeing this meat tortilla, right? So when I am choosing a recipe, there are a lot of recipes. When I'm choosing a recipe, try to phrase the problem like this. So I'm writing it in chat, right? As a user, who writes it in this language? The product management team writes a problem in this language. So I can show you also by I'll capture this screen, and then I will put it in ChatGPT and I'll ask it. I have the GPT-4o license, and I'll ask it that try to create a problem statement for this design that you're seeing. So let's see what comes. So as a user, I should be able to know how much time it takes to create a recipe, and I should be able to understand the calorific value in terms of protein, fat, carbs. I should be able to understand that first, and then the rest of the ingredients. So I should know three separate things. I should know how much calorie I am eating. I should know the protein, fat, carb distribution. I should know the ingredients, and I should know how much time it is taking. And in my research, I have found that the time thing should be on top of everything. I should be able to easily discover. And at the same time, this calorie, protein, fat, carbs, all these informations that I am required to understand, they should be easy to scan, and then the ingredients, followed by it. So I can write as a user. Now, if we look at this screen, there can be infinite ways to design this screen. So when the screen was designed, now we are going to take this example and then we can sketch around it and see how many different ways you guys can think around it to solve this problem. So we will do this small exercise in that FigJam only. This is a restaurant thing, or it can be used for a fitness app thing. And whoever is working on the elderly fitness app thing, I think part of the elderly fitness can be meals also, right? There will be patients, there will be heart patients who are not allowed to have the regular kind of food, yet they should need the required the required calorific value from the food they are eating, diet. So this will be, eventually you will need to solve this problem for elderly, right? So maybe there is a question and answer thing which happens in the beginning, because of which you understand that there is a problem. But see, right now what I am doing is I am showing you a very zoomed in version of an app, right? The application can be elderly app. The application can be for a pet care app also, because have I mentioned in the problem statement who is the target user? I can use the same configuration for my cat also, preparing food for my cat, right? I can use the same configuration for a newborn baby also, a toddler also, right? So basically, this is a very localized solution that we're looking at. And then you change the user persona, you will see the needs also changes, right? The same thing, the same considerations that you will make for a elderly person may not be the same for a marathon runner, who needs tons of calorie, or it may not be the same for someone who is doing a lot of uh, this cardio workout, or a lot of this strength workout. Maybe we need to increase the proteins. So between these two, I think important thing is the context. Who is our user? Agreed? User changes a lot of this stuff. So when you look at a single screen, it looks like, okay, doable. But then look at this particular design that we have. And now if we go to our FigJam file, so we will just keep everything that this doctor's appointment app was doing, and we will work on the right hand side. So this one is fitness app. I don't know yet. And see, this is an example screen like this. Now we will just try to look at it. So these are some of the example screens that I have kept. So if you look at it, I'm just going to do Control C and I'm going to paste it here, Control V, right? So this is where you can think about. So this is the example screen that you have, and you are presenting the screen in your interview. But in your interview, you are asked that what was the motivation to create this screen, right? So we need to understand about our user. So I'm going to just drop a card. So for whom, it's an important question to ask, right? And then when is it going to be used, right? Then where is it going to be used? So because when you are actually doing a whiteboard session, these are called whiteboarding sessions, right? And let us keep them like this only, right? We need to ask these questions first. So when we are designing this, and also let us go to our GPT and let's get all these two screens, and you can ask, can you create, see, just look at the way this thing creates a design objective, it creates a persona, all those problems that you guys were asking, who, where, But this is where, you go deep inside a problem. You go deep inside a problem and you see that, okay, enable easy filtering, provide clear nutritional breakdowns. Now ask the same question, right?
Mhm.
Control C. I'll tell you how it will help you. If you give it only one screen, it creates the problem behind it, design problem. So this is the recipe. This is kind of the design problem. So not sure who asked how it is going to help you. You are thinking that I am looking at a screen and then I'm asking GPT to create a problem for me. How is it going to help me? It is going to help you to understand that what a problem is and what a solution looks like and what can be the other solutions to it. That is the single most ambiguous space in design. People don't even understand that what is a problem that they're solving. So in even people coming with 15 years, 16 years of experience in interviews, they're struggling with defining the problem. So when we are saying that we are trying to solve a problem, we should have same understanding of what is a problem, right? So in the problem is not to create a fitness app. That is the goal of a product, but it is solving multiple problems in multiple clusters. So now when you look at this particular problem, when we are looking at this, Figma file, and when we are looking at it, and then if we take it as it is from ChatGPT, this is the user goal. And when we go here, you will understand that there are a lot of contexts. So this one, if you see, user goal, Sarah wants a mobile app that not only provides her with healthy recipe, but also offers easy access to nutrition details. Now, when you don't have this particular screen, and in your interview, you are asked to, ask that, okay, can you think about, so I'm not seeing it currently. Can we think about a solution to this kind of a problem where, Sarah wants a mobile app experience that not only provides her with healthy recipe, offers easy access to nutrition details and ingredient. It has to be, quick to cook, healthy recipes that align with her dietary preference, clear view of calorie, protein, fat, and carb, simple way to see ingredient quantities, a rating system that helps her choose highly recommended thing. Now, with this kind of a problem, this is not the only solution to it. So people will ask you, how many iterations did you make for this kind of a solution? So this is where this kind of a process comes in handy, which is called Crazy 8. So now we will do some kind of an ideation around this thing, and let's see if we can create a better solution than in this design. Okay, so I'm going to invite whoever wants to volunteer can come here. You can write your name also on top of it, and then we'll just see how ideations are done, how brainstormings are done, generate concepts. Just edit your name here. This is your goal, right? You can see this goal here. No post-its. You can come here. So I'm going to make copies of this thing. Don't edit the name. I'm going to create a template and then copy it for all of you. Otherwise, people will not be able to use it. Here you will add your name, right? Just give me a minute. So many people, whoever wants to come, just come here and draw your concepts. So crazy 8 means in 8 minutes, you have to think around 8 different ways to solve the same problem. Before you guys start, I'm going to give a green signal when you are going to start. So this is the amount of information that you will get. You might get more information around the background. So this is something which will be given, which is the for who part, right? Okay, guys. Then now this is the user goal. So this is what the user's goal is, what they're trying to do. And then when, where, why, simple questions that if you ask, if you're given this kind of a problem in an interview, then ask these 5 W's. For who am I designing? What is the context? When is that person going to use it? Where are they going to use it? Why are they going to use it? That's it. So we can add part of this in the why part also. Someone is adding a lot of arrows. Okay, so Sarah is health conscious. See, she has a hectic lifestyle, often leaves her with limited time to cook, like this. Why? Right? And then when and where, this we can detail out. But I guess we have most information here. Now, when we are creating, okay, most of you have added your names here. Okay. So everyone knows the problem that they're trying to solve because they have a solution also in front of them, right? This is one of the solutions that they have. Now, with keeping this in mind, what is happening to all of you, do you know? When you see a design solution in front of you, you tend to get biased with the design. So this is an exercise, a forced exercise. Bias means that you will only, hey, someone moved this image. So the bias thing means that you will start thinking that, okay, maybe I will also need an image like this. I will also need to explain the calorie, protein, fat like this only. So this whole structure imprints a strong thing in your brain. Before you had seen anything like this, you would be thinking in free mind because you don't know what to do, right? Once you've seen something like this, you know what to do. It'll try to impose this thought on your brain that this is the only solution. This is what happens with bias. Bias is going to keep your brain. So at times we want to check designers if they get biased also. So we will put a design in front of them and we will say that imagine this is a design, try to make it better. It can be possible, right? Let's say you have the checkout experience of Zomato. They will put Zomato's checkout experience and they will tell you make it better, because software industry works in agile process. Whatever you see today, tomorrow has to be made better based on how evolution happens. So if this is what you're seeing, what you can do better or what you can do differently, right? So for that, we have to look at this thing and we have to understand the problems that this experience may have, and then we can solve it. So we know the user need, that the user needs to understand quick to cook healthy recipes. That means time is important. A clear view of calorie, protein, fat, carb information at a glance. Simple way to see ingredient quantities for meal prep, right? And a rating system that helps us choose highly recommended. So there is a rating system. And yes, that's it. I think it has highlighted so what you see here, this is something which is called as a PRD, product requirement document. Okay. So you will get from your PM, this is called a PRD, like this. So the PRD will talk about the end user or the persona. Now it is your role to go deep inside that. May I know the jobs to be done for this user and all those things depending on complexity of project. But when you get, let me also write the full form of this thing, which is product, right? Product requirement document. You are looking at it in the extreme simplified version of the PRD, but in real life, the PRDs would look much, much complicated. And these are sometimes also called as the specification sheet. So in Microsoft, people call it. So see, you can look at the design, but don't get biased with the design. I will say don't copy the design next to you, and please don't start designing it immediately. For Narayan, Aryan, wait for the whistle to be blown. Okay, then you start designing. So whoever has started designing, I will request them, please remove stuff from their screen, because we also want to see that crazy 8 in action. Okay. You can remove everything from your screens. I'm going to start the timer. There is a timer in FigJam that we will start. There will be a music being played, and I'm going to just move out here and there just to see how people are thinking around it. Okay. So this is the product requirement document, which talks about the user, which talks about the context. And this is one of the example screens. Sometimes the PMs are going to grab screens from internet, from competition. They're going to make screens in PowerPoint and they're going to put it in the PRD as a reference. So that's why a designer's job is not to get biased by a screen that they're seeing, right? So as a designer, to solve this problem, you have to understand scalability of design also, right? We are looking at 4 attributes, but at the same time, we're looking at ingredients. Now, when you look at ingredients, the ingredients may not be 5, right? Ingredients can be more. And we are not seeing any instruction of how these ingredients are, connected with each other. So let's see how people are solving it. Then I'm going to share also a thought process that I think things can be improved in this thing. So please don't solve it with only the composition of it. Think about the value the user is going to get by looking at it and seeing at gaps that could have been made better, right? Also look at the holistic picture of this design. So when we go back to this particular design, why would someone come to this particular screen? Simple elevator pitch statement, if we like to say, that we want our users to come to a page to find recipes or to discover recipes, and then to make the discovery more personalized, we are adding time, we are adding rating, we are adding calorie, we are adding easy, medium, hard, right? But overall, we can look at it as if this is a marketplace of all recipes available under meats and veggies. And then you can narrow it down. You can easily. So all these things are helping you to what? To decide easily. If I remove this medium, easy, if we remove the time, if we remove the calorie, then you can choose any one of them, right? Just name is the deciding factor, right? If you like salmon and veggies over chicken burrito, then you choose salmon and veggies. But what are these extra information helping me to do? To make a more informed decision. It is like, I like chicken, but I also like less calorie. But over everything, I like less time and a higher rating. So the human brain is going through a lot of different decision making points, right? I need a job which will pay me well, but the culture is also good, and I don't have to relocate, and I need job stability, right? It's always and. It's not one thing which is letting you decide. So all of us, we can understand the need for this particular thing. If you just look at them as simple text in Figma, then the problem behind it, the psychology behind it, and the user aspiration behind it gets diluted. So that's why we are talking more around the value this individual thing is going to bring to the user, right? So, chalo, I can actually go here and I can bookmark them for future, and I can choose one of them. What happens when I choose one of them? What is my intention? No, not the bookmark one. Let's say I meat tortilla I'm not seeing here. Let's say I click on meat tortilla and then I go to the next page, right? From here I go to this one. Then why am I in this page? What am I trying to do in this page? Okay, ingredient for what thing? Am I here to gain knowledge or to eat food? It's like Wikipedia to learn and gain your knowledge. Is to prepare the food because I'm hungry. So that's why just ask yourself these questions. Why am I here? To bookmark for future. Okay, I book in future also when I come. Why am I here? What am I trying to do? So when you look at this thing, then why are you looking at this thing? Let us have an agreement that they are trying to prepare the food, right? What kind of problem can happen with this particular screen? What do you anticipate? Let us do. So what we are doing now is called ideation and brainstorming, right? 61 participants, we are doing ideation and brainstorming over a screen. We are doing what? We are doing design audit, you can say, right? So what do you think can happen around this thing? So let us talk about some journeys. I am a user. I come here. So what all things can happen to me? That is regarding information. But look at the journey. So first we will look at a happy flow. So this is where we don't look at the gaps, but we look at the happiest thing. I come here, I decide 20 minutes, good kind of a calorie, easy to make. I come here, I see the information, I'm happy. I see all the ingredients, I'm happy. Then what do? I open my kitchen cabinet. I get bell pepper, spinach, turkey, hummus, onion in this proportion. But how do I know I'm taking 90 grams? Just look at all the details, right? Maybe I have a kitchen scale. I'm weighing 90 grams. But then while preparing it, I'm like, okay, how do I know which one to put first? So I'm blocked, isn't it? See, this is what exactly I want all of you to do. That put yourself as a user. See, I was going through this road. Then suddenly in my kitchen, in a plate, I have bell pepper, spinach, turkey, hummus, everything. And I'm like, kiski topi kiski sir? Like, hummus should I put on turkey or spinach? How do I make it? I'm blocked. Then what I'll do? I'll open YouTube. In YouTube, I'll find meat tortilla recipe, but it will tell me different grams because it is not the same company. It is a different user who is making that YouTube video. Then I'm like, oh, this app again for at least my calorie, my diet thing. Did I have a good experience? This is one of the best portfolios in the planet, guys, in Behance. And in your interview, you'll be grilled like this. And you need to have an answer. The simple answer can be, now let us try to solve this problem. Okay. What can you do to solve this problem? Let us talk about it. Game we are playing now is, we are doing double bias game. First of all, there was a design. And then if we had blindly gone into this activity, in my experience with students, you will make some concept, right? But did we understand the problem before you jumped into the solution? Did you think about these nuances when you first saw the image? I just wanted to say great point. So what we are saying currently, we didn't look into all these details. We just saw a beautiful screen, right? The screen is looking beautiful. The UI is superb. The components are superb. But there are gap in the solution that we are talking around it. Now let me be another user next day or same day in a different city. I come and land into this page. Okay. Now this page has done a pretty good job because I can easily find, let's see, it's 14 recipes. Let's say I have 100 recipes for a particular food thing. I need to find only the easy ones. How do I find it? By clicking on filter. I can choose that show only easy recipes and it is going to make it easy. But it does not have a way to sort it based on time. Like I want to sort it with the shortest time to the longest time. It will reorder the list. I'm not sure, but absolutely this is an experience which needs to be solved. But then I click here. I click on, do I instantly come here and decide, or I take some time for me to decide? We are getting the flow. Let us be in the flow. Flow is you are jumping into going to market and buying. But if you look through the flow, I come here, I spend 5 minutes. I click on chicken burrito bowl and I come here to discover I don't have that item here. Do I know what item I need at this level? So doesn't it mean that I may do a lot of to and fro? I select something, I come here and I find, arey yaar, ye nahi hai. We are now talking about solution. Solution you will sketch out. Problems, are you guys aligning to the problems? Solution we will discuss. Let us align on the problem. Feel that, there will be to and fro problem. The to and fro, I do 5 to and fros and then I realize, arey, whatever I need, it's not here only. Do I come back again tomorrow? With what hope? What is my hope to come back again tomorrow? So when I'm staying in this problem statement, I have collected, with the help of all of us, we have collected that, okay, this thing has a problem that after I decide, I come here and I see, although I have understanding of the calorific value and the time and the rating, but I don't have that visibility that, all these ingredients are available. I have to come back and again go and come back and again go. Let's say when I come here, I find all the ingredients okay. I don't know how to prepare. So that is a missing link for me. I don't know whether this is for one person or more persons. These things we collected so far. You can actually think of a food app where you take a photograph of ingredients you have and it creates recipes for you. So in your kitchen, you have thousands of things, not thousands, let's say hundreds. So this is a great product idea. This is a different product idea of, let's remove the fitness app component also from it. It just says that build your healthy recipe from what you have. This is the value of the product. Able, you just lay down random things. They're not even connected. And AI creates a recipe for you. It will not guarantee the taste, but it will guarantee the calorific value. Let's say page before it, which has categories like, vegan soups. This is how I think this person wanted to solve it. But absolutely, we can have it's a main course or it's a starter, it's a breakfast. What is the kind of thing? Those are all there. Instructions to cook may be in 5 steps. First step is to saute the veggies or is marinate the meat. Second is to saute the veggies. And it will talk about all the different steps based on the time durations. That is the way you will solve. Now we are talking about how to design the instruction part. So instruction part also. There was one person who said that maybe the instructions are in the fold of scroll below. What UX problem it can impact? Accessibility is a very specific thing. We said discoverability. So although accessibility means accessing, but it's used for different connotation in UX uh, for differently abled people. Accessibility is used. Discoverability, we can say, right? Let's say I come here, I don't even know that I had to scroll, and the instructions just, I missed it, and I never came back to this app because just because of discoverability, I lost a customer, right? Today, what was a very important UX pattern we learned? Hierarchy. Another important thing that we learned. I'm just going to feed you some ideas. What is this idea? What is this thing called? Progressive disclosure. Okay, what is this thing doing? Progressive disclosure, right? What is this thing? Here also progressive disclosure. Lot of places progressive disclosure is used, right? And why progressive disclosure is used is because of the fact that sometimes user needs information which is not there, and if they don't find that information, like at this level, if I do not see the ingredients which are there, trying to recreate a different app, but I during the time of the interview, I'm asking you solve this one because you are working in this company, right? You're going to change the product as a solution. You have to solve this product only. So we are saying that before you change it, but the idea that you gave, it is a great idea. Put it into a case study project, a separate one. Okay, separate track, put it as a case study project. Meal creator, healthy meal creator with AI generated healthy meal creator. This is the brief, you can create it. It's a separate project. But here, for everyone, and I'm now going to go to all the people who raise their hands must be paining. So we are going to talk about this problem where if I expand this thing, or if I had known, if I have the recipes, I would have never gone here, or I would have gone here. So another level of decision making is required here. There can be n number of solutions. Progressive disclosure, put it in filtering only. In filtering, I can choose this thing, recipes, ingredients, right? So let's say I have selected 10 ingredients from me. It is going to narrow it down to only 3 recipes. That is also possible, right? So, right, because they look quite rigid. That let's say I want to create the same thing, but can I create it with chicken? Because of cultural connotations and all those stuff, right? So there are ways to solve, there are problems to solve here. There are problems to solve here. Now, with all this knowledge, what we are going to do now is we will go back to our FigJam. And here, so, okay, one point to mention. You have done your research. This is the output of your research. Typical output of your research is like this only. Now, all these things that we discussed, is your user going to tell you all these things? This is where I wanted to land this conversation. If you feel your user will come with all the problem solutions and you just have to make it in Figma, this is not how it works. You have to put yourself through happy journeys and bring some cloud in the happy journey, bring some obstacles in the happy journey. That is when you are going to see, unless I put myself through it. In a beautiful day, I come here, I land here, I click here, I come here, and I find I don't have hummus. I go back, I click on turkey and cheese wrap, I don't have this. So it's failing. Yes. So this is a solution to solve this problem. Your user, this is a need of the experience. But for your user, this should not be a problem for the user, right? Because your user just wants to come here and prepare. This is his ambition. You solve it. Actually write your recipe. So people will tell you, giving this screen, identify the problem. So when they ask you this kind of question, put yourself through a journey. User experience are all journey, and then you will understand where you are getting blocked. Always put yourself in. So what is the design thinking phase that we are doing now? Empathize, right? We are now empathizing, and now after empathizing, we are defining. Right, we are defining the problem. The problem here is that someone is coming here with the expectation of creating a healthy recipe with an instruction and able to make a decision from a list of options that he is getting, which is documented here. This is the define part. And then when they're coming here, in order of ideas, so many great ideas are being discussed now. This is the ideate part. So now we will go to FigJam, but before that, Anusha, please share your thoughts. And that time, how are you going to play pause the video? So maybe you can add controls here that wave your hand, or through voice you can pause and play the video. While you are cooking, you are doing it hands free, right? So these are all the different kind of ideas that you're when you give interviews, when you actually do your job also, this is the kind of thinking that people expect from UX designers, and that translation is in Figma. So this was a beautiful Figma, but there was scope of improvement, right? We are actually discovering there are so many scopes of improvement. So now when you work on your own fitness app, you have so many ideas that we just collected from this conversation, the interaction details, that if we want 2 clicks, can we save a click, can we, because see, everything is information based. The user is collecting information all the way. He is collecting information about the amount of calorie, easy or medium, how much time to create, and the name and photograph is helping him build confidence. Then going here, he is collecting more information, and then more information. Isn't he only collecting information, guys? This app is only selling information to that guy. Information app, which is helping you. The value is that you are getting a calorie controlled meal to take care of your health, right? So basically, in this way of navigating through information, sometimes we are hiding information. Sometimes there is lack of information. Sometimes there is over information. So we, as a UX designer, we are balancing it out so that I don't do to and fro, because to and fro is not a great experience. I go to a mall or go to a Kirana store to buy Tata Red Label tea. I didn't find it. I have to come back. Not a good experience. If I had only knew that it did not have tea, I would never have gone there. So from a childhood, while we used to go to all these physical stores to get stuff, a lot of times we used to come back with failure. So this to and fro is a metaphor of that example, not a good one. All the anxieties and ambiguities we went through, like I'm not sure how many of you used to take bus and waiting for bus, the anxiety, is it going to come? When is it going to come? There's no surety. You go to other countries, the buses come by time, 11:43. The bus is supposed to come 11:43 only it comes. But in our country, there is no time limit. I mean, it may come. Keep on waiting forever. So how I've divided is that these are the 3 case studies. Each of one, if you see, these are the user stories. So when you work in an actual world, you will be given these kind of user stories by your product managers. So product managers will give you user stories like this. So let us just go through one of the examples, doctor's appointment app, and then we will go through this kind of user stories to understand. So the user stories, how do they come? So typically the product managers work with business team, research team, and the final product's vision, and they decide that which capabilities resonates with their customers or their end users, and that's how they prioritize these kind of user stories, and they are being given to designers work on those user stories along with the product managers and the engineers working on feasibility and business, and they keep on they go through this agile process of continuous development. Since we are working on an absolute fresh app where no existing features exist, so these are some of the fundamental user stories that I have just written down, but typically these should be a byproduct of your user research. So let us go through the user stories, it will make more sense. So for the doctor's appointment booking app, so the app is specially for booking appointments with doctors. The first need of the user is that and this is the language with which user stories are written. As a user, I want to book an appointment with a doctor so that I can receive medical consultation at a convenient time. Very easy to understand, right? Majorly like rough user flows for all these user stories. So we can keep them like this also, so that we can work on a very simple flow for each, and we'll just borrow them. Let me just make components. All right. I'm going to use a plugin for the connectors. First is booking an appointment. Second one is viewing appointment details. So after the appointment is booked, as a user, I want to view my upcoming appointment details so that I can stay prepared. Then rescheduling an appointment. Let's say I have booked an appointment. I want to change the date. As a user, I want to reschedule an appointment so that I can select a more convenient time. Then canceling an appointment. So as a user, I want to cancel my appointment so that I can free up my schedule. Then finding nearby clinics. As a user, I want to find nearby clinics so that I can book an appointment with ease. Sixth one is receiving appointment reminder. So as a user, I want to receive reminders for my upcoming appointments so that I don't miss them. Then consulting doctor's profile. As a user, I want to view a doctor's profile so that I can understand their qualifications and expertise. And lastly, adding family members for appointments. So as a user, I want to add family members to my account so that I can book appointments on their behalf. Majorly, if you look at it, we have covered most of the scenarios of what people would like to do. But did we talk about any app details yet? No, right? So we simply talked about the need of an user. So this is where we are pivoting on the research that we may have done. Now, because of multiple researches, multiple batch working on the same project, you can see that things pivot around these things only. And the problems are not that novel problems. Absolutely, we want to book an appointment. We need to book, we need to view the appointment, we need to reschedule, cancel, we need to find clinics, right? We need to look at consulting doctor's profile. We need to receive reminders. And this last one is kind of a little kind of an interesting feature where we can, add for our elderly parents or for someone whom we want to book an appointment. We can book an appointment. We can add family members to our account so that we can book appointment. Maybe we can make payments also here, all those things. Now, it does not have many granularities. Like it need not have that the details of payments. It need not have the details of like finding nearby clinics. Maybe we can have clinics as well as doctors. So booking an appointment. So I'll just take this one first. And in order to book that appointment, I will start with the entry point. So what are these capsules for? Process start or end. So I'm going to write here, user opens book appointment. Okay. Thank God it was a component. So I can go here, make it hug. Okay. User opens book appointment. Then I'll take a copy of it. And then this is the input. So I'm going to add that I can add location. I can add specialty, date and time slot. Okay. So user opens book appointment. Then this is what the parallelogram. Parallelogram talks about input output. So I have to add some input, right? Otherwise, it will be difficult for the system to understand. So what are you doing? We are doing booking an appointment. As a user, I want to book an appointment with a doctor so that I can receive medical consultation at a convenient time. User opens book appointment. User, location, specialty, date and time slot, everything is given. And then this is what might happen, that a slot might be available, a slot may not be available, right? This is user flow. You can call it, this is the flow of the user. You can also call it user journey also. So it's more or less, these are slot available. What will happen? Either the slot might be available or the slot may not be available, right? So what are we going to do? We are going to, so this is the process. We'll take the rectangle and we can say appointment confirmed. Let me also make it hug. Appointment confirmed. And if slot is not available, prompt to select another slot. Now what we are going to do, we are just going to connect it. So we'll go to plugins. We can go to something called autoflow. In autoflow, we can say that okay, from here we are here, from here we are going here, then here to here, and in between I'm going to add a slot available. If it is yes, it goes here. From here to here, it is no, like this. So this is a simple user flow for this particular user story. I'm going to open a book appointment entry point. From there, I'm going to specify all my needs. I need to specify location. I need to specify specialty, date, time slot, everything. And then the slot available, whatever I select from that list, maybe I will get a slot and then the appointment will be confirmed. And if I do not get a slot, it will ask me prompt to select another slot. Otherwise, what will happen is that there can be another flow to it. This is the flow for booking an appointment. Now let us look at the complications that can happen here. The complications can happen here. Maybe I don't specify date and time slot. I just look for location and specialty, right? So in that case, what will happen? It will give me a lot of option. Then I'm going to select one of those options and then go inside, and I will be given some optional date and time slot, right? And then if it does not suit me, like let's say I want an appointment by tomorrow, but I don't get it, then I have to do what? I have to go back and select another doctor, right? So there are two ways through which book an appointment can happen. If you book appointment for anything, let's say you're booking an appointment for passport application. So passport application, what it does is that it will give you some options. Okay, the next appointment is on this date. You choose that. But in passport application, let's say you give that kind of a product, if you specify that I need a slot for tomorrow, most of the times you will get prompt to select another slot, right? So this experience, once the slot is available, then the appointment will be confirmed. So as soon as I add, some, value here, let's say I add tomorrow and the slot is available, I will follow this route. But as soon as, the slot is not available, then so prompt to select another slot. So what happens is that from here, I go back here, right? And then again, it enters here. And then as long as I'm not able to get another slot, this is what happens, right? Like this. So this is an important area where, all of us can focus as part of adding some, solution to design where the success rate can be high. So all of you can think around this area and try to think that, okay, I'm going to give, these options, and based on that, I'm going to, filter my list to only those doctors who are available, so that the chance of slot available is extremely high. So in order to, create, so after this thing, let's say, we want to create a very high level thing, screen for our experience. I'm just going to go here and pick one of these things. Okay, let's say, this is one of the screens. So what are we saying? That there will be a book appointment thing, right? And we are not working on the UI. So let's say this is a book appointment thing, and I'll make it a frame and put it inside the frame. Book appointment. Click on book appointment. I reach where I need to specify some stuff. So I need to specify specialty. So let me just change it into what? Fields. How it is going to come, we are going to decide later. But we are choosing specialty. We are going to choose what? Location. We're going to choose specialty, and we'll specify time. And after that, what will happen? Anyone? Not available? Or I'm just working on solutions, different ways this thing can happen. It can give me available doctors in my criteria. This is one possibility. Give me, let's say I'm just representing this as a doctor's card. Let's say something like this. And what is the next thing that can happen? Either this can happen, or what can happen? No slot available, because and then when no slot available happens, this is particularly known as an empty state, right, guys? This is called the empty state. So I nudge book appointment, I give something. So when no slot available happens, what do you think should be given to me as an option? One option can be go back, right? Is go back. But the best solution would be from here only refine, right? So when you refine your criteria, we basically go back, but then these becomes active. Basically, I change the date and time and all. But then look at this experience. Every time, I am going back and forth, and, changing date and time or specialty. Although the likelihood of finding no slot available might be, difficult. Suggestion for nearby date or slots available. Either, no slot available, refine your criteria, or what are you saying? Nearby date or slots available. Okay. 12 available slots near close to your date and time, right? And this can be check or review, right, guys? So either I'm getting an option to have no sort. So usually, see, empty states are not good experiences. The when we are talking about and let's say here after we specify everything, we will say search or check availability, right? Check availability and plugin autoflow. Sorry, not here. Holding this button autoflow here and holding this button here. Book appointment here. If you move it a little bit, it also moves. See, I'm
So can you do
translating.
it once?
So autoflow is plugins autoflow. So I am holding this and holding shift. So if you hold this frame and then hold shift and hold another thing, then the autoflow happens between frame to frame. But I'll just close it. But if I hold this rectangle plugins autoflow, and if I click on the frame, then it's from the rectangle to the frame. And you can change the thickness to 2 pixels, right? You can change the corner radius to be 10 pixels because it is too rounded. You can even change the color here, but changing color doesn't work well here. So let me add any color like B, D, F, G, H5. So basically what you do is that you go to plugins, manage plugin, and you look for a plugin called autoflow, this one, this symbol. So when you start autoflow, you can change the color. You can choose connectors. You can choose the line thickness, everything. And now if you hold one of the component and hold shift and then click any other frame, then this connection happens. Again, hold shift this, hold shift this. And when I'm clicking this, I can write appointment available. You can choose even smaller sizes here like this. Okay. And here, or you can even choose smaller things like yes and no. Now, this is good. Finding something here is good. So what we did first, we worked on a very general flow, but then we realized that okay, there is this loophole, and when we land into a sad scenario, this is a happy scenario. What is a happy scenario? When things work the way you want. Book appointment, check availability. I found, I booked, I'm happy. And something doesn't happen. So how do you guys look for movies in when you have so many OTTs, Netflix, Hotstar, Prime Video? How do you look for movies? Let's say you want to look for Tumbar. How do you look for them? Is there any way you can look for it? Let's say you go to Hotstar, you searched for it and you couldn't find. Then you go to Prime Video, you will search. See, there is a gap, right? Because they don't talk to each other. So basically, we have to go to Google first, look for it, that where do we have this thing. Let's say we want to watch Three Idiots. Then we have to go to Google, look for it, which OTT platform is playing it, and then go to that OTT platform, again search there, and then play it, right? So otherwise, if we directly look for, let's say we assume Three Idiots might be Prime Video, and when we go, we search, then we don't find it. I mean, that is so basically Google is owning that whole thing. I'm using a Fire TV stick, and there it becomes difficult to find. And also, one of the criteria for watching a movie is IMDb rating, and that only happens for Prime things. For non-Prime videos, you don't see it. You have to go to again IMDb and look for the things. So things will evolve. So what I'm trying to say here is that there are happy scenarios when you get exactly what you are looking for, but there are sad scenarios when you do not find stuff. And when we are saying that we are looking for all these things, there might be other user aspirations. So these are all research topics. Before you start going for research, you should have you should have a point of view. Basically, let's run through a scenario. Location is Green Park. Specialty is cardiology. Date and time is, let's say tomorrow, 5 p.m. So all available doctors matching this criteria will be shown. Here you choose the doctor and then you book the appointment. So that's the thing. See, these are all navigations that we're going through book appointment. Let's say there will be this scenario also where I'm trying to look for doctor, right? And when I'm doing finding nearby doctor, I'm landing here, looking for, checking them for availability, seeing no slots available. But this is where I'm specifying that, okay, tomorrow, let's say I am in Bangalore and I am in Indiranagar area, right? And suddenly I'm feeling down by the weather. So I will look for doctors, general physician, Indiranagar. And now, and it should give me list of all the doctors near Indiranagar who are available, meeting my criteria. That way, my search criteria becomes easy. That okay, between them now I have to look for rating, I have to look for reviews, and then just book a consultation. We are going from frame 35 to 36 to 37. So when we are doing book appointment, we are, or let's say check for appointment, or let's say book appointment, I have to give some criteria, right? That what do you want to book an appointment for? So this is one of the many ways of booking an appointment in this app. There might be ways of, finding nearby clinics and doctors. That's why this flow is kept here, right? So overall, are you guys aligned that how we can break a problem? So this is the app, doctor's appointment app. And then we are breaking them into this kind of, small stuff. And then we are creating a very high level flow like this. So that in our mind, we are clear after looking at it that, okay, there can be other criteria also. There can be fees, there can be reviews, there can be stringent filters which we apply beforehand only. That only show me doctors who are above 5 rating. Show me doctors with minimum 20 years experience. So I give like how you specify cars in car, dekho on car wale and all, right? I want, this kind of a car. And then it will recommend you multi-brand car options from there. Now let us try to look at the second one, viewing appointment details. Let's say an appointment is created, right? So after this, what should be the screen? So one of the doctor will be selected. So let's say we select this doctor. And when we come here, let's say this is the doctor, right? Doctor's image and book appointment. And there will be more details like this. More details added for the doctor. And maybe one of the things that selected slot like this, and there can be other slots also. Now, when we come to this experience, it will become, this is where we will solve this problem by selling that, we can say availability. And here maybe we will have some options, right? Like this. And let's say this one is selected, but you can select other one also. And then when you do book appointment, basically you get a confirmation, right? Appointment confirmed, right? And let's say we have, I'm doing it extremely fast and rough and it is okay. Something like this. So how are we going to connect all the dots, plugins, autoflow, select one of them, connect here, book appointment. So this is one of the journeys that happened. And while, booking this appointment also, if you usually, detail out, immediately is confirmed or what? You can immediately add a angular one and just leave it like this. So booking appointment and plugin autoflow, connect them. See how many screens we created? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? And looking at it, now you will realize that, oh, the flow is breaking somewhere. So let us now review the flow thoroughly. Let us put ourselves in the shoes of a user and let us say that we land into an application, we book appointment, and when we book appointment, what exactly can happen here? Can we look at this experience and try to make it more versatile? So now what we will do is that we have done a first version of it and we'll do a second version of it. And this is, guys, this is extremely important because when you apply for your interviews, They want to see how you solve the problem. And what you can do is that you can say that I made lot of iterations like this. Iterations are extremely appreciated. See, I will put everything inside a section. This is iteration 1. And I'm now going to work on iteration 2. And exactly this kind of fidelity is well accepted. So you can say that I worked on the high level user flow. And by the way, I can add 100 pixels, so that it makes I'll make some more space for each card like this. And this is where, this is kind of my basic user flow. And this is my first iteration and then my second iteration. So what would generally make sense? I think after you kind of, this is the find available doctors, but book appointment, let me also try to think loud. So you can keep these things handy and you can say that, okay, let me just work on the basic user flow. Someone will come here, they will open the app, they will book appointment, and then how much time will you take to create this? It will not take much time, right? And then you can go here and say that, okay, what if someone doesn't want to take this route, but wants to land into this screen through other alternatives? So so that's what I'm trying to ideate now. That you can look for doctors first and then select the doctors and you're ready to accommodate with whatever slot they're available. Now looking at the next one, viewing appointment details. So in viewing appointment details, I'm just, starting this thread, but what is expected is that it is not expected of me to go through all these things. I'm just breaking the ice here by showing how, typically you can think. So user will go to, user navigates to or opens my appointments. And then we will say select upcoming appointment. Okay, let me just make it simple and then we will think through it. Appointment details displayed. Okay, so here if we write it, see, I'm going to connect these two here. User opens my appointment. Okay, so from here I'm coming here. If it is already booked, it'll show the upcoming appointment, and then when you click it, it shows you the appointment details. So this thread is yes thread, right? But what if appointment is not booked? I can go back here. Makes sense? It can nudge me to book appointment. You basically connect these dots together. That okay, if there is an appointment, then you show the appointment details displayed. Now rescheduling an appointment. Let us just work on the flows first. So from here, I'm saying, so in order to reschedule an appointment, you have to view an appointment first, isn't it? Without viewing an appointment, how can you reschedule the appointment? So only if an appointment is booked, then only you can reschedule it. So in the no route, there is no way to reschedule an appointment. So user appointment details displayed. So let's say there are more than one appointments, right? Appointment details displayed. So we can say that selects an appointment. Let's have 3 appointments. Super sick. So appointment details displayed. From here, I will go here. From here, I'm going to select an appointment. This is the input condition. So the input condition is new date and time. Okay, new date and time given. Perfect. So you are saying, yeah. So basically you select an upcoming appointment. Let's say there are a lot of appointment. Yeah, you can say that, from here only I am booking. So this is what you're saying, right? That before going into the details, I see more or less the details of it, which says that, the absolutely it will call out the details, like, which date, which time, all those things. And yeah, makes sense. So select an upcoming appointment and okay, there is an extra component here and new date and time. Now, after selecting new date and time, what can happen? Slot available, right? If slot is available, then so let's bring it here, bring it all the way here. If slot is available, what will happen? Appointment confirmed, right? This is a yes route. you can also push it a little bit like this. And if it is no, then what happens? I think before this thing comes, if it is yes, then it should ask you that kind of a process that confirm rescheduling, right? Maybe you were just playing around, and we'll say appointment confirmed from here. So from here, if the slot is available, so we are adding yes. If the slot is not available, then it goes back, right? Because this is the same doctor. So then what we have to do, we have to cancel it with the doctor. Let's say I have booked with doctor some X, and then while rescheduling, should I get an option to change the doctor also? That is the point. This is why we are doing it, to ask and answer these questions. See how we are kind of creating a system. The system is helping us to create the decisions, right? All right. So this is the rescheduling an appointment thing, and then canceling an appointment. Okay, you are saying that if we are confirm rescheduling slots, if there are no slots available, then you find new date and time. Or what happens? So if we can give if no slots available, we can either go to choose notify when available. That's also possible. So but this is kind of a loop, right? So when we are talking about a loop, we have to mention it. So in the experience, how it is going to happen, I select an appointment, and then I want to reschedule the appointment. So the action that I'm taking here is reschedule appointment, right? So here it is reschedule appointment. So, and when I'm doing reschedule appointment, I am inputting new date and time, and then it goes into the decision tree. Let me just remove this also. It goes into the decision tree, slot available, and when the slots are available, it asking me confirm rescheduling, and when I'm doing yes, then this is happening, confirm rescheduling. Here also, if you see, I can confirm and you can deny also, right? From then only appointment gets confirmed. And when I deny, where do I go back? I go back here. Basically, I'm canceling all these things, whatever I'm trying to do. And from here, if the slot is not available, I should get and find another doctor. Select another date and time, then you go here. No, and it will keep on rotating. It can be also notify me when available, right? And find another doctor will take me to the find nearby clinic and doctor, that kind of an experience, right? Find nearby clinic and doctor is pretty straightforward. At find nearby clinic, we will add a location and display list of clinic. We'll select the clinic. User selects a clinic to view or book. Straightforward flow. Now, if we want to add more variation to it, we will add that how we are entering location. Similarly, it can ask me that use current location. So either I can specify current location, or I can go with this. Whatever way we do, it will display list of clinic, right? So I am going to bifurcate from here. I'm going to bifurcate like this, and then I'm going to come to the same way, display list of clinic. So I can do either this or this, and then display list of clinic, and then I'm saying select, and user selects a clinic to view or book. So basically here it's like gets detail. So now if you look at it, receiving appointment reminders. As a user, I want to receive reminders for my upcoming appointments. So the start point is here. The start point is that app sends, right? Notification is sent to user with appointment details. Okay. And from there, so this part we have to also decide about the channel here. So app sends automatic reminders, right? So the channel is the app in your mobile. And when you click on those notifications, you go inside the appointment details. And inside the appointment details, you basically can view the details. You can cancel, you can reschedule. So what all things you are here doing with an appointment? You can view the appointment, you can reschedule it, you can cancel it, right? These are the three things that you are doing. So we have to think about how that appointment screen looks like, what all details it should have. It should have with whom you are having appointment, which date you are having appointment, what time you are having appointment, right? Then doctor details, location, it can have some quick links, like, with which you can start navigating, all those things. So this is a pretty simple flow for this. Not every flow, the high level flow is not that complicated when you start looking at them. And if you haven't thought about all the possible scenarios, that's when, in interviews, people try to grill. But what happens, how can you think about adding, how can people navigate to their respective doctor in all those things? Okay, then consulting doctor's profile. This is also a pretty simple thing. In the doctor's appointment tab reference also, you will see that this is the consultant doctor's profile. So when you find the doctor that you're looking for, and when you click on the doctor's profile, this is what the consulting doctor's profile card looks like. How many patients he has seen so far, how many years of experience, average rating, about the doctor, all those things. Then which channels this doctor is available, working time, everything. And then you do book appointment, then you reach here like this. One of the interesting features that we were discussing here is adding family members to your thing. So here, how can you add family members to your appointment? One of the flows can be, you can start with account settings, and then add family members. So how do you add family members? What do you want? How do you, what details should you add for your family members? And maybe their phone number, contact details. And then when you add all these details, you can say that, okay, family member added. Why we are adding a phone number is, when you book an appointment for this person, that person can get a notification. Yes, medical history, all these things you can add. And then family member is added. So it is a confirmation message. Now with this feature, the complication that will happen is that when you are booking an appointment in this kind of a flow, we went to whose profile. Let me get all of this. Control C. We'll go to UX workshop, and this part we will delete. I think this is the part, right? Or rescheduling is part of it. Let's see. We'll bring it. Some small glitch here. Okay. I think it is good enough. So you can bring it here, match it here, and delete these things once. Done. It looks like a small induction cooker. So now, when you are booking an appointment, user opens book appointment, location, specialty. So once you have created or added a family member, you can, that becomes another condition here, right? For whom? So you get an option to add, and maybe this can be one of the nudge also to choose one of the family member. User open book appointment, book for family member. So just giving two directions, book for self and this, and then okay, this should be constant. Book for family member, book for self, plugins, arrow auto, link, right? Like this. And here, that creating that profile, right? Add family members and all. If you have a family member, then it's all okay. But if you do not have, then what happens? Something is hitting it. Add family members, and then you add all these details, and then family member added, and then you have to come back, right? Family member added. So all these details will go here. So that becomes a nudge point for people to even discover that, people can do it. Now, what kind of decision tree can you add here? So when you're booking for family member, it will check if family member is added or not, right? So even you have, family member added, then you can either choose that person or you can add another person. But if it is no, then it is absolutely add family members, right? So plugins, autoflow, like this, and this is always the no route. And then this works as it is. Family member added. And once family member is added, you select the family member. Now you have to reorganize it. See how the first flow becomes little more detailed. Select family member, which is here. So I'm going to pull all of these things. Okay, I think it's getting connected somehow with something below. Let me select all these things. I think with the auto flow it is getting connected, but never mind. Even if I select these guys and pull them little below, book for self. So you can go here, you can bring it below, and you have Control Shift O, and then you can select it and delete, and again Control Shift O for Windows computers. Okay, so add family member added, and then you have select family member. So if it is the yes route, then create this. Okay, if no, then add family member. So select family member. I will just add with this Figma pen tool only, and we have this as a line arrow. Select family member, and then it goes all the way here, and if, and here also P, it goes here, and arrow. Okay, this is the yes route. Or you are saying we can also add another family member. So how we will do it here is we'll add a decision here, right? Makes sense, guys? Select added family member. If yes, then come here. If no, then create a new one. If yes, then come here. If no, then add new family member. But you get the point, right? So that's we started with a very simple here, like a happy state family member you can add. But going forward, you can see how much of nooks and corners, how much of detailing it needs for people to do the respective stuff. So what happens is that if you add family member feature here, what kind of UX value we are adding? Oh, we are above time, but yeah, what kind of UX value are we adding? Let's say we don't add the book for family member feature here, and you have not added a family member. Then what is the problem that can happen? People will never discover that you can do for family member, right? So we are increasing adoption of a feature. We are increasing discoverability of a value, right? So when you are booking an appointment, you are saying, whom do you want to book for? Yourself or your family member? Now we have to solve this thing. But this is how we are actually creating an experience which caters to all these scenarios, right? And then we will book an appointment, and then the appointment can be cancelled, or it can be deleted, or it can be modified. And then you get notifications that your appointment is coming up. So it's a fantastic project, actually, if you look at it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.
So there are multiple UI workshops that I did in previous batches. So first thing is that do not mix typographies too much, and do not use decorative typefaces, right? So in your designs, let's say you are creating this, just take it outside, and you have workout. Don't experiment here. Like, don't put it like this, workout. These are places where for your 3 portfolio projects or for more than 10 portfolio projects, these are no brainer. No one is going to judge you for using a very weird typeface. Have you ever seen apps with this kind of weird typefaces like this? But students use. That's why I'm calling out. So when you work, do not use this kind of experimental typefaces. Experimental typefaces will work. You have to be very mature to use experimental typefaces in a controlled way. For starting out, do not use these kind of typefaces. Then what is the typeface that you can use? These are some examples. WorkSense, Inter, Roboto, Poppins, Montserrat, OpenSense. This one is Playfair and Nunitosense. That's it. So there are some serif fonts. Serif fonts are those where you have this, special decorative element. So there is a serif typeface given, and most of them, if you see, they are sans serif fonts. That means they do not have that decorative element. So you can actually, so whatever we will design, we will pick a font from here. Now comes the question, font size. What kind of font size should I use? So the smallest size, there are, lot of workshops that happened where students use font size like 6. 6 is a very small font size. Even like while if you are working in a professional setup, you will see the design system does not have font size below 10. Below 10, because when we are making in Figma, we can zoom in like this. So for us, the 10 font size is a very relative size, right? So we can just change this thing. If I just make it, we just copy this thing. And if I make this thing as 10, although it is small, but because you are zooming in like this, for you, this is 100, right? Because it's a relative font size that you see in Figma, because you can zoom in and zoom out. You don't able to see the actual size of the font size. Because when you design, you see the font, you see the screen in your mobile phone. That's when you can read it and you can see whether it's readable or not. That gives you the exact size. So the smallest size, these are some the different font sizes and the application areas for desktop, Android and iOS. Smallest size in desktop is 12, detailed text is 14, body text is 16, 18, subtitle is 18, title is 24 or 28, main text is 32, 38, 42, and display text is 60, 70 to 80. Same for these guys. The next thing is colors. Colors will be the toughest subject. Now we will look at the example. There is a thing called real-time colors, which we will do color decision. And lastly, this is the spacing thing. So there are some examples which I've added. There is this guy in Instagram who has meticulously added all these spacing padding things in the application areas. Okay, Naman, approving. Dialog box. So when you look at all these things, you will see that some values are getting repeated. And these all gaps create good hierarchy in terms of spacing, right? So these are some proven gaps. And also if you see the font sizes are also mentioned. So this will be a good help for all of you. So there is dialog box example, message box, login form, chat list size, pagination, fab button, web navbar, hamburger menu, drop down, search bar, menu with logo, collapsed view. So you will see that, okay, after you do all these things, you will be, I have a fair idea now that how much gap do I have to put. So this gap, if you see between this home icon and this is 16. Again, when you go to this example, what do you see? 16, right? So that means you will have that, okay, if I am making anything where there is a anchor and then there is a text, then I will use 16. So, okay. So now what we will do is, once we have this kind of a common understanding that this is going to be our raw items. With these raw items, we are going to prepare our UI. Now we are going to, look at some of these kind of screens and we will see how to work on it. So we will absolutely need, so there are some other things also which are important, which is like iconography, right? Icons are also important part of it. For icons, just wherever you are taking it, consistent style, thickness, roundness. So where students mainly they feel difficult is understanding that their style part, right? Thickness, roundness, size, because you may source different icons from different parts. And when you source from different parts, then it is a high chance that you will be like overlooking these attributes. Okay. So for example, if I go to plugins and if I go to icon flow, Iconify is the one of the biggest source of icons like this. But in Iconify, because there are a lot of icons, let's say if I just look at this thing, Okay. So we need a, let's say we need a back icon. So when I do back, then just see how many types of thicknesses are coming up. If I take, and not only thickness, there is a style also. Let's say if I search home, see, some homes are sharp corners, some homes are filled, some are not filled, some of them are rounded, some of them are, broken. So if you feel that, oh, this home icon looks awesome, I'll take this home icon, then you take the home icon. But then when you take the let's say search icon, then you have to look for similar kind of a design in search icon. Suddenly you cannot take a very thin search icon. Do you think that so what is different between these two icons? Who can point out? Style is different. The stroke is thinner. The corners are sharp. Here the corners are rounded. And because of this gap, maybe the search icon with a gap here, I mean, something like this would be more appropriate. But this is thicker. So we have to, make the thickness same. So we have to make sure that these are same. That's why, there is no one guideline for it. We have to be mindful about it. That is the only thing that we have to do. Now comes the approach part. So let's say that I am doing this. I have to make this design, right? So what is this design? This is a, or let us say we can take something from our UX workshop also. So in the UX workshop, do we have any screen or any flow? I think we made a lot of sketches here. Let's select any one of them. And we created something here also. This is a great example for looking and breaking it down into multiple places. So Control C, and I'm going to take it to UI workshop and I'm going to paste it. So how you can typically approach creating this thing is that you have a very rough idea. Workout, there's an entry point, and you see lot of workouts, right? So I will just break it down into small areas where you can work, right? So how do you think this can be represented? What is this element in UI? This is a card, right? This is a list card. So you can go to, first of all, you can create some mood board. So you can go to list card UI. So you will see lot of list examples like this. This is a good example. So I can do copy image. I can go here and I can paste here. So this is one of the mood boards, right, guys? So this is a list card thing, because when my workouts are going to come, they're going to show up like this. Similarly, let us just go and world of internet, everything is there. So we just have to make a nice mood board and find that, okay, what, because it's not that we are stealing, it's just that, we are trying to get inspired and not, spend too much time into finding out how to do, what to do and all those stuff. So we will try to look at, let's see, there's a good example here. Okay, then this one also, see this one also, list card, and they are not fitness app thing, by the way, right? This one, this one. Now I will say that, okay, can I look at something which is more, more playful? Okay, I think this is a little playful way of looking at it. I will paste it here. Okay, then I will try to see. This is a nice inspiration. Now, see, this has nothing to do with my UI, but this is a interaction inspiration. So while I am looking at list card for my workouts, I can say that, oh, maybe I have this kind of list cards, but then on tapping, they expand in size, right? And then they show me more details, right? So lot of things are unsaid here. It's not that directly I'm getting inspired and making it. I'm trying to connect dots and say that, okay, maybe this card. So can you guys visualize this card like this? Let's say I have a card like this, right? So this is one of my workout, second workout, tap it. Okay. This is the second workout. So when I tap it, it grows in size like this, eh? And you can see some more details. And then you tap it, it grows and it contracts, right? Are you guys able to visualize? So we are trying to collect some inspirations for interaction, inspirations for the list card design. So we'll just look for, yeah, this is another example where I think that same interaction pattern can be looked at. So I am not going to start with defining my color, defining my typography, font style. I'm going to put all those things. Okay, what is mood board? Mood board is specially to set your mood for the design. So the various design fields, fashion, industrial design, architecture, UX. So what they do is that they create some inspirations. So when you are surrounded with these inspirations and you are designing, you are connecting, very, very, like, say, basically you are connecting from this to this, like this. You are connecting, this guy to this guy. Lot of things you're connecting in your mind, like this. The color was not good. So this is the mood board exercise, especially to bring your mood to design something. Then I'll just go here again and try to see. Okay, as soon as I selected that card, a lot of ideas are coming. So look at the key requirement that we're trying to do. We can easily simply put list of cards like this, right? We can easily we can just have workout 1, workout 2, workout 3, workout 4, workout 5, right? That's not going to bring. It's a fitness app, so the character of the app is to bring energy. The character of the app is to keep you engaged, keep you motivated. So this looks like a recruitment portal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This looks like a messaging thing. So every app has their own characteristic. So I'm trying to bring in a playful energy, a punch of energy into this whole interaction. Now let me go back. Okay. And at the same time, what I'm seeing is that there is some visual design options also. Copy image. Yeah. Oh, not this one. Where did it go? Okay, enough. So we have what we need, like this. Now what we will do, we will try to create this example. So actually our design, so maybe what we can do, we can remove all this stuff from here, or we can keep it as a high level thing, and then we can bring everything down here and we'll remove stuff. We'll remove everything. Yes, we'll remove everything, and we will have the first example is this. So I'll take it outside, crop it, and I'll keep the UX, and then I'll work on the UI. So the UX is this, which is a very simple list of items. Okay. And then there is some detail that I want to bring here. So this is the amount of detail that I want in each card. Got it. So I'm going to put everything below, and with all the inspirations that I have, maybe I will put all of these things as the starting point, and I'm going to take one by one from here, copy and paste from here. Okay. So the first thing is this. So let me see, like maybe I will have, what all information do I need? I need workout type, 5,000 people completed it, duration, calories, total 12 exercises. So I can go here, I can take T, add, and workout type. What can be workout type? Let's say cardio. Cardio is my workout type. So before I start anything, I will just put the essential metadata. Cardio, and I am going to need an image here. So I will put an image here, cardio, and this. Okay. And duration. So don't need to write duration. I'll just write 35 minutes. Right. And calorific value that you'll get, it's 256 kilocalories. Okay. What all information do I need? Duration, calories, total 12 exercises, right? So you have 12 exercises. Okay. Like this. So now see, last time when we were doing it, we didn't go into the detail of all these things. But now with the help of this mood board, in whatever I'm doing, I haven't thought anything before. It's all happening right in front of all of you. It's that I can think that maybe I have whatever I was doing here. Maybe I'm going to create a card like this. On tapping, it will expand like this, and can have like because there are 12 exercises, right? So it can have all those 12 exercises like this. What is going to help me do? So basically like this, see? So it'll be like, but if you tap it, you basically, and then what do we need here? You are just dealing with data. You have entered some data in the form of your preference and all. It is showing you data, and you are going to do something with the data. So that doing something is the most important thing. So what are you going to do after you see this information? So once you see an exercise like a set cardio, 35 minutes, 256 kilocalorie, 12 exercise, you see another thing which is, let's say, HIIT or whatever. Why are you looking at them? What happens when you choose? You start the exercise, right? So what should be the action? Always think about the actionable part of a design. Without actionable part, it is all information. It is Wikipedia, right? We are not making Wikipedia. We are making something to let people do exercise and make a decision. So what should be the call to action here? Yes, this is where I wanted to nudge all of you. Start exercise, right? So this is start exercise. So I can tap each, and there can be absolutely view more also. Or once you can just say start, or maybe select or something, or it can be a tap also. It can be start or it can be tap. Let's keep it like this, like this. So my first state of the card is this. The second state of the card is this, where I'm going to have little bit glimpse of all this small, pills of exercises. So that before you dive into the exercise, you know that, oh, now did this thing come from anywhere in this inspiration? So there is a sense of impromptu creative spirit also. If you do not want to add your own creative spirit, then what is your individual contribution, right? So you have to solve it in your way also, which doesn't exist. This is the thing that I wanted to bring up, that mood board doesn't mean that you get everything, you just mix and match and you create your design, it's done. It can be, but at the same time you can bring your own creative spirit to it, right? So you can add and add values through your own problem solving skills. Okay, now that I have this thing, it's time for me to design this thing. So what do I need in a cardio thing? I may need, and because the design is all rounded and all, absolutely I will need the cardio thing also rounded. Okay, cardio thing is going to be a header. So what is the header thing that I said? In Android, the header or the title text can be 20, right? It's not the title text, it is the body text. So we will put 16 pixels here. So we will say that cardio is enter and 16, and then this is 14, right? We're going to bring it to regular, or we can make it even 12 like this. Okay, then comes the way we want to create hierarchy of this information, right? So cardio exercise 35 minutes. How do I want to bring this 35 minutes? What information is more? All these things you should be able to get it from your research. So what we will do is that right now we will create a pattern that, okay, cardio 12 exercises. This is important. And 256 kilocalories is getting, you can burn from it. And this is 12 pixels. These two are also. So 12 exercises, we can make it 10 size, like a small size, regular, 10 regular. Okay, like this. So this 35 minutes can be a pill. So I can do shift A, 2 pixels, 2 pixels. I can make it fill. Fill color is something like this for now. Make it 100. Okay, the gaps are really tight, so I'll make it 8 pixels. Okay, 35 minutes. So what I will do, usually I start it from the first level only. I will create components. So I will make it a component. So this is my pill, Control C, and I'm going to bring it here so that later on I can change color and all those stuff, right? So cardio, now comes the auto layout logic. So how we will do is that 12 exercise and 256 kilocalorie will make it like this, shift A. Now this 256 kilocalorie, if it comes with a calorie icon, it will look nice, right? So I will go here, Iconify. This is the gallery icon. So I'll bring it here. Okay. All icons that I'll use, I will create components from start. So the size of this icon is how much? 16, 16. Okay. We can make it 12, 12. Okay. Making it a component, first component, no problem. Control C, just take it out, put it here. So now I haven't make any colors and all. So I'm going to select both, Shift A and 4 pixels. Okay. So this one I should make it auto so that it stretches like this. And these two I will make it auto. Then between them I will create Shift A and the gap is 8 pixels. Okay. We have this one. This size we can make as 36, 36. This gap I can make 4 and between them I'll do Shift A. Okay, done. So this gap, how much did we see before? 16 pixels, right? In our guide. Okay, done. Hug. Okay, perfect. Now this auto layout that we did, it is 16 pixels. So when you basically, move stuff like this, it will not go. If you make it auto, it will go like this, but that's not what we want. So what we want is this guy, we will make it fill container. Sorry, we'll make it fill container. So that when you stretch it, this is how it stretches, keeping this gap as always 16, right? Now that we have this, we will have 12 pixels gap. All these dimensions you'll be able to find in the reference that I've shared. I'm going to, just borrow one of these colors from here and see how it is coming up. Okay. Like this, I, this color and 100. Okay. It's coming like this. We can make, 16 pixels padding like this, cardio. So this, the icon that we have, we can make it 42 pixels, and 54 also, I guess. Yes. And making this top and bottom padding to be 4 pixels or 8 pixels. Yes. 8 and 12 will be better, I guess. Okay. So we have to look at this harmony that, there is this, if we keep it, the left has to be 8 pixels in order to make it concentric circle, right? So we cannot make it 16. See, do you see there is a gap, different gaps on the left and right? It doesn't make it look consistent. So we'll make it 8 on the left and on the right we'll make it 16 so that it doesn't touch. No, then we even make it 20 pixels also like this. Okay, done. So this is one of our cards that we have created like this. And if we try to look at it in the context of a smartphone, we can go to F, which is frame, and we can get Android medium. What is Android medium brings is Android compact. Can make it 412. Yes. So now you can see in real size, it doesn't look big, right? Looks like this. So this is my the first version of component that has come up. Now you can look at the actual font size and you will see that although it was looking big, now you will see that, oh, it is not that big, right? When you look at it in the actual phone context, just for the sake of it, bring an iPhone 16. So this is an iPhone 16 design, the frame size. Now put it inside, you'll see that, oh, it is not that big, right? Like this. So this is where I have put it in real context. And now this size is 16. I can even make it 20. And this 12 exercises, I can make it 14. The 256, I can make it 12. 35 minutes. I'll not change here. I will change here. 35 minutes, I'll make it 12. Okay. So the change is reflected here. Now I am going to look at cardio photographs. Okay. Control X is to replace. Make it. Now we will choose the size of the image depending on the proportion of the card. Okay. So for now, maybe I will make the card as grayish like this. Okay. So we have cardio, 12 exercises, 256 kilocal. We can make it 8 pixels or even 12 pixels. Yes. Now it is looking a little better. Okay. One of the card has become, we can keep this card as option control alt K. So this is my exercise card, right? Exercise card. Okay. And we are saying that if I make it, if I make a detached instance, I'll make a copy and make a detached instance. So when you pull it up, right, I can change the corner radius to 48 like this and make it top align like this. And I can bring some information here which says list of cardio exercises. I'm trying to get a ready-made card so that I can get a lot of metadata. Let me take it from here only. So next, this is where a little bit of time is spent to find the right image and all. Better sleep. Is great. Copy image. Control V. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 9. So I will get it outside. Make it crop. So all images are consistent like this. We'll get it like this. Okay. Once I crop something, I will do copy as PNG and paste as PNG. Sorry. Copy as PNG and then paste. So only that small thing will come. And then I can make it, I can add it here. So when I try adding it, it will go here. So what do I have to do? I have to just make it Shift A. And this entire auto layout, I'll make it like this. Okay. Perfect. I'll make it 100. So see, this auto layout is horizontal auto layout, right? So if I detach it, see the arrow direction. So when I am putting something inside, it will try to be horizontal only, like this. So what I'm doing is that I'm making this Shift A. This is horizontal, but the entire bigger card is vertical. That's how it's a separate set of auto layout. Yes. Okay. So now that we have one of these cards, and I can make it 24, something like 24. 24 is too not that much, so I'll make it 48 or something. Yes. So I will bring it again. So now everything will be falling like this. So Shift A, center aligned, 4, okay. And then this one, I'll make it a little smaller. One of the, and this full set that I have, I should be able to do, what I should do is that I should make it as a component, right? So this is a component. When I do Control C, and if I replace it here, why did I do auto layout? Why did I, make it a component is because tomorrow I can, go here, I can add a stroke in my UI, right? I can do a lot of stuff later on. And, tomorrow I can go and make this image, not circular, but something like this. So if you work in this process of making components and then adding stuff, then it becomes really easy for you to, manipulate color, spacing, padding, even, small attributes, all those things. Okay. So here also, ideally, this thing should be a component. Create a toolkit. So this is the toolkit. Creating a toolkit for this app. Okay. Now I'll go here and I'm making it 100. Okay. Like this. So I'll just spend little bit of a time. Here what I will do, I will make Control C, Control V. But again, this should be horizontal like this. Okay. So this is 30 high knees. 30 high knees. So this width, I think what we can do here right now is maybe we will add one more layer here and we can say 30 so that I can manage the spacing. Okay, so 30 high knees, and then we have the next one. So I'll just do Windows Shift S, copy and paste here, pixelated. So we make it fail proof. So do you see which UI pattern we are using? This is an accordion pattern. An accordion pattern where you have a definite chevron. Then once you press in the designated area, then it will open up. Otherwise, it will not open up. If you tap this card, it will take you to the next page. So absolutely, you have to make it fail safe. And this 2-second press, Instagram also follows the same thing. That if you have list of cards, If you had, any interaction on tapping, then you would have accidentally done it. But when you are seeing, let's say, a list of 9 by 3 by 10, lot of cards coming up, lot of images coming up, when you just long press, then they zoom in. And when you release it, it's gone. So the time duration is the factor, the fail-safe factor. Any of these patterns you can use. Because if you know UI patterns, there are some UI patterns like especially for UX. These are actually UX patterns. So accordion is a pattern. Okay, now fun part here. If you see, I have taken screenshots, right, like this. But this is my one of my component. So how do I replace this image here? First one is highness. Second one is this. So I'll select the image, right click, copy properties. One thing that you can do absolutely is select all this image and make 100. That's the first thing that you can do. 100 or 999, something like this. Once it is done, copy properties and go to your image, right click, paste properties. So within instance, it gets changed. Okay. So the second one is climbers, 10 climbers. And here what we should use? We should use something like this. So we will use a proper one. These are called chevrons. Okay, this is also an icon for me. Icons I'm keeping here, so I'll keep all my components here. So by the time this thing is created, I will have a lot of components which I have used, which I have not used. So I'll keep the chevron here, Option Command K. Maybe I'll just take it outside. I don't, okay, the padding is given, I think the size is 24. But typically the touch target size should be, it should be 40 like this. Now the size of the chevron can be less, 24. Okay, so when you see this thing, the touch target is 40. So Command K, Control C, and we come here, paste to replace, like this. So between these two, Shift A, basically what we can do is that we can have all these things. Shift A, we can make it, let's say 12 pixels. We can have Control C, Control V and all, and one to the right. Right click, flip horizontal, Control C, Control V. So it will have lot of them, right? So what we will do, we will have this clip content and we'll move it like this. Make sense, everyone? And have this thing as fill container like this. So we will have some examples over here. Okay, I'll just change 10 climbers to something else. Maybe this one. Copy as properties, copy properties, and right click, paste properties. Done. What is this thing? Raised leg. I'll keep list of images over here as my future reference, because now I'm just going to see, and I'll keep all these references here, and I'm just going to see that if this thing is looking nice, making sense, all those stuff. So I'll just put this card here, and maybe what I can see is that the chevrons are too intimidating, so I'll just make the gap as 8 or something so that I can see more of it. Maybe I don't need the chevron, so I'll make one of the variations where I don't need the chevron, and it's implied that you have to scroll through them like this, and I'll just add some padding below, 16 pixels, 24 pixels, and the corner details I'll make it 36. So more thing can come over here, but it will be all under horizontal scroll. Okay, now that I have created a kind of a format, I would say. So I'll make this one also as a Option Control K, and these two things, what should I make it? We should make it combine them as a variant. So the property should be expand, and I am saying that this is expanded, yes or no? No. This is expanded, yes. And in the expanded form, maybe the color is, let's see how it, so Control D, Shift A. So this is how my list card is going to look like in either experience. You can stretch it. So if I select, so now see, I haven't made any auto layout here. So in this selecting this Android frame, if I click on the auto layout thing, then this will become auto layout. You can, stretch it, you can make it bottom aligned, all those stuff. Now I'm going to create this, on click change to smart animate, and we can say gentle. Okay. Images are coming. This auto layout is from top. So these two auto layouts, this one is from the top, this is from the center. So if it is both from the top, let's see what happens. Yeah, there is a nice reveal, right? Maybe the color is not good. We can now go here. We can look at, even simple shades like this. I and I and selecting this kind of, this is a very, very bright color. Yeah, this also looks good. Shift A, can go. Why horizontal scrolling is not working? Let me see here. Okay, clip content. Now it will work. And make it ungroup. I think there are two auto layouts. That's why. Prototype horizontal scrolling. Yeah, now it is working. See. So slowly and slowly it is going somewhere. So I can even choose this frame, the main frame. Make it little rounded. I add a absolute dark background like this, and the spacing that you see here, what you see here, that the spacing is very tight, right? So I'm going to make a very tight spacing like this, and even on the right hand side also will make very tight spacing like this. Okay, and what do we need here? This color should be not this. Okay, all right. Now, these are placeholders. I don't think that this kind of a hand-drawn thing is going with it. We have to find some better images for this. And when we go to this design, now because I have a component and because now I am looking at it, the black color is not looking nice. So in this state, I'm going to choose a white color like this. See, everything becomes white. And here also, I am going to choose everything and make it white, right? Cardio, even both this cardio, the cardio should be bold. 35 minutes. Okay. Now looking at it, I'll see that, okay, this 30, 10, this is not making a lot of, the impact is not high. And these are all decisions for understanding. People will say, what is 10 climbers? So I will just go here and I will choose this 10 and I'll, instead of 10, I'll write 10 reps. Okay. And I'll add, make it shift A and add 2 pixels, 2 pixels, make it, hug. Okay. Hug and fill black color, or we can choose the same color and little darker version of it. See how it will show over there. Make it rounded. T reps. If I remove reps, height is hugging. Maybe I will make it as a yes. So slowly and slowly the UI is taking its expression. So I'll go here, try to make it little bit of a strong card. I think this color brings a lot of energy, but now this cardio thing, this is getting dim. So maybe it needs a stroke, a white stroke to stand out. Some kind of a stroke like this. It's making it too much complicated. Let me also try a very lighter version of it here. Okay. These should be, all should be round like this, and this should be exactly 60-60, so that everything is same size. Okay, 60-60. How can I do this thing so predictably? Because I have made component here. I can make it 48-48 also, and it will work, right? Like this. Okay, 12 exercises, and I can go here, make the gap as 8. Okay. Yes. Let's see now. I don't need a stroke. Let us see if there is any color that we can borrow. There is a green version also which we can try. Maybe the problem here is this. So we have to find a rich source of all these images. So this kind of a project and digital art museum kind of project, we will need lot of different kind of images. So we have to find all those images. Okay, I'll make it blue for now. Okay, more or less it seems like in a good shape. Now we will break the monotony here. The monotony here is that it's same kind of card, going on like this. So if I remove one of the cards, it's like this. So we will add the cardio thing here. So let me just find a nice cardio photograph, cardio image. Plugins, Unsplash. So on the top, I need a starting thing for this thing, right? Select your exercise or something. Workout, some kind of a workout related motivational stuff. Try to get some grayscale generic workout image. Yeah, okay. Image got directly applied. So I will get one of these detach instance. We'll look at it separately. So we'll just try to see. Getting the right image can take time. Just close on an image. Okay, this looks good. This is like as if someone is doing a generic workout, right? It can be any workout, 24 pixels, and we will say workouts. We'll remove this and just say get set go. Get set go and put it on top of this. So this image, we can add a darker thing on top, right? There is a darker thing, and then we can say workout. So this thing that you have seen, we'll make it detach instance. We will bring it on group 8 or 0, right? Workouts, I'm going to make it, and then selecting this entire group, we will make it as. Now what I will do is that I'll take this thing, Control X, I'll put it outside this group. So this entire thing is down auto layout like this, so that I just want, whatever scroll or things to happen only in this area. So I'll add clip content, make it, smaller, go and make it as a vertical scrolling thing. And now if I go Shift A, and scroll happens here, right? So we have a vertical scroll. So now we will go into the fine tuning part of it. Look at all these inspirations, even see this example specifically. So if I put it side by side, you will understand the corner radius game here. So this corner radius can be a little bit more, 36 or something. What difference do we see here? Let me make it also 36 like this. I think the gaps are even tighter. So it's even tighter, 4 pixels, very tight. Here also it's 4 pixels, something like this. So that's what brings this tension, right? And yeah, workout cursor bigger. Okay, cursor is bigger in Figma. It's coming smaller. Let me make the Figma scale bigger. Interface scale, make larger. So if you see my cursor in other places, it's so big. Figma, it is not big, unfortunately, because Figma launched a lot of different cursors before. Okay, so if I look at this, the background needs to be even more darker. So I can make it 40, right? So that you can actually read this text. You can see, okay, get set go is coming out. Workouts, get set go. Even this workout part, you can do Shift A. You can make 4 pixels, and hug. going inside, we'll make it, hug. Because, workout is a category. So I'll make it fill with a accent color. Let's say this color, workouts, make it 14. I black color. So this is, workouts. See, now it is coming out. So whatever accent color we put here, semi-bold, we'll make it regular. What is the size here? 12 or 14 pixels. 12 is good. Okay. Get set go. Okay. Maybe in the right hand side, we can think about adding some motivation that like 6 out of 7 days you have done or something, just to keep them motivated. Okay. Otherwise, on a high level, we have just created a UI and we have created this. So, and because we have created it in a little bit of a modular fashion, then what is happening is that we have to choose the right green. Maybe this green we can think about. Let's see. Okay, let's see how this color comes out. Luckily, I have all the components, so I don't have to do a lot of changes. I can quickly see changes, like this. Okay, this looks good actually. It has a lot of energy, right? Cardio 35 minutes like this. And we will put, so now I can think about a color scheme for my whole app, that if I go to nutrition, maybe the nutrition will be purple color, right? And the tag will be purple. And when you expand, it can be like this. So we have a pattern now for our app. See, with the same yellow color, it looks consistent, right? And just for the sake of it, if I just go plugin unsplash, let's say high knees images, high knees exercise. I'll just put some random images. Okay. Climber is this. Okay. Then leg exercise. Okay. Yeah. They look similar. High knees. Find something. Yeah. Now you'll see it looks much better. Right. We'll just look at some of the in between small granular details. So this 12 size is too much. So if I make it 8 or if I make it even 4, that makes it much better. So Control C, paste to replace. Yes. Now it will look even better with this tighter typographic. Now, because this is a long scroll and we want to control this long scroll, we can take this long scroll outside. See, this is a big scroll, right? Like this. Because we will keep on modifying the images and all later on. So we'll do Option Alt Control K. So these are all my images like this. So this is how each image looks, and this is how the group looks like this. So that I can have climbers and I'll just remove them. I can keep on adding stuff. And also here I can see, maybe I can add, okay, 12 exercises you can see. What are the 12 exercises you can see? And we can have get started. So this is a CTA, center aligned, Shift A, I, and we'll make it. Let us see how it is coming. Okay, so now you can start it from here. You can click on start and it will start the exercise. Because it's a component, I can go back, I can make it light. And here there is a game. I'll just complete this game and then we'll go. 8 and 20. See, the gaps are different. So I can make sometimes 8 and 8. And internally, between these two, I can make it as a fill container. And internally, I can add that additional, because otherwise, see, the start thing is not going to be center aligned. If you look at it before, how it was, the entire card had 8 pixels on the left, 20 on the right. So if I measure this button, this button C is 95 on the right and 83 on the left. Is it center aligned? It will look weird, right? The button is little left aligned. So how do you control it? But this padding is required, because if I make it 8 and 8, what will happen is that they are getting too close to the corner radius, right? Not looking good. So what we'll do is that we'll make it 8 and 8, but inside I'll create one more auto layout between these two, and I'll make it fill container, and I will add the additional 12 pixels here. No, sorry, not here. In this group, I will create the additional 12 pixels like this. So that the center button, now see, it is same 89.5 on both sides. And I can even make this button go all the way, fill container, like this. Get started. Can make it same color, and the black might be intimidating, like this. Black is also fine, I guess. But I think the tall button is making it look little weird, making it hug. Start exercise. Now the bottom padding, the last part of this exercise, 12 pixels, or making it 16 pixels, something like that. Okay. Now I have a almost there kind of a design. Okay. I can show this concept to anyone and they can say that, oh, okay, I just want them to take a decision here only. So what is the advantage of this UX? The advantage of this UX is that I can take a decision here. I can go up and down. So on long press, it comes up, and then I can start the exercise here. Okay, the last small piece is too big. I will make it 14 pixels, much smaller. Start exercise. So you'll see this is how it will come, right? But the height of the button should be 40, like this. Now you will see it will look like a realistic design, right? What is the inconsistent thing here is that the tag color, if I can match this tag color with this button color, it will look consistent. Now it is consistent. I can make it I and same color. I and same color. Okay. So did all of you see how slowly and slowly and slowly we are cooking it when we are going somewhere? And we have created components so that I can make changes fast and see and iterate faster. Is this process helpful, folks? After the break, you guys need to do something. Okay. And I usually, make, because it's not that we have to spend separately time for prototypes. Now I can look at it and I can see that, oh, this is how it is coming up. It has a very nice, playful way of looking at my exercise, and I can start it immediately. So I am pretty much satisfied with it for now. So I have not decided colors and font and size and all those things for now. I will do it later on. If you start with that, your thought process will be confined with that, right? So look at how our UX was and how our UI is. So we started with a UX, which is this. But the decision, see, the same decision is here. Let us also appreciate the way Figma helps us to iterations of our design faster. How do you make iterations? So in case study evaluation, you will see no equipment. Let's say, these two examples. I'll go back to my UI workshop thing. You keep it here. So this is my first version, and these are my components. So keeping the same ideology, I can, and I'll just keep it here, the output of this design system. So when I create it in a systematic or system driven way, this is the result of my first UI, right? The second UI can be, let me just, copy this whole set below along with it, right? Now we have to see how is this thing linked. So if I go to main component, I will see it is linked to the bottom component now, right? And if I go to this one, I go to this component, the top component. So I actually change the components here. So if I now select them, and if I change the corner radius to 0, what happens here? Everything becomes 0, right? Not 0, but let's say 8, slightly 8. Now I can go here, and let me just, quickly show you how we can change this UI to this UI in no time. So I'll go here, change it to this. So once the UX is done, what amount of data we are putting here, that is done. So this card, it had, burning apps, intermediate, no equipment. So there is this intermediate thing, how much time it is taking and all those things. So I can go here and I can see that, oh, there are few stuffs which I also can do in this thing? I can add a small timer thing here. I can add the rating here. I can add whether you need equipment or no equipment. So what we are seeing here is that there is a separate layer of metadata all across. So I can do Control C, Control V here in this level. Control C, Control V. So now there are 3 different metadatas inside this. Okay, go inside little bit here and there. Let's see where the problem is happening. Oh, I think we are influencing it from outside. Oh, this is my outside influence. Okay, no problem. I will detach it from here. I will make it a master component here. And I'm going to insert this as the component. Okay. Paste to replace and paste to replace. Right. Just these 2 things. Now, when I change my metadata layer here, Control C, Control V. See, 3 layers are added here. I can, choose these 2. I can have plugins, Iconify. I can have a clock. So I'll just take a clock like this, take it outside, make it, the size will be approximately 12, right? Control X. And I can go here. I can detach it because I just want to add it in this level. Okay. I can make it white, and instead of this sitting here, Control X, I can replace one of these here, paste to replace. So I can reposition my metadata layer. If my research is happening, I can keep on changing and evolving my design. So instead of this, I'll make intermediate, and no equipment, and this is the time thing, 35 minutes, 256 kilocalorie. See, the cards are all getting changed one by one. I'll select this and I'll change it to 4. See, everything becomes 4. And when I come here in this expression, the final one, the background fill is white. So background fill is white. I can keep this as it is, but now I have, I can go here, choose this image and choose a little smaller size, let's say 60 pixels. So the size has become smaller, and we'll just go here deeper inside, change this size from, bold to medium, make it 16. Okay. Then this gap is 4, then make it 2, if more tighter. Okay. And instead of rating, we just have a calorie information here, right? And rest, I think we have all things good. We can just make it little smaller like this. Okay. Everything is good. And here when I go, I'm going to change this gap from 4 to 12. So it's more relaxed, 12 or 16, right? Top and bottom highlight 16 pixels. Here also I'll select this image, I'll make it 8. So the entire style of the design has now changed to a different design altogether. I can hold this and I can add a very subtle gray color here, right? So when I look at this design, same interaction, everything is same, only a lot of it has changed. And did I take the same amount of time to change it? No, right? It's not at all the same amount of time. And when I choose all these different informations that are kept, I can go here, I can change the color of the text like this. Even if I feel to match it exactly, I can remove this background and I can go inside, add little bit of this color like this. Okay. If you remove this top panel, isn't it slowly matching this design? Now they are radically different designs, but now they look almost same. And I can have it, instead of this colorful expression, I can make it monochromatic, like grayscale. So when I go here, but the UX is same, that we want progressively disclosed exercise for taking decision. Making sense, everyone? How you can quickly make changes? And they are radically different designs. They are miles apart designs from each other. So when you create your UI components in a structured way, changing from one design to the other See, this is a very, very energetic, lot of things happening kind of a design. And this is a more subtle, subdued. Okay, I want to do my exercise. It looks like I can do a violin lesson also like this. A very introvert, very subtle, very modern. Okay, this design also has lot of padding. So I will add, 20 pixels padding, push it. And also from the top, this guy will have absolutely, I mean, both sides, it will have 20 pixels padding. And then it will have, instead of, get, set, go, this workout, maybe I will just have a text like this, and because this is the whole design here is a very, very subtle, this thing, workouts, get, set, go, right? And then we can have this back button on the top. So we'll go here. We can have plugins, Iconify back, and let's say a back button like this. You can put it here, right? So there is a back button and there is workout. So I can have this workout and the back button like stay at the same altitude. So you can have this as hug and add it here. Shift A, horizontal, center align. You can make it as a center align thing. We just don't want to, make it like this. We can say that these are our HIIT things. And get, set, go is not needed because the whole design is very subtle. K and twice the size, like this. HIIT. You don't need a pill also like this. Okay. And you just have two more things and see this design is made. So what is the essential part of this design? The essential part of this design is how we are designing the structure. So what was the difference between these two designs? Between this one and between this one? What do you think? The metadata was different, right? So the amount of information you could bring out of both are different. But keeping the same metadata also, the structures were different. It was more in a capsule shape. It was in a more rectangular shape. These are the two differences. And if you look at this, there is a strong hierarchy. That means there is a bold, non-bold, dark, light color hierarchy, right? So how do you create that is you go here, you select all these things and you choose a gray shade like this, something like this. See, now the hierarchy is better. You can have this thing bold or you can have this thing light, or, medium, something like this. And this 35 minutes, the one with the clock that we did here, we can go and choose the clock. We can add it in the main component, which is here. Control V. So it gets added here in the clock component. No fill color, just this. So now this design also has the clock in it. Clock. If you want any other metadata to be added here, like intermediate, no equipment, this layer, we have to go to this main component and we can add it. So our research will give us this information, whether we need this information or not. So as soon as this information is added, how much time did it take to update this? Less than a second, see? So I'm just now going to create a hierarchy here, Shift A and 0 gap between them. Now it will be more tighter. So 12 exercise. So maybe 256 kilocalories, something that we want to highlight. We will make it semi-bold and we'll make it a little darker like this. So that's how we create contrast and you create, things that you should look at like this. Even what you can, intermediate, and you can keep on making variations of it. So you can, make a copy of it. This is where iterations happen, detach instance, and you're like, okay, can I do something like, can I take this thing, Control C, can I put it inside this, So intermediate, no equipment, 256 kilocalorie. And maybe I don't need this 12 exercises because that's what you are seeing already here. So what we are saying is that you will see something like this. And I just want this, small circles that you see here. See, in between, there is a small circle, right? Between 30 minutes and this. So these circles are used for spacing dividers. So I will have the ellipse tool, sorry, ellipse tool. create a small circle, maybe 4 by 4, and add it in the auto layout. Sorry, go inside, right, like this. Control C, Control V, like this. So that you now know that, okay, this is the spacing. You can add the horizontal spacing as 2 pixels, 4 pixels, and reduce the size a little bit. Okay, awesome. Like this. So intermediate, no equipment, and there is no spacing. So it's going through like this. And maybe finally you can decide on medium to semi-code. See, these small decisions, they take the significant amount of effort. So I can do Control C now, and I can make a variation of this whole thing. Now I can make another variation here, and I'll go here, detach instance, Option Command K, because I have created this component in a fashion that only if I replace this, you can see the change. I'll just go here and replace this. See, everything will change. Sorry, Control C, we're going to replace this. See, everything gets changed immediately. So how many design variations did we create after our structure was created? So in your interview, they would like to see how you evolved in this design. This is how you can show that it took me some time to rationalize the metadata, right? 3 total designs we created. One is a subtle version. And in this version, you can actually, make this thing as 100% like a strong design like this. You have, so the same thing, but here you are just making it more stronger. Alt Control, basically I'm just copying this image and I'm going to paste it in the background, paste properties. So the background will have this image. So it's a completely different design. So I will have 20 pixels padding, holding this 20 pixels, and center align, bottom align like this. See? So I will strongly encourage all of you to think in this kind of a framework. You will be able to make a lot of ideas and variations in a much less amount of time without thinking that I have to create so many screens. 16, 8, and we'll go here, we'll make it 8. 8. See, 3 different designs, 16 pixels. So little bit heavy cards like this. Now, which one do you like? You can choose 2 from there. Like you can choose this one and maybe this one, or this one and this one. And you can do a usability test. You can ask users if they like this design. So we can use these things for usability test. But see, the interactions remain same. Why is it jumping like this? Because I haven't replaced the same thing here. So we have to go and replace the same thing here. Paste to replace, like that. Now when you go here and you can do expand collapse, you can see this. So why is it jumping? Because this one has a different padding. If make it 8, 8, it will not jump. Oh, this is also jumping, so we can fix it. We have to maintain the same spacing and padding like this. 3 different designs.
So, starting up with the very first question, which is, can you describe the difference between UI design and UX design? So, this is a very basic question, and you can go on by saying for the UI design is UI means user interface as a look and feel of a product or app. And it's all about which you see on the screen when you're using website or any application. So the UI, this involves choosing colors, fonts, buttons, shapes, icon, etc. So when you open your favorite app, let's say you're opening Instagram, everything from starting from the logo to sign up button, login button or password, and all about the interface comes under the UI design. In simple word, you can say that UI design is all about making things look beautiful and organized so that people feel comfortable interacting with the product. So here you can see this Instagram login page, this phone, the placement of this password, login with Facebook. It all comes under UI. Now coming to the UX design. So UX or user experience design is more about how the product feels to use and the overall experience you get from interacting with it. It's all about making sure that everything is smooth, intuitive, and makes sense. For example, think of a food delivery app. If it is hard to find the restaurant menu, or if placing an order takes too many steps, the user experience or the UX is very frustrating. Suppose this is a food app. Instead of menu here somewhere, suppose you get to find your menu here. Then it becomes really very frustrating for the users to find the menu and order. So in simple words, you can say that UX design focuses on making the product easy and enjoyable to use, ensuring it solves the user problem without causing any confusion. In a nutshell, you can say that if there is a car, then the UI would be the design of the dashboard, the color of the seat, the color, dashboard, the placement, etc. On the other hand, the UX would be how comfortable the car is to drive, how easy it is to start and stop, and how quickly you can find what do you need while driving. So moving on to our next question, which is what do you mean by A-B testing? So A-B testing compares two versions of a web page or application to see which performs better by splitting user traffic and analyzing the result. So if you're a user designer, there is nothing more valuable than understanding how the user wants an application to look in a specific manner. So A-B testing is a standard method used to understand the user preferences. For example, every company uses A-B testing to improve design, recommendation, and user experience. So how this A-B testing is exactly performed? So you can see on the screen that there are two interfaces of a mobile phone. So for example, here you can see that we have two interfaces of a mobile phone, variation A and variation B, right? And variation A consists of contact us button somewhere at the top right, like here. And variation B contains the contact us button, say, for example, here in the center. And you can see the color, which in variation A is of light blue and in variation B of navy blue. So what will happen? This variation A will be shown to 50% of the visitors, and this variation B will be shown to another 50% of the visitors. And what will be the end result? And what is the end result is that 15% of the conversion are happening from this variation A and 36% of conversions are happening from variation B. So it's pretty understandable that the visitors are liking this interface. So that the company knows this variation B, is more likely to be used by the users. Now coming back to the benefits of this A-B testing, which is first, it increases the user engagement. So A-B testing helps designer to create user-friendly interfaces that enhances the user engagement. Second, it reduces the bounce rate. So A-B testing allows designer to identify and address the usability issues that causes users to leave a website or application. And by understanding the user's behavior and improving the content, the designer can of course reduce the bounce rate and improve the overall experience. So third, conversion rate. So it's pretty obvious that A-B testing can significantly impact the conversion rate by refining the design element that drive the conversion. So that's all for this question. So moving on to our next question, which is what kind of tools are used in UX designing? So you see, the world of digital design, making websites and apps that are easy and enjoyable to use is super important. And for that, there are a lot of tools to help designer do that. So we'll see what kind of tools are suited for which kind of platforms. So we'll be discussing here 6 important tools. So firstly, we'll be starting with Figma. So Figma is one of the most popular tools among designers that comes in handy for wireframing and prototype. So it allows good collaboration and it works well on all platforms and supports comment. So you see, when you choose the tool, the usefulness, collaboration, how easy it is to share the tools with others, and integration, how well the tool integrates with the way you have already using, simplify this and gives a good content out of this. And nowadays, most designer prefers Figma only. So moving on to the next, which is ChatGPT. Okay, fine. So everybody is now using ChatGPT even for their small tasks. So ChatGPT assists with the creative brainstorming and good content generation, which is helpful for generating design ideas and solving technical issues with just a prompt. So next we'll see Framer. Framer is a very powerful design tool which can be used to create interactive and responsive prototypes, and it has built-in code feature for advanced animations. So next we have Behance, which is advanced interactive prototype, and it's ideal for showcasing the detailed design and the creative. Then we have Notion, which is again great for collaborative design documentation. You can collaborate with other designers also, and which can integrate with the design tool for streamlined workflows. Then last we have Dribble, which is an ideal platform for designer to showcase their portfolios. Moving on to our next question, which is what do you mean by design thinking? So design thinking is like putting yourself in someone else's shoes to solve a problem. So you imagine you're designing a new chair, but instead of just making it look good, you would think about how people will use it. And how will it be comfortable? Will it be easy to move around? And how can you make it better for someone who sits all day? If you're just preparing for interviews, if you're just preparing for any exams, of course, you will need a comfortable chair to sit upon. So in simple terms, design thinking is all about understanding the real people's need first. You listen to their problems and observe how they interact with product, and then come up with the ideas to make things easier or useful. And what are the goals of design thinking? Which is creating user-friendly solution and solving complex problems. So, okay, to make you understand better, we have taken this simple example. Let's imagine you have two cups, cup A and cup B. Cup A is small and it has thin handle that is hard to hold. Okay, and when you pour tea into it, the handle gets hot, making it very uncomfortable to use. Cup B, on the other hand, is bigger, and when it's filled with the tea, it stays cool and increases the usability and desirability, making overall design very aesthetically pleasing. So now you see most of the users will like cup B rather than cup A because of its usefulness, usability, and desirability. So you see that design thinking helps us figure out why cup A is not working well for the users. Maybe people struggle to hold it properly or even spill tea while trying to grip the thing. So focusing on how people actually use the cup, now we have designed the cup V, which is very easy to handle. So what are the stages of design thinking? The very first stage is define, which means analyzing the problem to define the core problems. Second, understand the needs of people. You have to understand what people actually want. Like in this case, the designer must have analyzed why people are preferring B rather than preferring A. Then coming up with the innovative ideas. Now, as the problem has been identified, the designer must have thought that, okay, now let's mend our cup A to cup B to solve the problem. Then start creating solution and try out the solution to evaluate the product with real uses. So that's all for the design thinking. Moving on to our next question, which is what is a design system? So starting this, we'll take a very simple example. Suppose when you go to any office as a UI or UX designer, you don't need to create everything from scratch. You simply take their pre-existing fonts, colors, and button that have already been decided. Fine. Not very good to understand? Okay. Not very good to understand? Okay, fine. Let's take example of Google. So when you visit Google products, like you all have Gmail, Google Drive, or Google Calendar, you notice that they all look very similar. The buttons they have, the colors, the font, they are very consistent, and the icons are recognizable across all the platforms, right? This is because Google uses a design system called the material design. Fine, let me show you. You see here, this mail, this calendar, the Chrome, the Meet, everything is very consistent. And so it provides a set of rules for how everything should look and behave. Button colors, icon typography, spacing, etc. Now, when a designer or developer at Google needs to create a new feature, they don't start from the scratch. Rather, they follow this system, making sure everything aligns with the established guide. So the next question which should arise in your mind, that why do we need a design system? So for consistency, efficiency, and better user experience, because it means a unified brand and design. It speeds up the design and development by reusing the components, and it and it ensures smooth and intuitive navigation. So in short, we can say that a design system helps everyone on the team follow the same rules, making the work faster and user experience is smoother. So moving on to our next question, which is what is a prototype and what different types of prototypes you create during a design process? Okay, fine. So think of it as you're doing a work, or maybe you're making an application. You have invested your heart and soul and your time in making it. And when your final product is created, you find that the customer is not actually liking your final products. So at that time, your all the efforts and energy go in vain. So to solve that problem, there comes prototype. So you can think of it as a rough draft you make before jumping into a real deal. So what exactly is prototyping? So a prototype is a rough version of a product to test design's idea before the full development. You can also think of it as a simplified version that lets you if things are working as planned or not, without putting too much time or money into it. It's kind of trying out an outfit before buying it. So what's the benefit? It identifies design flaw early, saves the time, test user flow and interaction. So when you're starting making any application, there comes the idea, then the prototype and the feedback. Now, there are three main types of prototype: low fidelity, medium fidelity, and high fidelity. So talking about low fidelity, suppose you have got a pen and paper, you just draw a rough idea of how the app will look, sketching out what screen would be like, and just showing all the buttons and alignment and how the product image is placed. It's a very fast way of getting feedback without going too deep. Second, medium fidelity. So now we level up. So we have created the sketch. Now it's time to use digital tools to make things clickable. For example, you design a wireframe where users can click on the product image and it will take them to product details. Like it's all the interconnection. Like you see, this is connected to this one and this is connected to this one. It's still simple, no fancy color or image, but now you can test how users will navigate your app. So suppose the user is testing, so does clicking here takes them to the right place or not? So this is the right place, and suppose they clicked here and it took them to some other. And what tools we can use in this medium fidelity prototype is Envision. Then moving on to a third and final stage, which is high fidelity prototype. This is where things get real. Your prototype looks almost exactly like the final app. You have got real products, photos, actual colors, font, and even working buttons that take users to different pages, just like the real thing. So you can show your high fidelity prototype and ask, does this feel right? This is your last chance to test before you get into the full production. So by using these different types of prototypes, by using these different type of prototypes, you're making sure that everything works according to how you planned, and if there occurs any error in any stage, you can figure out then and there only. So moving on to our next question, which is what are the laws in UI UX that can help you guide through the design process? So UI UX laws are essentially the design principle that help guide the creation of intuitive, user-friendly digital experiences. So you can think of these laws as the toolkit that helps you create design that are easy for users to navigate and understand. So instead of reinventing the whole wheel from the scratch, you can rely on these proven guidelines to ensure that your design choices make sense to users, reduce your frustration, and lead more enjoyable interaction. So when you will apply these laws correctly, these will help make digital production that not look good but also functions efficiently. So let's talk about the 5 major laws. First is Hick's law. So what does it mean? It means the more choices you give to people, the longer it takes them to decide. What's meaning of this? So imagine being at a restaurant with 50 items on the menu, hard to pick, right? So what is the tip? The tip is keep your design simple. Keep it simple and limit the option to help user make decision quickly. So for example, on a checkout page, you would only want to show the most important option like the payment method and the shipping detail rather than bombarding users with too many choices. Coming secondly on Jacob's law, what it means people prefer using interfaces that feel familiar. Think about how easy it is to use a new app when it's similar to other you have used. So keeping the interfaces similar and familiar like of the previous ones. And what's the tip? Stick to the common design pattern. Example, most app which you have used have a home icon at the bottom that takes you to the main page. And if you switch the home button to some random corner, user might feel, and if you make that user button to some random corners, user might get confused. Coming to our third law, which is Fitts law. What it means, the time it takes to click on something depends on how big it is and how far it is from the user. So larger and closer button are faster to click. What's the tip? Make important button like buy now or submit big and easy to reach that it can be visible from the user's eye. Example, have you ever noticed that how send button in a messaging app is usually big and right next to where you type? That is the Fitts law in action. Talking about the fourth law, which is Miller's law. What it means people can only remember about 7 things at a time. If you overwhelm them with too much info, they'll forget or miss the things. What's the tip? The tip is don't overload a user with too many details in one go. So hard to understand, right? So example, think of an online form. So instead of showing 20 fields at once, break them into section or steps so users can focus on a few items at a time. Now last, Gestalt principle. What it means, people naturally group related items together. If things look like they belong together, they will be perceived that way. So what's the tip? Organize similar content clearly so user know where to find things. Example, when you shop online, okay, you have shopped online from various platforms, Flipkart, Myntra, Amazon, like clothing or electronics. You wouldn't mix clothes with kitchenware in one section, right? So there's where this law comes. It helps user quickly navigate to what they need. Moving on to our 7th question, which is how can you conduct UX evaluation? So what do we mean by UX evaluation? So UX evaluation or user experience evaluation is a process used to assess how well a product like a website or application or any system meets the need of user. So it's like crucial process that helps designer like you understand whether a product is hitting the mark or needs something tweaking. Like if the product is good to go or it really needs some modification. So this is where UX evaluation comes. So what are the steps? The first step, as you can see on the screen, is identify your target product. So first thing first, you need to choose a product you want to evaluate. This could be website, an app, or even a physical product. For example, let's say you want to evaluate a fitness app that helps users track their workouts and meal. Then after you have identified the target product, the second step which comes is determine your question. Next, think about what you want to find out from this app. Is it easy to navigate? Do users find it visually appealing? Are there any features that users struggle with? So these questions will help you guide your evaluation. Third step, plan the method. Now you need to decide how you're going to gather information. You might consider using a fix of method like surveys, interviews, observation. So for the fitness app, you might decide to do a short survey and observation sessions to find out where exactly the users are more interested in. The fourth step is collect and analyze data. So time to put your plan into action. Let's say you gather a group of 5 friends who use the app. You ask them to complete a few tasks like logging, tracking a workout while you observe. Take notes on what they find easy or confusing. Afterward, compile this information to see patterns and insight. Then, after gathering and analyzing the data, fifth step is provide suggestion for the improvement. Now comes the fun part, suggesting improvement. Based on your finding, you might recommend revising the layout or adding tooltips or maybe other modification which users might have suggested you. And you can present all these suggestions in your evaluation report, which will include section like product description, questions, method, results, and suggestions. In this way, you have effectively conducted a UX evaluation that not only help improve the app, but that also enhances the user satisfaction. So it's kind of win-win situation for both designer and the user. So moving on to our next question, which is, can you explain what are micro interactions? So micro interactions are like small, quick reactions in a user interface that happen when you do something, giving you feedback instantly. They are designed to make digital interaction feel smoother and more natural. So Just the definition is not enough to make you understand what is meant by what is exactly micro interaction. So imagine you're scrolling through a web and you notice a scroll bar moving down as you scroll. Like whenever you're reading an article or editorial, you must have noticed a small scroll bar which is also moving as you scroll. That's a micro interaction in action. It's triggered by your movement and the system responds by showing you exactly where you are on the page. Or another example you can take of, like when you refresh the page, you can see that the pull to refresh action in an app where you are swiping down to reload the page and a cool animation confirms that something is happening. So micro interaction can be trigger, rules, feedbacks, or modes. Okay, fine. We'll take the example of micro interaction in Spotify. So trigger. So when you're playing song, you can see this arrow in this green box. So you can see this arrow in the green box. What is saying that clicking the play button for a song. Then rules. If the song is available, it plays. If not, an error message appears. So sometimes there happens that some songs are not there on Spotify. So there comes an error message that song not available. Then feedback. The play button changes color, example from white to green to indicate that the song is playing. You might have noticed, of course, we all listen songs from Spotify. And a brief animation shows a wave or pulse to visualize the music. Then comes the loop. So after the song's end, the next song in the playlist plays automatically. If a song is skipped, a pop-up suggests related track based on the listening habits. Modes. Highlight song title, artist, and albums. Of course, you want to know which singer has sung this song. You can all get from it. Or pause mode displays a play button indicating the user can resume the playback. So all these micro interaction in Spotify ensure that there is micro interaction enhances your experience by giving you the instant feedback. So moving on to the next question, which is what is information architecture? So what is information architecture? Imagine you are organizing a library. Okay, you have hundreds of books and you need to put them in categories like fiction, non-fiction, mystery, romantic, and place signs to help people easily find what they're looking for. Similarly, in UI design information architecture, the process of organizing and structuring the content so that user can navigate and find what they need quickly and easily. You can think of it like as a blueprint. And good information architecture makes sure that everything is in the right place and easy to navigate, improving overall UX. So you can see this is the information hierarchy of an e-commerce site. So you see this is the home, this is the location, this is search, this is service, product, payment. So when you choose payment, you'll be taken to the choose method of payment page. When you are choosing product, the catalog, add product to cart. When you're choosing service, you can file a complaint. You can file the complaint. When you're choosing search, you can go and search for products and location, track location and manual entry. So what are the key components? Key components are organization, that grouping and categorizing content, example menu, labeling. The labeling is very important, which is consistent naming for the clear navigation. Navigation, your app should consist the navigation also to guide user movement throughout the interface. Search, tools which will help user to find the content easily. So coming on to what is importance of information architecture in UI design. So it improves the navigation. As I told you, it segregates the segment which makes the navigation easier. It enhances the user experience. Of course, nobody would go to an application where things are not properly defined. Everyone prefers a more enjoyable and user-friendly experience. Supports visual design and user-centric design. So good IA keeps users in mind. When changes are made, the existing user part should remain intuitive, minimizing cognitive load. So when new content or feature are added, a well-structured IA helps minimize cognitive load on users. If users already know how to navigate the existing section, they will have less mental efforts to understand where new features fits in. And it improves usability and guides user behavior. So this is all for the information architecture. So now that you have a better understanding of what do you mean by information architecture, let's move forward to see our next question, which is what are some common UX design principles? So to understand what do we mean by UX design principle, firstly, we should have a clarity of what our UX is. So UX design is creative process that involves user research, prototyping, right? We discussed what do we mean by prototype. So UX design is a multidisciplinary field that involves creating products that provide meaningful and relevant experience to users. Have you ever been in a design meeting where you couldn't agree on what a button should look like or what copy to include in your form? So to overcome this, design principles were made so that there is no conflict between two individuals. They act as a guideline to return throughout your iterative design process. And these principles benefit design team because they help you design better, develop solution, of course, after discussing, and work more collaboratively and work together, avoiding the conflicts. So let's discuss the principle one by one. So this site I found very useful. So this is a site I found useful for this question. We'll go and see the UX design principle from there. Okay, so 7 fundamental user experience. So what are the 7 user experience design principles? First is user centricity, consistency, hierarchy, context, user control, accessibility, and usability. So come, user centricity. So what can you deduce from this particular image? Something might be coming into your mind, right? So user centricity means putting users' need first and making decision based on what you know about them and what they want from the product. For example, whosoever has designed the SketchUp bottle must have a clear idea that people nowadays follow this type of design more than they follow this type of design. So user centricity is to build the UX process starting from the user's research to identify the problem you need to solve. Second is consistency. So consistency is creating products that solve specific user problem, and it's essential to adhere to the UX design principle for the consistency. So firstly, so all of us are familiar with these Google designs, right? So in the first row, the icon used are consistent in size, but not in the style. And what I mean by style is they're not consistent in terms of color. So it's very important for a good application that it should be consistent. By being consistent with what users expect, you will create a product that's easy to use with low learning curve for the user. Third is hierarchy. The third of the UX principle, hierarchy, is important as it shapes how the user navigate a product. So your product should follow a proper hierarchy. For example, in this desktop layout, you can see there's a proper hierarchy like get involved, about us, our work, donate. And it considered how individual elements are laid out on a page or a screen. So more important elements you can emphasize by placing them at the top of the page, using larger fonts or color. So moving on, which is context. So when designing a solution to a user problem, you can't design in a vacuum, right? You need to understand who your users are and what context which they will use your product. So for example, some applications are there which works good on the desktop mode, but it's not well on the mobile browsing. So your website must be optimized to this form. For example, mobile browsing is now the primary way most users access your website. So your website must be optimized to this mobile friendly views. So even though the website below looks beautiful when you're browsing on a tab, it's not set up for the mobile browsing. You can see it's not looking that good. So this problem is also, so understanding the context around the interaction between your product and the end user will help you factor in the potential limitation. Fifth is user control. So another important element of UX is giving the user the right amount of control over how they interact with product. They should not interact more, they should not interact less, but there should be a fixed control on how they should use. Sixth is accessibility. The sixth principle is accessibility, which is critical to use UX, and all UX designers have a responsibility to understand what it means accessibility. So one example of designing for accessibility could be to use high color contrast to ensure that text is legible for users with visual impairments. So you see that it should be accessible to all the categories of users. 7 is
usability. So you can't create a good user experience if your product isn't usable. So of course, it's an essential UX design principle. For instance, the Uber app is extremely usable and easy to get started with, making it very simple. So your application should be very simple to use. Like, it should not contain the field which is of course not at all understandable by the users. Fine. So as you can see on the screen, these all are the key UX principles. Moving on to the next question, which is you're designing an app for online grocery shopping. You describe the onboarding process for new users. Okay, fine. Suppose you have designed an app for online grocery shopping for all the kitchen items, all the vegetables, fruits, and some new user is about to test your data application. So how will your application look like? So there should be a welcome screen, like simple intro with key benefit like fresh grocery, something like that. Second should be account creation, sign up via email, phone, or social media. Then app tool, briefly walk through a key features like search, cart, checkout, payment. Then location access. Of course, you will be needing location access for delivering the items. So request location access for accurate delivery. Personalization, gather preferences like favorite categories for recommendation. Like you must have seen like the favorite option, the hardship option, which makes your items favorite. Okay, fine. When user has added the item, it has granted the location access, then the last step is payment setup, which offer control with features like undo or clear navigation. So this can be your onboarding process for an online grocery shopping app. Moving on to the next question, which is how do you apply usability heuristic in the design process, and can you give an example of how you have used them to improve a project? So to understand it better, imagine you're using a new app and everything just makes sense. You know where to click, you get immediate feedbacks like where next to go, and it's hard to make a mistake. That's the magic of usability heuristic. What exactly do you mean by usability heuristic? Is general guideline for improving interface usability, ensures user-friendly, intuitive designs. So the key heuristic are visibility of system status. So suppose you're going through an e-commerce site and you're just scrolling of what to add to your cart. So visibility should be there. That it should inform users about the ongoing process, example, loading bars. And users should have control and freedom. Like they should provide easy undo or redo option. Match between system and real world. So you should use familiar terms or icon which matches between your system and real world. Think of icons like shopping cart to represent your cart, a magnifying glass for search feature. Then consistency and standards. Imagine if each page of an app had different layout. It would be super confusing. The key here is consistency. Make sure your all button colors and layout behave in the same manner. For example, the checkout button is at the bottom right corner. Keep it there on every screen. Like it should not happen that in one page, your checkout button is at top left. In another page, it's in center, and then the next in the corner. So it should maintain the consistency and standards. So that's all for the key heuristic. Let's move to our next question, which is define universal design. So universal design refers to creating interfaces that are accessible and usable by everyone, regardless of their age, ability, or background. Suppose there is this application which only youngsters can use and the old age people can't. So that application will not be considered a good UX. So that application will not be considered in a good user experience. So the core idea is to make sure that so as many people as possible can use the product easily and effectively. And so here's the breakdown. Equitable use. The design should be useful and accessible to the people with diverse abilities. For example, a website should have features like screen readers for visually impaired people or caption for videos. So for caption for videos to accommodate hearing impaired users. Second, flexibility in use. So this means accommodate different preferences and abilities. So for example, providing both touch gestures and button. which allows users to choose how they should interact with the interface. Third is simple and intuitive use. So application should be very simple. So not contain complex design, which should be easy to understand regardless of the UX. Then there comes size and space for the approach. The interface should be designed so that people can access and use it regardless of their body and size, posture, or mobility. This includes make sure buttons and other touch points are large enough to space properly for each use. So by following these principles, you can ensure that product works for as many as people possible, making the UX more enjoyable for everyone. So you can see here, this is a good UX, whether this is not. So when you order something, okay, when you ordered, you added in cart, payment done, and then there is this order option whereas here you can see you added something, fine, you paid, you're choosing, you're adding, you paid, and then there is this order button. So you see, this is a very good interface. So you see, this is more enjoyable for the users. Moving on to our next question, which is, how do you approach designing for different user personas and their specific need in a UI project? So designing for different user personas in UI project, you're designing an application. So it is very important to conduct surveys and analyze data to understand user need on what's the demand for the user or what's the current trend which user are following. Then there should be persona development. You should create personas detailing demographics, goals, and challenges. What challenges can you face, or what are the goals which you need to fulfill? Then comes empathy mapping. Visualize user thought and motivation to identify their pain points. So you remember we talked an example of a cup in the beginning, in which the user were finding very difficult to drink with the small cups. So that's what the pain point, and we need to analyze what's user's pain point exactly is. Then tailored design solution. We should come with customized design elements for each persona's need. Then we should develop prototyping to save our time and effort. And then iterative design and adapt design based on feedback to serve all personas effectively. So moving on to our next question, which is, what are the key principles of visual design? Okay, so the key principles of visual design are balance, contrast, alignment, repetition, hierarchy, and white space. So a principle is a way something is done, and this meaning pulls through to the world of design. In other word, you can say, in other word, you can know how to use design element to follow certain guidelines. First key principle, which is contrast. So contrast is found when there is a dissimilarity between two elements. So highlight the differences to draw the attention. For example, you can make colors of your buttons differently, which will clearly show that, okay, there is this difference. Then comes the repetition. Repetition involves using elements that are same or almost same throughout the design. So in a scenario where there is collection of relative design like branding, the repetition can help make the brand or idea identifiable. Okay, fine. So we discussed the Google example, right? They were following the same colors and all. That comes under repetition. So alignment, for any application to look good, it should have a proper alignment. There should be organization of elements along a grid for structure. Like if you buy a phone and you don't see a proper alignment, the apps are not properly aligned, of course you will not like it. Then comes the white space. There should be a proper amount of empty space. There should be a proper empty space for the clarity and focus. And there comes balance. So harmonious layout through even distribution means your design should not contain odd and even kind of distribution, and proper harmony and balance should be there. And then the last comes hierarchy. So what we mean by hierarchy is, this points to the chief idea or element found in a design to create a visual hierarchy. So hierarchy is often used when there are many elements present in a design and there are same things that need to stand out more than others. So remember, if everything is made to stand out, you might find that nothing stands out and it's just a little overwhelming. So there should be a proper hierarchy. The most important, so firstly, you determine what's most important. For example, heading. It should be highlighted. Then there comes the second subheading. Then the third. So there should be a clear order of importance using size and placement. So these all were the key principles of visual design. Moving on to our last question, which is, what roles do wireframe and prototype play in your design process, and how do you handle iteration based on user testing? So wireframe and prototypes are essentially tools in the design process, especially when creating digital products like app or website. So firstly, we'll talk about wireframes. So think of wireframes as blueprint for your design. So they outline the basic structure and layout of a page, helping you visualize where elements like buttons, image, or text will be placed. So here your focus is purely on the functionality and structure without getting distracted by orders, without getting distracted by colors, fonts, or graphics. So what is the purpose? The purpose is outline the structure and layout of the page, like just the rough structure of your website. How will it look like, and how your images or buttons will be placed? Will it look appealing? Will it look bad? And what's the benefit? Benefit is they help you focus on key structures and users flow, ensuring that the interface works before worrying about the aesthetics. Then comes the prototypes. We already discussed about the prototypes. So prototype, on the other hand, take things a step further. They are interactive model that simulate how real user will experience the product. Like you can call it as a dummy product of your actual product. And the benefit, which of course allows testing and refining design concept with real users interaction, making sure that the product is not just pretty but also functional. It saves your time and cost. So coming on to the iteration based on user testing. So once you have completed with the wireframes and prototypes, you'll gather user feedback to understand what's working and what's not. So you have completed everything. You have made wireframes. You have made sure that your website looks fine. You have made that prototype at each stage. So now you have to understand how users will find out. So by testing with real users, you identify pain points and area for improvement. So this cycle of testing, analyzing, and iterating helps make sure the final product delivers a great UI. That the final product delivers a great UX and UI. So in summary, wireframe focuses on structure. Prototypes simulate real use, and they both work hand in hand to create and improve your product through user testing. So that's all from my side. Follow Intellipaat for more technical contents like this.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers UI UX course in collaboration with iHub Divya Sampark IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete UI UX design thinking, interaction designs, wireframing, and guerrilla testing for a rewarding UI UX design career. This UI UX design course will be taught by IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of UI UX design.